neutral clock.
This is honestly anyone's game at this point, although taking the ball into Hydro to get a little bit of time. This is where if you're Coliseum, you're starting to sweat a little bit, even though it's only the first game. You're not going to be dropping any of them, really. If that push got through and grabbed that ball, that would have been disastrous, but the double kill for Piggy is great. And there's 4 down there, Monkey Man. I think this round, this is the last push. This is looking really good for Uspeni right now.
Should be able to close it out. Their defense has been very, very clinical when they can do so. Soul Snipe has to hard focus Piggy. Piggy, alongside his teammate, is just not going to let him have it for free. He's going to chill off the side of this corner. Might be able to get a beat down. Ends up resetting and playing the ball. But with Coliseum making this insurgency, they do at least drive half of Usubeni out of the way. It looks like they push them back to red pipes. 33 seconds to go. This can become Slayer for Usubeni to take this first map.
Yeah, time is starting to become a factor here. If you're on the blue team, you definitely want to be playing Slayer. Acid has definitely got that idea. Noob combo in hand. Gets a cheeky shot across the map, though. Got one final push. There is no time here to do anything. Piggy goes in and tries to do something, but this is getting really dicey if you're on the red team here. They have to do something.
Coliseum with not a lot of options. Jackson is going to play pure defense to this. Now it is easier to just let the clock tick down than to go and take the fight. Jackson is going to clean up house, and so will Usubeni as this goes through 3 rounds but doesn't reach max points. But Usubeni will take the dub necessary. Time has expired. 2-1 goes the way of Usubeni. Remember, this is it's like a halvesies envy, halvesies Akave, and I like seeing the mixture of regions on the global scale here for this Open #1.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier, loving like kind of the open style of the tournament where loads of teams by like Shopify have kind of shuffled. Why would we just play through this awesome footage we've got there? Like, honestly, having teams mix up like this as we go into like another land for this year, even though it's not HCS, it's just so exciting to see what's going to emerge from it. But take us through the scoreboard, mate. I'm gonna stop yapping.
Well, we were giving some good love to both Soul Snipe and Acid. Let's talk about the damage as well as the kills. 53 of them from out of Acid with 14k damage, making life easy for his team to transition around recharge. Druck was a madman and not found as often as everyone else, but also not finding the same amount of targets. Still taking the lowest in the lobby as he tried to pressure from off angles. But I mean, great starter kit from Coliseum and Usubeni. A lot of players and a lot of people probably looking at these couple of teams to really be making big impacts. You have, of the 8 players, a quarter of them former TSN and Cloud9 and Envy and Akave. You've got different orgs all just slapping some pace to each other and saying, all right, let's see what sticks. But we go to Slayer, we go to Livefire, S7, another camo, maybe a QT to mix it up as we go into map #2.
I was trying to look at the stats for that last game, and I think, going back and looking at the stream here, they only won an oddball by 4 points there overall, despite what we saw in that last round. So that game was actually really, really close.
It was.
But going into this one with Slayer, we've talked about how much of a bloodbath that last game was. This one, it's going to be even more so. S7 down at the bottom. Team's really going to have to be fighting for that camo. That's going to be so core to winning this. And with the sniper in hand with Piggy, if he can keep this thing at that camo for his team, they could start off really strongly.
Love the engagement that you get at Boo Boo Doo Boo. Not going to let them have that easy angle and slide their way in. So on the escape rope is Piggy, trying to just navigate to the opposite side of the map. Saab goes down. Maybe find another red target in their sight lines, but they will continue to mosey away. That's a really good idea, considering. And they actually leave it to their teammate Jackson, who has the active camo. So Piggy doing what he has to, but now they have an even higher impact Spartan roaming around this towards A.
They know it. Coliseum know it. No one's pushing. They're trying to bait the sniper shot because they know that the camo sniper is going to be out there somewhere, and they're all moving together. They managed to try to catch some players out. They managed to get Piggy, but such a good choice of the team to move around like that to kind of make a bad situation into the best version of what they could. Didn't exactly even up the game there, but you can tell the coordination and the way they commit together is definitely something that's working for them. They can collectively choose to change the pace of the game.
Now that the Brotherhood of the Traveling S7 has been found out where it's over towards green, Dubu and company, it looks like They either want to take these final shots or chuck it into the moat. Can't quite land either, so that means a free rifle drops into the hands of Saab. He makes the best with it as they put a new belly button into a Spartan. 3 and then temporarily 4 fall out for Usubeni. I think it was a 5-kill lead for all of a hot second. Coliseum not to be denied. This early 20 to 30 kill spread of keeping pace with this awesome multi-regional squad. So far, it's not really been too many setups. You had the one fearful moment of getting away from the camo snipe combo, and all everything else has just been chasing. But Usubeni back up to 5.
Absolutely. Small lead, but full team wipe, or almost a full team wipe, is still a nice little buffer that you've got. And really playing the running away game here. Piggy with a nice repulse, but does lose his life at the bottom. Oh, it is spawning. I think that's been picked up there by Druk off screen. Perhaps unable to tell that. But a lot of discipline from these teams. I feel like a lot of respect coming through. The pushers are very regimented. They're going together. And though it feels scrappy, the way that they're fighting is actually very intelligent and very coordinated. It isn't as messy as it looks.
It's still somewhat of a mess in terms of results. The S7 does go up into the hands of Piggy, though. That is the second one that's found its way into Usubeni armaments to start off. Both those shots will miss, so again, kind of rotating, retreating away, but that's... Oh my goodness, wait, did that fall off the pillar? It might have tagged their shoulder. Either way, they get a nice stick, but they've narrowed the margin just down to 2. Druk in a tight spot. He still takes care of business. Those both Acid and Drift, our Mexican players over for Usubeni, drop out for the time being. And this is about to go back to even right around the midway mark of this Slayer. And you know Usubeni wants to keep control. Coliseum is not batting an eye, and we're at 24 all.
This gap's closed up. Again, both teams playing quite close here. None of the fights are particularly far away, so lots of chaos kind of ensues. Massive team fight, just complete carnage comes through there. There's so many grenades. Can't really tell what happened there, Monkey Man. That was just absolute chaos.
Sometimes you just let an explosion happen. You're like, all right, who lived? Cool, you did? Nice. 28 each. Piggy continues to be our main POV, and he's fluidly rocking around live fire right now. Got a combo with him. Soul Snipe on the other side of this low end, but then they see Druk. No, Druk has snuck in and it's isolated a fight. Now Piggy is much the same. End up winning a couple as Druk did at least get Piggy's teammate. Now Piggy behind this scoreboard. There's just a lot of Spartan bodies falling out. And ever since we got evened up, it's been all right, win 1s and 2s, and no one's really been able to reset off their spawns.
It hasn't. We're actually in a slight Coliseum lead here, just 2 points. That 3, we're back to 2 again. Very small, but it's gone around. Camo up in 10 again. 1 player down for each. That was a bad death for the likes of Soul Snipe, but other players going. That is surprising that did stick in. Probably some lag there. But I was trying to say that there's an advantage based on this camo respawn, but both teams are losing players one by one here. And with it being so tight and the camo being up, I think we're going to see a bit of a standoff for a moment, just like we saw early on.
I mean, it's a big game at that point. You have that little bit of candy right in the middle of all the kids, and who's gonna be able to get it first? Now that camo is gonna be walking over bridge here in just a moment, so that could be a huge turning point as Piggy wants some extra information. And the Axe are gonna work together, and I mean that's just another even trade. Still in this carbine, Piggy laying down the law against Soul Snipe there in mid. 20 seconds until the S7 might be the last little toy left between both these teams to be a difference maker, and Piggy is definitely making a difference here out towards Keydor.
Like the subtle slowdown of gameplay that you get.
Melee.
Whiffed melee. That is cruel, and perhaps could be the driving point that takes us to a 49-50. I really hope it isn't. Cheeky S7 grab. This S7 is the game here. Both teams have to fight tooth and nail to keep top mid, and with 2 players down for Coliseum, I think that might give Usubeni space off screen to pick up that sniper rifle.
Looks like it fell into the hands, not of Acid, maybe Drift off to him. No, Piggy, of course. He's had his hands on the S7 more than anyone else throughout this Slayer. Only a 1-kill lead, goes up into the blast. They're trying to be able to read it. He gets a shot into it and knows he's gonna die with it, throwing it into the water. No one else gets to use that weapon.
Brilliant play from Piggy there. Knew that he was going to go, tried to do damage with it, throw it off the map. This game can't get any closer, and giving an S7 to a team at this point would have been a disaster. So that was a really good choice from him.
Although don't want to die to this engagement. Saab is trying to hunt down one man and then gets caught. Good protection. Piggy's going to try and engage early. Suddenly it becomes a 3-kill lead. Coliseum, they're keeping in lockstep and nipping at the heels of Usubeni. They're still winnable if they don't just suddenly funnel themselves into the death pit. And that's 2 down out for Usubeni. This has become a chess match. So you don't want to let yourself go down that easy, and you don't want to go down mid.
Quiet before the storm here. They gotta be so careful. If you're on the likes of Usubeni right now, you're thinking, trades don't sound too bad right now, if I know I'm gonna get it. Speaking of which, that was not a trade at all. Drift just runs in and gets punched in the face. But went the way we kind of expected there. So the game was the game was quite close. Same story, second match in here. But game going over to the blue team.
So close, but this is a no smoking zone, so the cigars are nowhere to be seen. 2-0 right now. Usubeni will hold on to this narrow margin of difference. 18 kills. Nice Saab. Able to find 8 assists with it. You had basically Soul Snipe having to play the assist game as it went 6 and 14. That might have been a key difference made, especially with the amount of damage that they were pumping out in those numbers in that previous matchup. And now walking through this Slayer, couldn't quite do the same thing. But I mean, Piggy looks like he just kind of had a mind for keeping that S7 in his team's hands and kept running away with it, living to fight another day.
Yeah, he did. And one of the things that the scoreboard really showed us there was Jackson actually had a great game. Even though he wasn't top fragger for his team, he was like the second highest damage or the highest damage in the lobby almost. And he had 14 assists. So even though he didn't get all the kills, he was really putting pressure on Coliseum there, which definitely led to Usubeni getting the win on that second match.
The unsung hero. See, I'm one of those bad casters, and I only look at the best numbers, but sometimes the better numbers exist within the range, you know? So, we go to a map number 3. It's going to be on the other side of this one. So, we are in our quarterfinals. So, we're looking at, I believe, Lattice. Yes, King of the Hill Lattice. They've got rid of strongholds. Thank goodness. Lattice King of the Hill is one of my favorite game modes, mostly because of the starting and 5th hill, or rather 6th hill, that goes back over to that ice portion. So deceptively defensive. Let's see how these guys approach it.
I'm expecting a lot of time to get burned here from the pure chaos that we've been seeing so far from these teams. S7's going to be a big pickup. Speaking of which, Acid delivers the hello, I'm over here to Boo Doo Boo. And that's 4 players down for Coliseum, so this is the perfect time to set up. And well, I thought we'd be here for a while, but if they can get the crossfire on these returning spawners, it's going to be real bad for Coliseum early on. Oh no!
Drunk comes out on the other side of that with an S7 and a kill. Acid was on something and has honestly been performing so well through these first couple of games, using that quick jet to be able to get their way in and out of fights, but Druk just kind of staying stock standard and now takes their S7 from them. So this is a good chance for Coliseum. Maybe take this hill away, but they've actually stepped off hill. They want to find this next respawn set and put Usubeni in the pit. They get rid of Acid again. That's the second time in just as many lives that Druk has been able to win an engagement against Acid.
Yeah, and just like that, it flips over. 4 players down for Usubeni now. So it's gone the other way. Coliseum now having time to set up. This is a good position from Druk. This is going to give him all the info on the respawners. Doesn't quite get the headshot on Piggy, but that's enough to be a threat. And I think this first hill is going to go over to Coliseum here. So they're going to be thinking, what about the next one? Let's get ourselves over to Big Door at red. Only 1 shot left in the snipe, but it's enough. And they're there already, so the respawn was added to it.
Fantastic adjustment. Druk knew what the next hill was really going to be their priority section, so they stayed up into that rafter position and forced all of Usubeni to have to be on that blue and green side. So with Coliseum now in general control, looks like they're going to at least get half this hill time, And that QT will be coming up. Not exactly a major impact utility right now, especially because no one can get a hold of it. But they're controlling open ice and not allowing this rotation to happen over towards pipes. Now, Yaxon, you called them out of having a stellar game previously. Usubeni, definitely have to rely on them to start maybe making a jailbreak and busting their way in here to red.
All quiet at the moment. Catching some stray shots here. We need some collective action from Coliseum. They've got a lot of time on this hill. They need to take that time and form a coordinated push. But Acid's doing what he can to be an absolute menace to the players that are in back red there. And two more players from Coliseum going down. But this is the coordinated push we were talking about. The QT used to effect to get out of those sight lines. He needs to stay alive here. And he does, almost, but someone waiting near Eli. So not quite working out the way that you expected there, but deliberately waste of time. Very effective as the push came in. 2 down for each team right now. Chaos on the hill.
Oh, I thought that Piggy was going to get caught in the splash of one of those. Guess it only took out their shield. Get info that Booba-Dooboos running it up into some speed skating. Shout out to the Olympics happening in just a couple of days. But Booba-Dooba, they'll take over hill. Coliseum started this off right by getting over half this hill, and they burned through just enough in a neutral timer to kind of keep this one all right. Are we going to string you along, force you to get to this hill, but then get you into a different respawn? And Usubeni can still even this up. But there's been a lot of open activity through this double door, and I mean, Adam, so far it's been who's had that final grip on the hill, and it looks like Coliseum is prepped to be in a much better position.
It really looks like both teams are struggling to get any meaningful type of setup. You can see a player on the tower box just to the left. I didn't quite see who that was. They were trying to get those sight lines over so they could watch Screen's door and Blue Bridge as well. It wasn't really working out, but they did manage to get that in the end. Moving over to this side where the hills are in green room. Holding pipes and cargo to stop the push is going to be so important that neither team can really keep 4 players on. So these respawns are going to be far away. And probably where the C stronghold would be on the ramp at the back of the screens. So give them the time they need. Oh my god, just get destroyed from the no scope. It's going to give the time they need to get a little bit progress on this third hill.
Acid has had wonderful highlight clips for their slaying potential through the last 3 maps. They've not turned it into a win as of yet. That's got to feel a little bit frustrating to have all your efforts come up a little bit short in the column that matters the most. Coliseum, a lot of time has been given over to Usubeni, but they needed to clear out the S7. They were hoping to recover the power weapon. Using the QT, Booba-Doobu rejoins the rest of his team, and it looks like they will have at least a foothold here into good old green room. Called Ben 10, that Omnitrix sitting right in the middle provides them some extra cover. Usubeni's trying to break in. They're trying to regroup, and they're getting just run down by Druk around the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that they're playing that there was nothing short of annoying for the receiving player. Can't get the space to lock this down. So many fights, just Spartan after Spartan just falling on this like silo/cuts area. How many in a row was that? Like 6? 7? No one can really get anywhere. Soulsnipe momentarily found himself in a duel with Acid as the only 2 players alive on the map. It's just complete carnage.
It's taken about an average of 1:15 for each of these hills too. And in that same regard, you're still looking at Coliseum bleeding so much extra clock for Usubeni to have to recover to get any kind of hill. We may end out with a 3-0 if like not even getting to full force for all of these hills with the constant kind of ebb and flow between these two. They use the repulsor. You're gonna aim for getting a melee. His elbow hits nothing but sky and air. Coliseum won't be able to sign this one out just yet. You have Acid and Drift that have a chance to kind of run it in, but then they're getting so much damage. Okay, this hill is probably gonna give them a 3rd.
Yeah, they've really pulled it back from the previous 2 matches of the series, though all the games have been really close here. So I guess it might come down to which match they actually prefer. But Bridge now, this is going to be a bloodbath. Snipes up. Bridge is really hard to hold. It's so open. A lot of people opt in for the blue side, trying to use the door, never really the tower side. And would you look at that? Usubeni spawned on the tower side. Totally wasn't done on purpose by Coliseum to give them the crap side to try to hold the hill from.
This one almost uninterrupted for a whole half of a hill to try and take the one that's the hardest to get. Oh, chopping them down from a corner angle. Saab waiting for more targets to fall. He's been given a gift, and it's a Spartan in his crosshairs. Can you do it again? Cleaning up shop. Call this man a janitor. He's taking out the trash.
Oh, getting windy. Got a little bit windy there. As the reticule slightly missed, but holding the spawns here, Piggy needing to stay alive. Look around. This is so important. He's going to give his team spawns kind of down towards the final side, hopefully. If it's before most of the red team managed to push through there. You can see the pips actually. They were on ice, but they get cut off, so Piggy is actually only man alive. This is a really good way to collapse in from Coliseum. They really read that so well from the comms that they had. And they've taken over this area yet again, so some more time on this potentially final hill. And look, time's going to start to become a factor now. There's only 1 minute and 5 seconds left, and Usabeni need 3 hills.
It's such a difficult one to have to take because that open bridge, you basically kind of put your big toe onto it, hoping that you can be able to cover it from one of those near side pillars. Otherwise, it's so tough to keep all angles protected. So for Coliseum, they built up into this moment. They knew they had to win those first 3, especially burn some of that time, about 1 minute and 20 or so on average per hill. And then the rest of this is either, all right, we either go 4-0, or we're just going to make old Father Time be your worst enemy. Usubeni starting to at least be on north side of the map. That don't matter when you can be able to kill Spartan one after another. Still, though, building up just a little bit. Acid be with Piggy, and Usubeni has to get this hill.
Yeah, the back is against the wall here. This is a steep hill. Not going to count them out, but you need something pretty special to come back from this. And Coliseum are just playing the annoyance game so well. Boo Boo Doo just not dying. Seb pushing through and just trading out like that. They're just making it as hard as possible to even just get a sniff of the hill with 18 seconds left. I think this game's over.
This one is probably written off. So 3-0 it is set to be, well, rather a 2-1, at least in terms of our series, and a 3-0 through possibility of this King of the Hill. Now, I'm here for miracles, Adam. I don't want this one to go just sideways just because it looks like mathematically it's gotta. Soul Snipe wants to make life difficult. 10 seconds will be on the neutral timer. That means Usubeni has to get down to open ice. Look where Coliseum is already set up. Boo Boo Dubu, Druck, and Saab already set to defend to not let them take that recurring hill.
Yeah, this is really well played from Usubeni. That this is going to be real tough to hold. They've got all the toys though. I mean, we've seen weirder things here, but this is a fantastic hold. They have no room for error. They have to be so proactive on the spawns, and that's exactly what Acid's doing around. He knows they were going to spawn red. He's taken the shots. He missed them, but the idea was there. He needs to get in and spot his team.
Already over halfway. Coliseum stuck into this corner off of red. Druck is trying to put some extra damage over into Acid, and Acid barely gets away. This Crate Hill looks like it's set to be flipped. Coliseum is going to be down into sewer. They get rid of drift. Everyone suddenly dies. 4 down for Usubeni. Oh, hope was on the horizon, but it was all for content.
Wow.
They let you look at it just for long enough. But that was it. 3-1 for Coliseum. They get onto the board before game 4.
Wow. The commitment, the execution was pretty good there, but just falling right at the end. And who's to say they would have got the next one had that not happened, but it was a great attempt. So if they can take that morale into the next game, well, we'll need one match to close this out. We're going to go to a game 4 yet again. We'll have to see what that is, because I can't remember. But scoreboard here, look at the slaying power over on the side of Coliseum here, and the damage again. All 3 of their players can't even find my words. 3 of their players breaking the 6k mark. Jackson this time, unfortunately, struggling to keep up with his teammates.
Going to game number 4, we got Empyrean CTF, if I'm not mistaken. So
I'm so happy.
that one could be just a wash, depending on how some of the control of that map ends up going. An OG to say the least. But yeah, Coliseum was just showing numbers. Soul Sniper was kind of rotating around, but it was Boo Boo Doo Saab and Druck that knew to be able to put down damage. Now, there was times that Acid looked monstrous. They looked like the mini boss, but then they were miniaturized when everything else of the teamwork from Coliseum really just started to shine.
They just seem to have the upper hand so often this game, the way they were proactively kind of taking space and trying to predict where things were. And even when it got scrappy, Coliseum just seemed to constantly come out on top there. So intelligently managing spawns of players that were left alive, taking fights in ways that meant that, you know, they could trade or they could ensure that the way that they were playing didn't mean they forfeit the hill too easily. It was just a good game. It was just better map control overall. Usubeni still played well. It'd be interesting to see what the total hill time for the game was, but Coliseum were just better.
Well, we got CTF on Empyrean. So we can talk about the impact, obviously, of having to have general control of the mid to long haul portion of the map, snipe positioning, and the duel therein really kind of sings to me. And of course, you got that OS that got tweaked and has been underneath that sword section. So what's your priority here, Adam? Where do you end up wanting to rotate a little bit faster towards? Hit that snipe, grab the OS control with the majority of your team there, and decoy over towards rocks? What do you do?
A lot of teams go over for the rocket launcher first because the way that this map is, there's definitely a lot of pain that can have. But actually, in this case, they're going for the overshield first. So Santos managed to sneakily run away with the spanker and manages to say hello to Acid. And that's 4 down already. 4 down for Usubeni already. This flag is well on its way. We're going to see him lock him down, get him spawning at the bottom. And look, Druk's got the overshield as well. So this one, I think this is going. I think this is a cap.
Grabbing him in the heel. There's a triple kill. Druk with a 4-0, trying to start off his first life with a killing spree. The flag is actually picked up.
What?
Yaxon, he intercepted him going through green, caught him just as he was going down long haul.
What a fumble. An absolute massive miscalculation there from that flag getting past that threshold and being lost while most of the players were dead. Druk was sat there with an overshield pinging down with a triple kill. How did they return the flag when that happens?
Control this S7, just getting dropped out. The speed at which, because you saw the spawn, they had gone 4 down, but there was 2 spawners that happened to the low side of snipe and sword. So they ended up running to stair and went around to be able to intercept, because there was that brief pause when he was going past the OS player from Coliseum. And that gave him just enough time, especially as that flag was running north, to be able to get out and take him down. So we end up being 0-0 through 1:30. Another flagpole ends up happening as Usubeni's been playing defense for, I think, the long term of the opening of this game.
I'm still reeling from that initial flag recovery that we saw at the start of the game. Oh, what a fumble that was. I really would like to see the POVs of how that happened, but doesn't matter now. This next flag sitting on the long haul. Piggy, last player alive. This one has to go in, surely. There we go. Piggy goes down. So Coliseum looking really strong at the start of the game here. That's twice they've managed to get the flag that far away. Rockets up in 20 seconds as well as Overshield as well. All the players here. We're going to have a round of fights. And then we really need people to stay alive, because if you get Rockets and OS, that's free real estate. You're looking at a flag cap.
We're trying to sneak their way into possible Rock's pickup, but OS is coming up in about 5 seconds. They won't have a chance to at least quarrel or debate about that one. But Coliseum, this pickup, I mean, remember, they were 2-0 against them in Usubeni's favor. First pull from out of Piggy, who has struggled to get out of his own half of the map. Finally gets a good look, and they're going to be on a high perch, kind of watching over anyone from Coliseum, trying to stop them. OS in the hands of Drift, and they now completely burn through that utility. And for multiple targets, and they have a sniper that they could go and grab, but they won't be part of the party as Boobadooboo grabs them from top of their tower.
Flag cap still could go the way here. There was a momentary 4 down on the side of Coliseum. You can get past this threshold. You can see them running around training here. He needs supporting fire, but I think he might be able to get over. No. Gets his head just sliced off by Sab, so great shot. But we're all tied up here. So both teams here showing the capability to not only squad wipe, but coordinate. Flag pulls as well, quite well. Ooh. Oh, this is just so good. Sab is having a right good time with the sniper rifle. But I don't know who's gonna win this. I have no idea.
No scope.
It's become much more 50-50 ever since the most recent cap from out of Usubeni, but Coliseum, I mean, they cannot let themselves waste the preheat of this oven. Because they were cooking really, really well, especially ever since that lattice map, winning on to that King of the Hill. But you've allowed Usubeni to get back into this game. Big pull. They're not going to have the same full shield protection that they had, as you have two players from the top side of Usubeni's tower. Now with Drift throwing some extra bombs towards you. Acid wants to do the same thing. But have they forgotten where Boo Boo Doo is? They kill one man. They might still be able to get this pull off.
Oh, he almost gets past. This is looking dangerous. Could have another flag cap on this one. No challenge. He tries. The teammates in there. Soul Snipe saving himself there. Training out his teammates. Cap flag. Well intended. Good choice. But now they need to have not over committed. Because we all know in Halo counter cap, if you overcommit to a flag cap, you are opening yourself up big time for the counter attempt.
Coliseum in an awkward spot now as they're all spawning from their tower side. Ubudu does go down. That's a couple of big trades. Druck will fall as well. But Usubeni was trying to be able to get that counter cap. Looks like the flag is still at least slowly on the move. They got one touch to it. OS for Piggy. Doesn't secure anything, but keeps Coliseum on their heels trying to recover back to this. The Rocks got picked up, found themselves a pick. This has the potential to finally move its way into long haul, but look who's been stuck over into this corner. Piggy wants to clear out the rest of the rats. Just become the Pied Piper, Soul Snipe, and now Sob. Looks like they're gonna be the fat rats that will not let this one go through. Yaxon has overstayed his welcome, and that cap will not occur. Flag's gonna go back. Usubeni's gonna have to restart.
Yeah, surprising turn of events and that little exchange there, turning it round. Soul Snipe attempting to move this flag here yet again. Knocking his teammate out, choosing not to full commit to the run. They need the cons though. They do realise that there are some players that are not accounted for here. Drift and Acid are somewhere. Acid takes out Boo Boo Doo off screen. I hate to say this. I can't believe he's just got away and ran through like that when they have players alive, and just like that, it's 2-0.
He can't keep getting away with it. Well, he did. Still did. So all of a sudden, this goes and flips on its head. Empyrean goes the way of Coliseum, and the reverse sweep is now unlocked. But will it be picked up completely? We will be going over towards our Slayer in all of a moment, but I mean, look at the slaying differential that we got here, Adam. Coliseum, even though there was that one pickup cap, Usubeni just couldn't get opportunities to finish out, especially when they had that one moment where they could counter cap. Just such great work to own the field of Empyrean.
I absolutely agree here. I really feel like Coliseum just, well, they just totally outslayed them. Like, even though the damage was good from Usubeni, the amount of kills they actually got was far, far lower. So you got to finish off those kills, right? The damage taken on the likes of Coliseum was so much lower there. Some players less than 3,000, or some players on Usubeni at that time. Triple kill. This was Druck at the start. Yeah, what happened here? Oh, we didn't get the full replay, but yeah, I don't understand how that flag wasn't capped. I mean, they won anyway.
You want receipts. You want forensic evidence. What happened?
What happened?
How did they get there? Someone had to have spawned, like, because when I saw the spawn timer from off of them dropping, I think it was like 3 or 4 down at the time, there was one spawner that came in just as the flag turned out from their own flag pit. And I think they just hauled ass and sprinted underneath that sword bridge, and they ended up on the other side with no one the wiser. But who cares? They won, whatever. We've got recharge. It comes down to this Slayer to see who goes to the semifinals for tomorrow.
Yeah, it is what it is. But we are taking it to the, as far as we're going to go in the upper bracket today at least. With this one. Recharge Slayer. Big fan of this. Not a fan of that nade though. All that. And huge camo fight at the start is what you expect here, but 3 players do go down for Coliseum, giving a lot of the space on the map. It's going to be interesting to see what strategies these teams use. It's been a lot of very fast gameplay. We saw Lattice, how the teams were choosing to play very scrappily. We have to see if Recharge turns out to be more of the same.
First, what, 20-30 kills, always pretty dead even for the most part for some of these upper echelon teams, which is exactly what we're getting right now. And you got to think, some of the only differences made at this point is kind of the mental warfare that Usubeni is actually losing compared to Coliseum, who has been very much locked in, protecting Boo Boo Doo Boo, I believe, was sobbed just walking that one in. And now you got 3 down for Usubeni as the field becomes a little bit quieter here on recharge. Spoke with this a little bit before with Wonder Boy on full shock in the face. Welcome to the red pipes. Here's some lightning, but this game can slow down as much as it can ramp up in a moment's notice.
Can indeed. Taking space up here, Boo Doo Boo knows exactly what he's doing. As his team kind of push forward in front of him so he can try and get stuff done. Druk knows. Not Druk, sorry, Drift knows. And he's in there. This is a surprising challenge. He does get help from the other side. Snowsnipe goes in as well. I like the coordinated pushes here. You can tell both teams are feeling very tense about the state of what's going on. There's not any like open conflicts. It's all very isolated and spread out. As they try to get some sort of foothold in this game. But at the moment, Coliseum just keeping a very small but respectable 2-kill lead.
Keeping hold to this door off of a whirlpool. Honestly, Boo Boo Doo Boo is just challenging anyone. Like, all right, come on, into my sight lines. I want to shoot someone. Let's go. But they're not. They're more so just teasing. They're all towards this elevator position, and this is gonna burn just a little bit of time. Coliseum is not gonna overchow into at least that shock rifle position. They're even talking about it. You can see the open communication. They're gonna just keep these crossfires and kind of see where Coliseum's gonna rotate, and eventually when it pops in, you're gonna see just 1-2 die at a time, but Coliseum has split their forces to go 2-2 and try and squeeze in Usubeni.
Yeah, you could see them thinking about, is it me? Is it you? Who's going forward? No, we'll stay over here. But the 5-shot comes in there, and really, this game's not going anywhere. It's a huge challenge through, but maybe a little too ballsy. Sav lives up, gets the camo. Was needed to be challenged for what's about to happen next, but I think there's going to be a lot of intel on the map to say that someone is over there with camo. Maybe he does get away with it. He's in a prime position right now. He needs to not let the enemy team where he is. He's doing exactly that. And I think if he can get into a good position where he can get a surprise, maybe go for the shock rifle perhaps. Oh, nearly getting the back smack. He's been found. That's catastrophic that he was found like that. Real shame that he didn't get the back smack.
Nearly give him the little love tap on the shoulder, but Piggy just barely in the nick of time retreated into top gold. Druk is going to try and at least fish one out. Drift will drift away just long enough to survive out that engagement, so no even trades. It's going 26 all. Trying to be able to jump over him. No ninjas for you. Drift is living large and living just on his toes. Shock rifle now go his way. That camo got burned a little bit before, so this is just going to be kind of raw peaks. Coliseum's on the other side of the map, completely kind of flip positions right now. This Coliseum has been a lot more prone to roam.
Killing spree.
This lead is starting to extend a little here. 4 kills as we enter what is not the final parts of this Slayer, but certainly well into the second half. It's cause for concern. You do not want to be fighting that uphill battle without the shock rifle, and it only takes another camo for this to get away. Game, so many isolated fights. Yet again, neither team committing to a full team fight, keeping angles covered and helping when needed, but not pushing forward. Camo is going to be up soon. 18 seconds. Probably got another couple of deaths that are allowed, and then after that, the team makes a big mistake with this.
Well, most you're seeing,
I can see this lead change.
Yeah, I mean, most you're seeing at any given time is 2. They've really narrowed the field each and every single time they're seeing an engagement. Oh, nice turnaround as they were being shot in the back. Eventually, Piggy does drop down, but it's a 3-kill lead for Usubeni. They've now caught Coliseum kind of looking a few different times, but Coliseum, Boo Boo Doo Boo onto the camo. Does he survive long enough? He is being shot, and so that's completely burned away, not to allow them to freely get information. And they're going right back to safe quarter, which for them has been their fortress of solitude here in the control room.
2 kills now, though. It's so quiet on the map, realistically. Relatively, everyone is just kind of holding out here. 3 players holding out in this area. Usubeni really trying to form a perimeter so that they can keep their lead and kind of force Coliseum to make the engage. I'm not sure if they want that. Especially with the amount of ways that you can get into this area. If they heavy push one side, Usubeni aren't looking, and they know they've got the damage now, that's going to be the green light to engage. We're going to see a fight happen on the other side.
Bait him out. They know they got him in the corner. Boo wants to try and bully him away. They want to escape. Piggy aiming to do so. They send in one of their main men in Drift to go and challenge anyway. Druk ends up dying. This is the same sort of EU situation that I keep seeing. You go to recharge, you play a Slayer, you play a game 5, and it squirrels down into a cat and mouse bait game. Do you engage? Do you take at least one out to try and at least get 3? Coliseum taking a moment to try and take a conference about it. What do you do next?
Well, the only thing you can do, try not to lose.
Get bigger number, win.
Number go up, unga bunga. Yeah, this is a standstill now. Neither team wants to drop to the lower bracket at this time. Boo trying to get info, bait someone through. There's plenty of time left in this one. I think this is going to grind to a standstill for quite a while because a bad team push and a wipe in a team fight could easily flip this over to either of them getting a lead.
They're trying to catch them off guard. An overextension. They had one man dip a foot just a little bit outside of control room. Suddenly 2 fall for Usubeni. A 2-kill lead. Coliseum trying to catch up. Shock Rifle and Boo. All 7s across the board, by the way. Doesn't want to let them have a chance to peek without it being punished. Piggy is his next target. Suddenly we're tied.
Andy's got the camera and the shock rifle as well. Boo now holds the game in his hands if he's allowed to do the work. They'll know where the respawns are coming in. They know it. They also know where some of the remaining players were, but the question is, can he get the drop on them? Are they going to see him? Who's got the better gaming chair? Not Piggy, because he can't hit him. But they know where he is now, so he's wasted half of his camo at this point. He does have info, but he's not been able to do anything with it.
Jackson, are they going to be prepared for this rotation around behind them? Not going to see him coming. Boo. Finish the job. Still evened up. Throws a chain lightning over down into control room, and again, this is where Usubeni intends to live. The line of delineation has been drawn in the pit. Usubeni does not want to over-engage. They want to stay on the spawn side. Coliseum has managed this entire map into a simple, singular quadrant. They're going to attack and squeeze from both sides, and Usubeni is going to be on the receiving end.
Next engagement's going to be pivotal. If the chip damage comes through, he knows he's in danger. That was a good nade that's going to force him back. No follow-up though. He's just waiting for someone to randomly take damage and he'll get commed and pushed. Ooh, that whiffed. Wow, that was so close to hitting him there. This is everything to play for. The tension is high and there's 2 minutes 50 left.
We were at 6.5 minutes by the last time that we had started this slow, grindy engagement. World War I and trench warfare and trying to make that last lunge across enemy lines. Push and pull of this fight might boil down to the timer. Seen it a lot, and recharge continues to be where all those lines get drawn. Off angle, can he hit him with the shock rifle? Does so. He has a man engaged. They will drive up and they lose 1 down. They lose 2. Usubeni suddenly up by 2.
That nade killed Sab. Oh, the miscommunication there. If they lose by 1 point, they have no room for error now. It would have been 48-46. Friendly nade there, really stacking up the odds against them. Saw the intention, but slight miscommunication to prevent a trade. Ended up causing one. And I think the camo up, that's a bait. Oh, this is going to be so upsetting if they lose 49-50.
Saw that long rotation by Piggy. Went all the way to red pipes. There's a lot of players that are out in pit, and that's where they're going to stay. Druk ends up being the last man to fall, a 50-48. Coliseum got so close. This goes to Usubeni. They'll be moving over into the semifinals and what was a tedious and meticulous ending in that game number 5.
I'm kind of glad that didn't end 49-50 just because of what happened, but taking a look at the scoreline here, like Drift and Piggy putting in the 16 kills for their team, Jackson and Acid scoring a little lower, but were able to keep themselves low down. But look at Acid's damage, man. Not the highest frags, but the highest damage on the team. But Soul Snipe really tried to do what he could, and they just fell short there. So great from all the players, loads of discipline from both teams, but in the end, better team wins. Ufa Benny secure their spot, moving themselves forward to winners round 5. The Coliseum going down to a lower bracket to meet whoever has been trying to battle there with them.
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. And I don't have any wishes, but when I kiss you, our lips feel coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. Oh, I love you, I do need you. Oh, I love you, I do need you, I do, I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. Oh, I love you, I do need you. you, need you. I do, I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpent, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second day where we kick things off with Open number 1, the road to Birmingham, Dreamhack itself. My name is Tudor, and I'm joined for the first time ever on the casting booth by Harry, Wonderboy, you're over there. I should be pointing in that direction. I'm really excited. It's the first time that the two of us get to share the microphone together. How are you doing tonight, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well, honestly. Yesterday was a great way to kick off this HGS season here in 2026. And yeah, you're right. I can't remember. Were you casting us in Blackpool when we lost that grand final? Can't remember if you were. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that's mainly the reason we haven't shared the microphone since then. But no, honestly, really looking forward to today. We had an action-packed yesterday. So many different things to talk about. We're just waiting, of course, for our winners semis to lobby up. You know what these players are like. They want to get their 2v2 warm-up in, the flag warm-up, and then it's like, oh wait, I haven't octagon yet. Then they want to go into aimbots, and it's, you know, it takes a while. So we'll have a little bit of time rather than let people kind of sit there and stare at the screen.
Yeah, exactly. So on the subject of yesterday, because unfortunately I did miss out, just that life gets in the way sometimes, but you were obviously on the broadcast and you got to witness all of the action unfold. And what were some of the most important things that we took away from yesterday's broadcast, specifically with the North American side of things? Yeah,
if you're just joining us today, obviously you may not even know what these tournaments are about. This is the second day of the first cup of the season. We're going to be seeing out the first cup on the road to Dreamhack Birmingham, which is happening in March. And it's going to consist of 2 open series and then an online qualifier at the end of the month. At that online qualifier, the top 4 teams will be getting travel coverage. It's not just points on the line today and in the open series number 2. It also is a little bit of money on the line as well. First place gets 1,500 USD, which you told me to just before we came on. I didn't even know. If I knew, I probably would be on a team trying to compete. But in terms of what happened yesterday, we're down to the final 4 teams in the upper bracket. We have, to no one's surprise, Shopify Rebellion. They are sitting in the winners semi, about to play Usubeni, who survived a reverse sweep scare against Coliseum in their game in their quarter-final. For those who are interested, Usubeni is an American and Mexican mixed team. So Piggy and Yaxin placing top 3 at Worlds, of course, from Envy, and then Drift and Acid, formerly of Akave, coming over from the LATAM region. Then in the other winners bracket semi, it's going to be kind of a very fun mix of teams. We have Decepticons against Reality Check. Now, of course, for most people, you have no idea who those team names are because, you know, it's a little bit messy here in between seasons in the HCS. But Decepticons, the second seeded North American team, here they are: Precision, Talek, Descendant, and Trippy. You know those names, the 2 boys from Envy, of course, Precision and Descendant, coming hot off a top 3 finish at the World Championships just a few months ago. And then Trippy and Talek flanking them. That's a very fun team. And then let's look on the other side. Look how stacked this lobby is. Penguin, Foul, Suppressed, Avusi. Dude, this is a star-studded lobby. I can't wait to get this this first semi-final underway, dude. These are some of the best names in Halo.
Yeah, for real. And at the very least, looking in these upper bracket matches, these 2 semifinals that we have, it's always so damn interesting when you've got interesting team projects set up like this, where you've got inner civil wars taking place between some of the squads that might even actually meet up in that winners final, where teams just break off for a little bit. We also see it happen in EU quite often, especially during off-season moments. More of those EHL tournaments that we do host very often here on the channel as well, where you just see the likes of, for example, one of your old boys, Mighties, for example, just go ahead and jump in and play with Bastos, for example. All those kind of like interesting little trial teams, always super duper fun to watch, especially when it comes to those lower stakes tournaments. But this one is relatively high stakes, as you mentioned as well. There's money on the line, we get to know that, and obviously thanks to the Liquipedia admins that did sort that out, so we have that information available regarding the prize pool as well. But jumping into what is going to be our first game on the docket as well, focusing on Decepticons and Reality Check. You know these 2 teams a little bit better, and for me personally, this is actually going to be the first time, period, since I started casting Halo Infinite, where I get to sink my teeth into North America.
Yeah, I know these players very, very well. While we're obviously waiting for them to lobby up, we can have a little peek into Conspiracy versus Chosen. I'm really looking forward to seeing Reality Check and Decepticons. As I said, these are some of the best players in the world kind of mixing things up, and sometimes when you switch over to a new roster, you play with some new players, you do tend to learn new things from their playstyle. So it's going to be fun to see the evolution of these mostly young players. Obviously, we have some vets in there with the likes of Penguin Trinity, of course. But with the stars of the future, it's very, very interesting to see how they can learn from the vets and swapping up those teams. Speaking of course, on our screens, the Eco Smith playing with Sirion this season. He was a man who stood out very well yesterday. Made a couple of kind of missteps, but that will kind of be ironed out under the tutelage of Eco Smith, no doubt, in time. Has the raw skill to really go far. I'm looking forward to Sirion in the future.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of these names that, you know, we've seen from the back end a little bit more often as well. A couple of them as well, locally here within Europe as well. You know, Finners and Zondit and Suspense, for example, Scarcity. Been casting them for what feels like eons at this point as well, and to see them actually finally have a chance at going towards a tier 1 LAN event as well. This is something that, you know, it's always so damn exciting for people that have been a part of this storyline and a part of this community and ecosystem for a very, very long time, that have been aching for a shot to get themselves sent to like a European LAN. It's always such a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, totally. And what's also very interesting about this Conspiracy team, they're currently sitting top 12. They were 35th seed going into this. They're up against the 6th seeded Chosen, and it looks as if they're going toe-to-toe with them. Obviously about to lose this hill, but yeah, it's very, very fun to see a low-seeded team. In fact, they've broken this hill, so it's maybe still up for grabs for them. Need to make sure that they're not going to get caught in transition, but a 35th seed coming this far, they're top 12 right now. If they win this, they're into the top 8 for kind of a barometer, if you will. Margin,
yeah,
seen as the #1 European team, placed top 24 in this very tournament. So these new EU players coming through, perhaps looking to be top EU seed by the time this day is done.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we should be trying to answer the question right now of whether or not this could actually be EU's year, but just the fact that we have rosters of this stature when in comparison to our colleagues on the other side of the pond, it serves as a really, really great benchmark to see exactly how Europe does stack up, what kind of talent we can bring, what the skill gaps might actually look like, and seeing these kinds of performance already being dished out in the first week, it genuinely does warm my heart with optimism, because that means that we still have got Open number 2 taking place next week, and then the eventual last chance qualifier 2 weeks from now, technically speaking, at the very tail end of the month. What, 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. So seeing all of this unravel as we bear witness towards Europe potentially being able to really stick to their bootstraps and just lock in, it's always a very exciting period for us.
It is indeed. Zondit sadly running out of ammo. Conspiracy, they're on the ropes here, though, in this game 1 against Chosen. Chosen can step out of this hill if they want. There's a big enough amount of advantage for them. They elect to just score it. Don't want to waste any time. This will be a long losers bracket run for them if they want to make it all the way to the grand finals. And at this point, with the hill where it is right now, I mean, sure, it's in a bit of a mosh pit down here. You may as well try and capture it, but if any break comes through from Conspiracy, maybe, if you're Chosen, you think about just making life a bit difficult. You're up by 2 clear captures here. Why not just play a bit of Slayer in a little while?
Yeah, exactly. Let the timer work as a phantom fit for your side if you can. That's what I would do if I was Chosen right now for the time being. Conspiracy, they have to dig a little bit deeper for some more abnormal or unorthodox strategies to try to get this hill. I'm loving this from Suspense. Just barraging through, kicking down the door, finding a nice little 2-piece. And he can get some feet planted on this hill. Nice little nade coming on through, secures the assist. And Conspiracy building up a crap ton of progress right here, looking to try to just keep this alive, but not by a thread, giving themselves a fighting chance.
Well done to Suspense and Scarcity, a little 2-man game pushing through. Able to win the 2v2 on the hill. It was actually a 4v2 in numbers, but the other 2 from Chosen were trying to flank around, so perhaps not anticipating the duo from Conspiracy to play so direct. But it all comes down to this round of Slays. About 10 seconds needed for Chosen to capture this hill. First kill goes to Conspiracy. The collapse has to come here soon.
Last-ditch effort for Conspiracy. 2 players dead. Zonded is the next to fall, leaving it all down to suspense. He's got to win these ones, but the Bandits, narrowly just secures the trade right there, but it's open wide, clear as day for Sirion. Who's the first to respond? Will they be able to get some contention in time? Yes, they do. Conspiracy, they still hold on by a thread, but no, it seems to be all done, Harry, in this instance. Conspiracy can't get that last player shuttled into the hill, and Chosen with a kerfuffle of collapses, they do manage to get themselves that 4th hill.
Dude, kerfuffle is the right word. You cannot tell me Eco Smith is over the age of 30 years old, man. That guy's just got ice in his veins. He's playing like he's 20. And the man who's nearly double Suspense's age comes through, gets a very important trade. And the trade's important because his teammates obviously spawned closer and sooner than Conspiracy. That is all that was needed from Eco Smith to guarantee that King of the Hill game for his team. Really nice try from Conspiracy, but they will have to go into the next game 1-0 down in the series. We'll keep an eye on that one, of course, as it progresses to it. That was a fun one to just kind of dip in on while we wait for our winners semis game.
Yeah, exactly. It's always fun to get ourselves a little bit warmed up, see exactly what our expectations might be moving into this this particular night of festivities. But yeah, we got thrown into the thick of it. It happens every once in a while, but let's not forget why we are here and what we actually do have scheduled on the docket, which is going to be Decepticons versus Reality Check whenever that is going to be ready. And I'm not sure if we could potentially get the map veto online, but it does seem as if we're going to be hopping right into the thick of it as well. But we'll just go ahead and briefly get you guys filled in on exactly what is in store for us with Decepticons versus Reality Check. Map number 1, Oddball Live Fire. Map number 2 is going to be Slayer Origin, followed by Strongholds on Recharge. Then, should we need maps 4 and 5, and if we get there, Harry, it's going to be interesting because we would be going into that one completely blind, as it is King of the Hill on Vacancy to close it off, Slayer Live Fire. But for now, map number 1, or at the very least the continuation of Chosen versus Conspiracy, since we're already into this one, we may as well just, continue hopping on.
Yeah, why not? Slayer Streets is map number 2, and Vacancy may be a new name and a new map for a lot of people that are perhaps catching up with the HCS and Halo as it returns from its slumber following the World Championships. It's been in matchmaking for a couple of months now, but it is the map we just saw in map 1 of this series, so that map and mode will be featuring if we go to a game 4 in the winners semis. For now, Eco Smith continuing good form, 5 kills to his name already, as many as the entirety of the EU team he faces here.
2-kill lead established now for Chosen. Tusk on 1 HP, gonna get cleaned up. Actually does secure the trade as we swap over towards the Zondit. Nice little fadeaway with the Stalker as well to confirm that kill, but blown to smithereens. Sirion responds. Finners is gonna find one off screen as well, courtesy of that HE. But for now, Chosen, they do hold on to a rather small but comfortable lead, looking to reposition towards this terrorist side. EU Conspiracy might be caught out in the open unless they can mobilize, but that's wonderful coming out from Scarcity. I like the balls on this guy to contest that red gun.
Yeah, it takes a lot of bravery to challenge that red gun. It's always a psychological disadvantage when you have to go up against those big red bullets flashing cross map, doing extra damage, but he gets it done. And Conspiracy up by 4 at this point. You've got about, what, 40 seconds until the next camouflage pops in the middle of the map. So if I'm Conspiracy, I'm probably thinking Chosen, where they are right now on the B side, they're the team that has to make the play. No need to collapse here and perhaps give away some trades and end up in a disadvantageous position at the end of it. 20 until that camo now. Need to try and leave this B side of the map Conspiracy have found themselves on. Yes, it's higher than the camo tutor, but you don't have any sight lines. You need to start playing the mid-map a bit more and leave B, because I think Chosen will be quite happy with where they are. 10 seconds now.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be real honest with me, because you're a coach, right? Do you just have the timings completely memorized by all of these power-ups and power weapons, or do you actually have a stopwatch that just no one knows about?
Well, in the modes in which the timer stops, so Oddball, King of the Hill, yeah, pretty much relying on the stopwatch. That camo did indeed pop. Nice little remote detonation from Zondit there as well. But on games like Slayer, where you have a static clock in the middle, typically you just kind of use that. I mean, why not? Unless the entirety of the team is dead, no reason to go off anything other than that. That way you can keep an eye on the action as well. Red gun was available. That stalker rifle in red room could be a very, very important focal point moving forward, especially with the 6-point lead here for Conspiracy. But it's funny because when you think about it, it's, yeah, all well and good having these timings in your head, but when the HCS decide to change the timings on them, it kind of messes things up a little bit. I remember when Imperium captured the flag, they changed the timing on, what was it, Overshield? I think they changed it from, or maybe it was Snipes, I can't remember. They changed timing on something, and it was so strange.
Maybe the Rockets?
It was the Rockets, actually. I think you're right about that. They changed it to every 2.5 minutes, and it just messed my head up because all of a sudden it was extra mathematics I needed to do, and yeah, it was very difficult indeed. Finners, though, nice kill. Got a bit unlucky there. His opponent, I think it was Breaking Shot. Oh no, it was Eco, putting Finners down to the red bar. But, well, it's going to be a game of how can you chip away at this lead, Chosen. You need to kind of stop giving these deaths away. A great way to do it is with this gun. It's not red because of the player's skin, but it's this Stalker Rifle 2-dot could be, as I said earlier, a very important focal point.
Exactly, it's a weapon of mass destruction in the hands of someone like Sirion. Chosen, they did surpass the halfway mark. Finally, 28 kills up to now. Suspense is going to salvage that green gun. Reference to the AWP from Counter-Strike. Breaking Shot immediately going to just shut that down. Red gun's not going to be anything to worry about. 20 seconds until the active camo's once again going to be online. Chosen, they've still got quite the hill to climb. And Conspiracy, they're completely fine with just taking a step back and taking these long engagements as well. It seems to be working out, and Chosen exposing themselves potentially unnecessary a little bit more. And with this amount of map control and the blue players now staring from the respawn screen, you pick up a shroud screen of smoke, drop it on the active camo, and then just like that, 10 kills, or now 8 for Conspiracy to round things off, doesn't seem like that much of a hassle.
Whoa, Breaking Shot, you hero. Did you do enough? No, the camo was not burned. Suspense has that in his chest. And I thought Breaking Shot made the hero play, was able to burn the camouflage, but sadly not this time. For Chosen, playing off ping, I believe, as well. Going to be important that at the connection disadvantage, they are making sure they do not give away too many deaths to this camouflage. Just 3 to go for Conspiracy, who, by the way, are the 35th seed in this tournament. The lowest seed still alive at this point, and they are alive and kicking.
Kicking, screaming, not so much, but they seem to be having a good time of it in this Slayer game. One more kill is all that's required. Finner's going to get a little bit greedy. It does backfire, but Scarcity is right there to pick up the pieces. Easy as you like. He shuts down Sirion, and just like that, the 35th positioned team in this tourney takes down North America's Chosen. I think we should be a little bit in awe, but it is a Slayer at the end of the day. They could have just locked in for this one, or maybe they're just that good at fragging out.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a game type you're probably looking at when you're on ping that is a must-win, it's for sure Slayer. It's so difficult to come back from a disadvantageous position, especially when you're fighting kind of a bit of latency as well. You can see what a torrid time Breaking Shot was having on that map in particular. Yeah, definitely well done. I mean, there's 2 Slayers every series, so if they can do the same in Game 5, if we get there, it will be a series win and a very famous one for the Conspiracy lads. But yeah, I'm just kind of going into my little spreadsheet here. Yeah, Lattice Oddball, very, very interesting map and mode for Game 3. Relatively new. I mean, it was introduced, what, after Salt Lake City last year?
I think so.
It's been around a couple of months, but still relatively new in the grand scheme of Halo Infinite. Could be a nice little refresher course, if you will, for Chosen here to just play a bit more of a intricate game mode in a way that perhaps you could overcome that ping disadvantage.
Definitely. When it comes to Oddball on Lattice, there is no shortage to the weird bits of creativity that we can see teams engage with. It's a complicated map. Let's not beat around the bush when it comes to oddball specifically as well, because this one in particular, we've seen a lot of different strategies where we, for example, try to play the ball a lot more often, have it over towards that green monster crystal, or take it over towards the red icing and just chill up on the pipes as well. That's something that EU has been leaning towards quite a lot as well, and if Conspiracy are okay with that kind of strategy, then they'll have a fun time about it. But something also leads me to believe that this could potentially just be Chosen's home turf, and that they're going to make this a living nightmare for Conspiracy.
I think so. When you see off the rip, Sirion absolutely uncontested for this weapon. He was a menace yesterday, and with the raw skill at his disposal and an S7 sniper, it's gonna be really tricky for Conspiracy, because this man, he knows exactly where the pushes are coming from. Great listening and the raw skill and the aim to back up the S7.
The amount of mobility we're seeing from him, this proactivity from Sirion, it's scary, man. Honestly, he's everywhere and nowhere. Death himself silently sneaking up and chopping them down at the seams before they can even realistically find an engagement. This man, even though he's only got 3 kills to his name, he is everywhere and nowhere. Does close off his life with a stick, and is going to be down to 2 right now. EcoSmith's a backup breaking shot. Keep that skull alive for a little bit longer. It's an effective 2v1 on the map right now, as the QT is going to be picked up and immediately falling to the wayside as EcoSmith ragdolls back to the screen. The respawn screen.
Yeah, good rotations here from Chosen. Did they get a close spawn? No, I don't think so. So Conspiracy will win the spawn battle there. I wondered whether or not, I think it was Tusk just coming off the respawn, would be able to just sneak a blue spawn there and make things way more difficult for Conspiracy's hold. But I like the rotation. Came in a little bit too late though, as in transition Conspiracy able to get the slaves they needed. Breaking shot though.
Yeah.
He's been a bit rogue this series. Every time we saw him, which to be fair was not often on streets, he was kind of pushing him by himself. Would love to see him double up with Tusk and Sirion, who obviously are the 2 more aggressive players on this roster. But right now, Breaking Shot just cannot seem to find those gaps that he's used to. There's Tusk himself also seeming out of sync for his team, as Conspiracy just snatched the first lead change of the game away from Chosen.
Yeah, it feels like you can blink once and just miss a lot of what's actually going on in terms of the team dynamic, as you mentioned as well. Neglecting to go for those team fights, it can really hamper your progress in the long term as well. Conspiracy now able to claw it back. At a certain point, they were holding on to absolutely nothing. Now they've got the skull and 50 points to boot. So this has been turned around in a way that we didn't expect.
How did Finnis get away with this ball? He was last alive in 1v2 and now is making Chosen kind of chase him around. Finally, they'll put him to bed. But now Conspiracy can kind of launch their push on the front foot. Need to be careful about where Tusk is going to spawn, though. Will he spawn behind him in blue? I think he's spawned over here in red. Yeah, so a clean side of the map for Conspiracy to work with here. But well done to Finnis. Absolute bravery there. And Sirion last alive. 4 down now. Thanks to the triple from Zondit. More ball time scoring by Conspiracy.
Yeah, the kill feed just gets painted red, and so does the rest of Lattice. This is a little bit mental what we're seeing right now from Conspiracy, but they've got themselves a moment to breathe, and look at that. Just the charge coming on through, and the response is immediate coming out from Conspiracy. They're not gonna let this collapse start to manifest at all, but it's all down to Spence and Zondit right now to keep this ball alive for a little bit longer, and nope, a sea of blue washes right over them. So Chosen starting to stabilize a little bit right now.
Great collapse and break there from Chosen, really in sync, not wasting any time, making sure they get in and get out cleanly throughout all of this as well. Tusk with the S7, 3 bullets to work with, potentially 3 kills.
Let's see it.
Should at the very least be a deterrent for the push. There's the first tag, that will be good for 1, and there's 2. Almost 3 for 3, but he was last alive. Good push and collapse again by Conspiracy. Seems to be a very rare tale of good holds. And oh no, EcoSmith. EcoSmith's dropped out. Oh no. Kevin, what's happened?
Oh, could definitely be a connectivity issue playing from well across the pond. This happens. It's bound to happen every once in a while. We're going to try to get Eco Smith back in this lobby as soon as humanly possible. But yeah, for the side of, well, for the side of Conspiracy, they were looking really, really great in that instance. 77 points after the first round as well. Chosen definitely struggling a little bit over there, but some individual moments of brilliance did let them shine through.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, we're still waiting, as you saw there in the picture-in-picture for our teams to lobby up, guys. The tournament started 37 minutes ago. What kind of timekeeping is this? I believe Reality Check were all in on time. Decepticons, maybe they got the time zones wrong, I don't know. But we can see the series layout. Live Fire Ball Map 1. It's a long one, too. It's a very, very long one. Sometimes you can be going for, what, 20-plus minutes in this game one, so
easily.
We'll see if Decepticons turning up late, whether or not that's strategic or, you know, what's going on there. I don't know. Maybe trying to psych out Reality Check.
Trying to make them a little bit more nervous, you know, when you show up late to a competition and your opponents aren't there. I don't know. Either way, doesn't necessarily matter. It's all in the past 40 minutes right now, and we can finally go ahead and start sinking our teeth once the last two players are where they need to be in the server. But yeah, as you mentioned, Ball Live Fire, always a fun one. Always with the potential to be a long and drawn out close affair. I'm always looking forward to that one. It's a brilliant way for us to see exactly how these two teams stack up against one another. Then we've got Slayer on Origin. Then we have that followed up by Strongholds on Recharge, the new map Vacancy seeing its debut tonight as well with King of the Hill, and should we ultimately require it, map number 5 is going to be Slayer Live Fire. I'm stoked for this one. I'm really excited to get into it. Harry, how are you feeling?
I can't wait. I'm kind of interested to see which team has picked Eagle here. Obviously, the highest seeded team will get a chance to choose which side.
I think that's Reality Check that's Eagle.
So, Reality Check, if they are Eagle, it means they'll, on double Live Fire, they'll be spawning Tower, and Recharge will be spawning A, which both sides are the higher spawns on the map. And I know to most people, you're probably thinking, it doesn't really matter too much, but honestly, you do have a preferred side, and for me, the way that this series layout works, I would probably want Eagle, especially with that double Live Fire. So the important thing as well, game 3, Recharge Strongholds, we know how snowbally it is. You start with Eagle with the A stronghold already capped, and that is a very big focal point on the map. So worth keeping that at the back of your mind. Who has chosen Eagle? Looks like I don't know, it says Reality Check is Eagle, but I'm seeing Foul Suppressed, Advocacy on Eagle themselves, and that, I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna wait and see. Wait for the game to start. I'm gonna stop playing Ref Tutor. You know, it never works for me. I'm just gonna wait.
No, but you do bring up a very valid point that I think we should give it a little bit more attention as well, the spawns in particular. Like when I'm thinking about, for example, fighting for that central control of the S7 as well, when you spawned in through lobby, for example, you're fighting an uphill battle, you gotta toss nades up into a lot of different cover and a lot of different game objects as well. Then they can ricochet, bounce off, and not even really land on their mark, whereas when you spawn over Bruce Tower, for example, you can basically just mortar the living hell out of every single one. So there's a lot of interesting things to talk about, but we're gonna have to cut that conversation a little bit short because I imagine Mr. Infini decided to throw us back into this game.
Yeah, as you can see, the score is a continuation of what was happening before. Breaking shot, starting things out with a nice triple kill. Zondit last alive. And, well, we may as well see out the rest of this round. It's going to be just, what is that, 22 seconds needed for Conspiracy to take round 1. That series tied up 1-1. And, Sirion and the rest of the Chosen team are just starting this round off perfectly. Conspiracy, they need to get their legs back under them here.
Yeah, Sirion has just been ripping and tearing his way through Conspiracy with that S7, putting the Doomslayer to shame as well. He'll finally be traded off, punished for his previous crimes, and Tusk is going to secure that trade as well onto Scarcity. Suspense last player alive. Now full squad is entirely wiped. And Chosen, just like that, from being in a back foot position, they managed to claw, give or take 30 points, and take that first round of Oddball on Lattice. But ladies and gents, our feature game is finally ready. We can finally get this rolling. Reality Check versus Decepticons. Map number 1. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going to start with Trippy. And I've been out of the game so long, I forgot. Of course, Eagle spawns in A. It's Cobra. Cobra spawns over at C, but it's fine. Don't worry. The recharge, they definitely spawn in A on recharge, so ignore me. That's the main thing. The game 3, that's what you want to look out for. You got Camo coming up here any second. Early ball control into the hands of Precision. And between Reality Check and Decepticons, on paper, I cannot call it between these two teams. It's so difficult because the level of skill across the board seems, on aggregate, pretty similar. I can't lie. It's going to be, I feel, a series of moments here, Tudor, to see who will come out on top.
If we see a one-sided blowout, I think it will be a disservice towards this game of Halo and its potential. For now, though, it's going to be Decepticons with an early start, much more early control established as well, and 3 dead on the side of Reality Check. Talek narrowly finding that easy kill onto Penguin, but it is going to be Precision, credited with 2 off-screen, and that S7 singing a sweet song of death. Trippy somehow finding 2 perfect kills back-to-back. This is looking really good for the boys in blue.
Just out of sync at the moment, our Reality Check. Penguin off the respawn, just standing still. It's the right thing. It's what you need to do. When you're staggered, you need to make sure someone isn't just running forward and dying to that sniper of Precision, who, by the way, on board with him now, is on a killing spree. No more ammo to work with in that S7, but that's 6 kills in a row to start this series out. 4 more for the Frenzy. We've got a long way to go to get there, but he has indeed shone so far here in game 1.
Yeah, in Reality Check, they haven't really made any good progress towards getting this skull out of Descendant's hands either. This is the first time that they're actually mobilizing towards that tower close enough. 3 dead just like that. Blink once and you'll miss it, Harry. It's utterly insane what we're seeing coming out from Decepticons right now. Just like that, at the snap of their fingers, at their own whim, their entire plan for a collapse just gets pulled out from straight underneath them. Decepticons, the only way to describe it is that they've been on it in the first few minutes of play.
It's coming from great comms and great calls, honestly. I mean, Trippy, who we're on the POV of now, saw them all spawn B. And usually you want to move the ball away from the spawners, but the call, obviously, from both Talek and Descendant is hit B. Let's go split them. Trippy completely committing to that call, gets the camo uncontested as well. Where have Reality Check been? They've been completely undone in this round. 10 seconds until the S7, 10 seconds until Decepticons win round 1. It's been an absolute blowout.
I don't know if someone needs to give Reality Check a reality check after this first round. It's, I'm flabbergasted and seemingly at a loss for words. I don't know what to say anymore, Harry. It's just that Decepticons, they're reading them like a book. It seems like every single engagement for them is on rails. They're just 1, if not 2 steps ahead. Shutting them down, as you mentioned, you got a little bit more insight in towards how the Discord call might actually look like, for example, how the comms might be playing out as well. But to this extent, it's awe-striking.
It really is. That's the first 4 dead of the series for Decepticons. And, I mean, it's a long, long round to come back in. But if Reality Check are slow starters, then, yeah, maybe. I mean, stranger things have happened. You would definitely bet your bottom dollar that Decepticons with 1 break and a ball grab off the rip will be able to come back into this round and just finish it off. But for Reality Check, warm up the comms here. You can see in our picture-in-picture Chosen looking like they're going to close out that game 3 and go 2-1 up in the series over there. But yeah, there is that break. Decepticons, they finish off the round. For Reality Check, it's now about shaking off the rust. Round 2 is a different kettle of fish. You swap sides. Let's try and make this one a little bit closer.
A little bit more competitive. Closer affair is definitely what we need these boys to live up to as well. Early start coming out from Trippy, dating that bottom side and just immediately grabbing Wilson. Doesn't get away scot-free, unfortunately enough. Gets caught with his pants around his ankles, and we're all down to Descendant. That's a full team wipe secured early on for Reality Check. Somehow through the ether and through the interwebs, they've been listening to us and tuning into what we've been saying.
Well, let's see which way this camo goes. 2 seconds. I wonder if Descendant and Co have done enough to get enough territory on the map to either break the ball or contest accuracy with the camo. Looks like they're going to be able to do both here. Penguin is putting damage down to try and keep his camo player alive, but he left the ball. Tudor, he left the ball, couldn't play the ball. And sure, you keep Avicii alive, but Trippy hunts him down. Snipe gets turned over, ball gets played. And Reality Check, they had everything they needed, but it's that early push from Decepticons, pushing out from B, getting enough territory. And wow, they make a great play. Bit of a fumble from Penguin, but you have to credit Decepticons with the pressure. Well done.
No, exactly. They unapologetically just applied pressure towards that active camo and tried to tap into their bat senses or their spidey senses to look for that player that just seemed a little bit off with the details. Devil's always in them, and they were able to fish out that camo player and shut it down before it could cause even more headaches. So I've got to applaud them for that. And, you know, at the very end of the day, we did see Trippy, who was holding onto that skull a little bit earlier on, try to, you know, aid his teammate as well. And, or it must have been Talik that was holding onto the skull at the top of tower, but they read into that pressure coming out from Reality Check and thought to themselves, you know what, the ball and the points, it's not really worth the trade-off if we lose the camo. So I do really love that. And from Reality Check, yeah, the pressure, sublime. But now things are going to settle a little bit. We're going to wait for the dust to pass over, and it is going to be all 4 dead for Decepticons for a brief moment there.
Avicii with the stick to keep Penguin alive down there on Mud. And now we're going to see Reality Check perhaps start to stretch their legs here a bit. I wonder if they give up this camo here, Tudor. I wonder if maybe you just show a little bit of presence, 1, maybe 2 players, and then you rotate ball B and just play time. You already have, what, you know, an extra 20 points over your opponents here. Looks like Decepticons, they're losing the team fight over towards camo, so yeah, why not do both? Why not contest the camo for a prolonged period, perhaps win it and grab it, slam it into your own chest if the opportunity presents itself, and also score time the entirety of the duration of this fight. Nice double from Talek over there on Small Door, but well, no one grabbed camo. 2 players pushed past the camo and Reality Check. They're going to surrender this one over to Talek, I think. How's that happen?
I don't know, but just watching this unfold, this is exactly what we were asking for. A game that doesn't make any sense and it's packed with entertainment. Trippy finds suppressed. Penguin looking to secure the trade, and he just gets right up close and personal. Shuts him down, no question to ask. Ball out in the cold, nice deflect coming out from Precision, and he's looking to try to turn that S7 into a shotgun for some reason. Stick does work as a parting gift onto Avicii, but he doesn't get away with the S7 nor the skull either. So now it's down to Penguin, who gets blown to smithereens as that grenade just magnetizes itself.
Tudor, I don't like this from Suppressed. He's obviously got a call from his team, but why push towards B? Penguin didn't do enough damage to try and trade off there, and now your whole team is kind of funneling towards a player that's already dead. There was no damage. Sure, you get 1 kill at back B, but look at what happened. They now have to reset. Descendant can try and go Zen mode with the snipe. Yeah, a bit of a misplay there from Donnie. I can't lie. I wonder what the communication was to make that push towards B. And now look at this round. They had, what, 30 plus points on their opponents? Now first lead change goes the way of Decepticons, and it's thanks to, well, no small part played here by Descendant. Really nice play from him with the snipe, and look at this score. It's growing. 30 points now needed for Decepticons.
Exactly. Descendant just entered a flow state, and he was able to hit some pretty nasty shots right there, really contributing overall, and that's what we need the most as well from a lot of these players. Is not the individual performances, but it's the overall contribution towards these team fights. Descendant and Talik looking to try to stabilize the situation. He's going to try to lock horns with Suppress right now, playing a little bit of ring around the rosy, and he does eventually shut him down. But pressure coming through, and just a little bit too much melee damage for Descendant to try to get away with. But they recovered the skull in the interim. Active camo is going to be online in just about 2 seconds. Decepticons in a very comfortable position here, Harry.
Yeah, no reason here, Tudor, to try and contest that camouflage. Just get as much clock as you can, get as many points as you can. You know that camo is not in your favor. I'm not sure which way. In fact, it just got picked up. He just got picked up by Precision, I believe. I'm not sure if that was a burn. Falcator definitely took him down, but yeah, that was an interesting one from Reality Check. Clearly feeling the pressure, wanting to push the ball, just deny Decepticons running away with the round and eventually what would have been the game. But Precision spawns behind them on camo. gets the burn. That could have been very... I mean, it could have been a 2-for-1. Could have been from good to great for reality check. But yeah, seems to be a few misplays here or there. Return to send a stick. But still work to do here for Falcated.
Stop it. Stop it with that tomfoolery. That repulsor stick, return to sender. Ah, that's just dirty, Harry. I love it. I love this wackadoodle style of Halo.
I sense here, Tudor, another lead change. The snipe's up. I mean, reality check will probably have to give that one up. But they need 15 seconds. There needs to be a collapse here soon by Decepticons. If you survive this team fight and this push, we're going to a round 3.
Last-ditch effort for Decepticons. Let's see if they can string it together. Time is running very, very short. And Avusi's just going to tuck himself neatly in this cubby. No questions asked, no contact to be found. And thus, we must run it back and do it all over again. One final time. Those first 2 rounds of oddball, forget they happened. Forget they existed. It is a glorified best of 1 round that we are now gonna chew on to. Penguin already struggling down below, and he's gonna quickly, nice movement coming out from him to get out of that hot water, and he's gonna go back down in for seconds now that the rest of his team seemingly just murdered the rest of Decepticons.
Yeah, next camo 5 seconds here as well, so kill feed very important. Let's see if reality check want to commit many resources over there. Yeah, they technically have numbers, but no one watching. Keyd or Trippy comes through, able to help precision burn Avusi, so camo not in play. The kills though going in favor of reality check. Remember how one-sided round 1 was. Yeah, Penguin goes down there with the ball top tower, but if you keep map position here, reality check, you're way more comfortable than the numbers situation might seem. Avusi going for some early ball time. Might need to drop ball here and slay. Okay, it gets a trade, but oh, they're just rotating the ball away. Look at this. Decepticons chasing shadows.
Yeah. I think they're going to try to move it over towards green, give them some extra potential to play that ball and reset it. Penguin finding a very weakened precision. Easy pickup for him. And he's going to start getting the brunt of damage from Trippy coming in through that lobby side. Oddball is cold for the time being, but passed over towards Penguin. And they've got this nice little setup. I'd expect at least 10 points to be garnered here before Decepticons can really shut this hole down.
Yeah, pretty classic setup here. 2 at B, 2 at tower from reality check. It's going to be about where the first blood goes. Looks like a trade over the other side. Oh, Fal has snipe. I didn't even realize. So let's see. Falcated clearly going to be the focal point. Where is Trippy just spawned? If he spawned dummies, yeah, he has. The entire Decepticons team spawning dummies. If I'm Falcated, I'm telling his team to rotate into A here. Don't take this fight at C. Instead, the ball just caught, kind of lacking, I guess, at B. I guess you have that play ball potential, but could have been more time on the clock there had they called that rotate early. Now foul. Last alive, the ball is played, but you need to stall here. A trade would be good.
I don't think reality check are going to be complaining with, yeah, circa 30 points being grabbed up, realistically speaking. In their books, that's a colossal win. They're 2/3 of the way to completing this and taking this opening map all to themselves. Now it's Decepticons' time to potentially shine. Active Camo is going to be online. Penguin is making moves as well. And Decepticons, Trippy now actually dropping that skull to contribute and shutting down reality checks opportunities and getting that power up. I'm liking what I'm seeing from there right now. But it's going to be down to Avusi. Does get away with the trade just narrowly as well. And after every single body has been escorted off of this battlefield, Falcated walks away with the active camo.
Dude, so many micro plays in that. That was so fun to watch. Penguin pushing past the camo, creating space for his team behind him. Suppress coming off spawn, cutting off the key door and dummy door route, and getting a trade down there. And then finally we saw Fal, the teammate that Penguin was making that space for, grab the camo. Didn't really do too much with it, but there has been a sniper that spawned around 20 seconds ago. I'm not sure which way that's gone. It's Avusi.
Oh.
He's taken down, and now Decepticons have only Fal to hunt. You have a player pushed up towards dummies and a sniper in your possession. This should be at least 20 seconds going your way here, Decepticons, if you play your cards right.
Or maybe it's reality check with the ace up their sleeve. Penguin coming in seemingly out of nowhere from the ether to clutch this fight from the jaws of defeat. And just like that, 2-3 dead from the side of Decepticons as they're freshly respawning in. Falcated now with a double as well. Looking back towards Chosen and Conspiracy, they're in their 4th map. It is a CTF, even Steven on Aqua, 3-3 score line. Things are tied up in a blood-soaked boat. We're going to hop on with this one just for a little bit, Harry. I think it could be fun.
Yeah, maybe we stick with this for just a minute. Maybe we get down to, I don't know, 2 minutes on the clock, because that winners bracket semi is heating up. This is the 34th seeded team, by the way. Conspiracy fighting for their lives on the road to Birmingham. And they're running a flag as well back towards their own base. They could take the lead here in just a moment. But yeah, very, very interesting match here. Could be a game 5 alert in the lower bracket. But, well, while we were looking at that, guess what? Reality check that came through, they broke, and they took game number 1. So they will go up in the series in the winners semis. So maybe get a chance to peek back here to see what happens in the rest of this game.
Yeah, definitely so. For now, Conspiracy 1 flag away from closing this one off in style in their favor and forcing out a 5th and final map. Tusk gonna get naded and obliterated. Breaking shot as we hop on with him. Just trying to see what action he can find towards mid. Turns around and he does find one on his 6 and is an even trade with Zondit. EcoSmith doesn't get away with the active camo. No scarcity. He's got a 6th sense for picking up on those kinds of things, as we now have a whole host of red silhouettes now moving in towards this blue base, and you can see Chosen, they've got to try to, I guess, reevaluate what the situation is right here, because if this flag goes, then so does the map.
Yes, indeed. Just a minute 20 separates Conspiracy and a game 5 against the 6th seeded Chosen squad. They will have to defend here first, though, and of course we won't miss any of the action from game 2 of our winners semis. But rather than just kind of listen to us waffle, why not watch some more Halo, guys? That's what we're all here for, right?
Less than a minute in Aquarius right now. Potentially overtime to be forced out if Chosen have got the grit to do so. Zondit is the first to fall. Tusk providing coverage from this mid side. It's going to be instrumental to shut down these players tucked deep in. Finners is the next to fall. 3 dead. This is that window of opportunity they've been building towards. Tusk and EcoSmith in tandem with one another now have got to force this flagpole, but they're going to try to be a little bit more calculated and pick off some of these players, but the fights don't go their way. Now 20 seconds left, and that could have been Chosen's opportunity shut down at the 11th hour.
Yeah, it's just 10 seconds left. I don't think there's going to be a flagpole available here, and we will be seeing a game 5. No, the flag is pulled, but they're all dead. So, yeah, ignore the pie. This one is returned. Conspiracy flying the flag for EU, taking Chosen to a game 5. Wow, what a turn of events over there. We'll keep an eye on that game 5, but back over to the winners semis. It's all action. Origin Slayer game 2. Here we go. Reality check Decepticons. Oh, such a great day of Halo.
Certified hell yeah moment, Harry.
Hell yeah.
Great day of Halo. Now look at that precision. Finding the first and the second, softened up by that spanker, cleaned up with the DMR. That's what you want to see when it comes to utilizing that spanker. So Decepticons, early lead established, a full team wipe separating these two squads, and got a moment to take a wee little breath right here and focus on what's next in this Slayer, because for reality check, they've got the lead, and that adds maybe a little bit of phantom pressure to them.
Yeah, definitely in the series. In the game right now, the dominance definitely comes by the way of Decepticons. They have all the map presence they would want. Over here at Snipe, essentially you want to control a base and a tower, and then if you can, go over towards the enemy base when the damage comes through. And right now, reality check, they do not seem on the same page whatsoever. Decepticons are feasting on stragglers, pushing one by one. There needs to be a bit more coherence, but it's difficult to do so when this man has the S7.
I want to utilize your 1 million IQ brain here for a sec, Harry.
God.
What do Reality Check need to do from your point of view and your expertise to dig themselves out of this hole?
I mean, realistically, try and break the snipe tower setup because, I mean, look, Trippy's, again, feasting on those stragglers. You need to try and break this area, not take too much damage on the way in. And the bonus is, in around 25 seconds, the next rocket launcher is going to spawn. So, important, you need the sniper tower for the crossfire over towards rockets. It looks like they've done so, actually. They're forcing Descendant back. They've got 2 kills to their name as well. So now they have snipe tower presence. It's all about maybe not chasing too many kills here if you're suppressed. Just try and take space where possible. Get that rocket launcher under your belt. And just like that, they're down by 6. If they get rockets, that should be a fresh 4 dead for Decepticons if they can secure that power weapon. But looks like there's a big fight over towards Snipe Tower. Decepticons doing exactly what it took Reality Check forever to do. And with new snipe in 15, rockets still on the pedestal over there, you'd imagine Precision will be in a pretty comfortable position to grab these for Decepticons. But 12 players over on each base. He's going to have to give these up.
Potentially, yeah. Reality Check, they did hang back in their own base for a while until they were able to isolate a gap and then abuse it to dig themselves out of that rut. But it is going to be, I'm pretty sure Vusi that gets away with that spanker with the rockets. His Descendant does win his own ones, but eventually traded off as well as we hop back on with Trippy. He does have the carbine, and this thing can just rattle off at range. Sometimes it makes a very annoying and loud sound effect, and that's just the sweet song of death that it sings. But we're going to quickly park that game as we're hopping in with the final map of Chosen versus Conspiracy. This one's for all the marbles between these two, and it's gotten off to a pretty even start as we do have that QT now online from Green. Not necessarily a power-up that a lot of teams tend to engage with when it comes to Slayer, I've noticed. Observed.
Yeah, from a Game 2 Slayer in our winner's semi to a Game 5 Slayer over here. Camo in 15 seconds. So if you're over here at B, you need to think about leaving this area, influence that camo fight where you can, get into the fight as soon as possible. A reminder, Chosen, they are the 6th seeded team in this entire tournament. Conspiracy, the underdogs, 35th seed. It's the highest seeded team, or rather lowest seeded team, I can't remember which way it would go, but they're making the run of a lifetime. If they can close out that Game 5 over there, that would be a huge moment in their careers.
It would be absolutely wonderful for their careers and for this region as a whole. We gotta, you know, bolster up the EU pride a little bit, get everyone on this side of the broadcast and in chat riled up for some local representation. We absolutely love it. But hopping back into Reality Check versus Decepticons, that is a monster of a lead that Decepticons have established. 11 kills separating these two, and Decepticons looking to tie things up overall in the series as well. Descendant, he's got the element of surprise right here to try and contribute. It's a bit messy, and he doesn't get away with it. How do you fumble the bag like that?
Oh, that could be really costly. Rockets, they're up right now. They're up for grabs. Reality Check. I hate when people say play perfect Halo. Oh, nice stick there, but realistically, you do need to limit your deaths here. Oh my good lord, what is happening right now to Reality Check? They've had their Wheaties this morning. The poor part is they're down by 10. Precision and Co have been completely doing what they need to do. They've been trading, they've been making things really difficult. And look at this sneaky play by Precision. Sadly doesn't work out for him, but look at where the positioning is from Decepticons. Again, surviving here at Snipe Tower. You've got new snipe in 10 seconds. Only 3 kills needed. Yeah, this one should be in the books. Both games look like a 10 kill margin right now. Should be a result going both ways.
Yeah, Decepticon 1 kill away, Descendant with the S7. Just looking to magnetize one round onto any volunteer's head, and that'll be all she wrote for the second map of the series, and boom, there you have it. Decepticons walk away with a commanding lead, 50-39 in the second map of that series, but now we're actually going to lock in to see who gets eliminated from our first open tournament between Chosen and Conspiracy. Will it be the lower seeded EU side or North America's Chosen? Right now, 10 kills. That's a substantial gap to make up for Harry. I don't know if they've got it.
It is, but look, Camo just spawned. Sirion was caught kind of dwelling over at B. He was out of the fight completely. So that 10 kills has now... I mean, look at this. It's just 6 kills now. And a Camo on the side of Conspiracy. This one not over by any means. Conspiracy, if they're on the same page here, it could get very dicey. Trades have come in, but trades are all Chosen need to do. It is all down to scarcity to make the play here with Camo. You cannot run in like that, though, Kevin Eco Smith. I don't care how many rings you have.
Still plenty of time left on this active camo for scarcity. Just stumble into a happy accident. 5 kills, still separating these two, and he's going to start contributing. He's got to land these shots. No more room for error at this point for Conspiracy, and he doesn't really have anything to show for it, unfortunately. Chosen, they're about to get away with daylight robbery as they've got 3 more kills to settle the score. On the side of Conspiracy, Finners is the only person hitting double digits, and that is an insurmountable individual effort, but things are going to come to a grinding halt for the time being. In Conspiracy, they're going to be very scared to make any kind of move, and Chosen is just waiting for that primetime mistake. Finners does find one off screen, and with this map control that Chosen have, they can roam around, they can just sit back and wait, they can go and poach some of these power-ups and these power weapons.
There was a sniper here somewhere too, though. Yeah, there it is. It's in the hands of Tusk, I think that is. Oh, Sirion, forgive me. There we go.
Not the guy you want to see with an S7. This is Nightmares.
1 kill, and Conspiracy's tournament is now over. Chosen, they survive their Game 5 scare. Sirion stepping up in the big moments. And GG to Conspiracy. They will finish top 12. One of the top placing European squads here in the first Road to Dreamhack Birmingham Open. Well, that was a waste of time, really, wasn't it? I mean, it could have been just a 3-0. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. Well done, Conspiracy. Well done indeed. 34 seed. That is some run. We'll see you next week.
Exactly. It's going to be very interesting to see them next week, because this is definitely something that you should walk away from with your head up high. Give yourself a pat on the back, because that was still a wonderful showing of Halo. Those lads, they're just getting warmed up. But now, into map number 3, we have got Strongholds Recharge on the docket. Trippy, immediately going to find some feet over towards B, get them planted, and this site entirely flipped for Decepticons.
Yeah, the good thing for Reality Check, if there is anything good to take from this, you still have A under your control, but I feel that a trip cap's coming here. We saw Trippy just grapple up, and, well, where are the spawns going to be here? Looks like they're behind Talek, perhaps just a little out of sync with his team, but oh, it doesn't matter. Descendant and Trippy combining really nicely. And well, that reset is very fortunate. Foul jumping into a stronghold by himself. Now we're going to see a bit more of a classic triple cap setup. You've got Descendant with Shock. Trippy just needs to plot his feet in the ground over at top A, block those spawns, and Reality Check, they are going to need to do some serious digging to get out of this one.
Yeah, if I'm Decepticons, I'm taking break-even exchanges every single day of the week. Just like Descendant right there getting a trade. That's really the name of the game when you're holding on to some of these triple cap setups. As long as you're not at a man disadvantage every now and then. Whoa! That's, huh?
Penguin with the piv to win A. Oh my god, he had no right to win that at all.
None.
And yeah, sure, they're still not scoring, but he's the reason they're not continuing to trip caps right now. What a win.
Colossal efforts. Genuinely. And Suppress, now dishing out damage from afar, finds Talek. Trippy is about to get the brunt of damage from Avusi, but does win his respective 1. And now, the script is flipped completely, Harry. It is Reality Check. They're in control of 3 as Suppressed, struggling to put down Suppressive Fire over towards B, but the foe has been quelled momentarily. Talek is actually about to flip this, and there's nothing they can do about it. What a sneaky little conversion.
The first blood going the way of Reality Check there, though. Camo just spawning now. Trippy's going to scoop that one up. And with Penguin last alive long haul, this is a very, very difficult situation, because you don't want to spawn your team on that side of the map. That's how you get tripped really easily. So difficult to make that cross into C. I think Abusi's just gotten off with enough life left to give Precision a bit of a fight over there. But yeah, there's that 4 dead. So difficult. Oh, A spawns. A spawns here as well. Yeah, Penguin spawns pipes, but does Trippy know? Does Trippy know they're in A? There's a fight going on behind him. Oh, this could be very, very difficult. Of course, Trippy knows. Great communication and awareness from Decepticons. They will continue the trip gap.
Exactly. Even though Talik went down over there, he gave that intel all the way through. One on me, one over towards the elevator side, potentially a second one running off as well. Trippy easily finding those cleanups, but his endeavors towards the batteries, unfortunately, they don't bear as much juicy fruit. But for the time being, it is still Decepticons in a very commanding lead with 150 points ahead. Now Reality Check are finally, for, if I'm not mistaken, only the second time in this map, actually going to hold on to a majority. Question is, what can they do with it? Because up until now, hasn't been much to speak of.
Look at this freedom from Trippy. Free as a bird to push tower. I think it's 3 players of Decepticons pushing that side of the map. Could be quite dangerous for them if they can get to A before the spawners spawn up there. And they have successfully done so. It should be a trip cap into Reality Check. Now, Kuda, remember, Strongholds doesn't start until one team pushes the 200 point mark. That's when you need to be really concerned about the trip cap. Reality Check, if they can mind their P's and Q's here and not almost stick their teammates, we can maybe see them come back in. But no need to panic. If Obviously does go down here, you still have a bit of time on the clock to steady the ship. It's about what your teammates can do here in transition. I imagine defending B is going to be the first port of call, and then we'll see if there's a 2-and-2 split.
I think you're right. The Eye of the Storm is very much in the cards for Reality Check if they can just settle down a little bit and not get a little too overzealous in some of these fights and make costly mistakes, I should say, instead. Now Decepticons, they're about to have a flipped. Descendant is looking to try to contribute yet again. Daze coming on through, and he's going to go for the aggressive push, but Suppress was more than ready for it. And that's going to be Reality Check now surpassing 100, so they're starting to claw their way back into this, but Talik gets away with that after camo.
Has he gotten away? Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? It's going to be Talik with camo to benefit from that 3 dead on Reality Check. And do they know where Penguin is? That is going to be an interesting contest here on B. There are weak players kind of committing resources into B. They've put all the eggs into the B basket. And I think that could be, as we cross the 200 point mark, a fatal mistake from Reality Check. Yeah, you win the fight at gold, but gold is not where you want to be spawning. You want to cause a bit of chaos here. Try and force an A spawn, a random flip spawn wherever you can. Because even if you cap C and B, that's not the most fortifiable 2 strongholds on the map here. Obviously, you can come in and try and salvage his team's deaths, but that is all 4 dead for Reality Check.
Yeah.
Really good job by Decepticons so far.
I was honestly a little bit shocked that Reality Check didn't win that 2v2 over towards that C site as well. Decepticons playing it from a little bit more further back and just capitalizing on these Reality Check mistakes as well. 230 points narrowly to 29. Maybe I get a little bit too ahead of myself when the words come out of the mouth, but still, for now, it's not all done. The fat lady hasn't begun singing just yet. She's only warming up her voice as far as Reality Check is concerned. 123 is 100 points in the red, but they've still got a chance, as you mentioned. It's the only asterisk to this entire situation is that with 20 points required for Decepticons, Reality Check, it is their squeaky bum time.
They do have a B, and they do have, yeah, sure, I mean, a lot of points to make up, around about 190 points. But they have the favorable setup. Decepticons are coming off the respawn here. If I'm Decepticons, I wait for camo. If I'm Reality Check, I try and play down long haul here as soon as possible. Looks like that push is coming to try and contest camo. If you win camo and you get this kill here on C, you're trip capping with the power up. Looks like this could be game right here, depending on which way it goes.
Precision facilitating that pickup with the smoke. Genius coordination coming on through, and he's going to immediately isolate and shut down Falcated. No chance in hell Penguin gets away from that one either. Active camo wasn't even picked up to begin with. It was all smoke and mirrors. And just like that, precision, pulling a rabbit out of the hat. This level of coordination, it is just wonderful to witness.
Suda, he can grapple here as well. He can either go to C to defend, or he can grapple to A to just cap behind them. Looks like he's going to join this tower fight, but what a play by Precision. Really well done. So impressive. He has won this game by himself at the end. Just surviving over at C. Yeah, sure, he will go down, but I'm pretty sure he's done enough now. That is a strong showing by Precision. I say that, but well, there's still scoring here by Reality Check. It's not over just yet.
It might just be a matter of time, but Reality Check seemingly able to hang on a heartbeat. Shown on the monitor right now, a sign of life potentially as they finally surpass 200 points themselves, but there is no more room for error at all. 3 points, all that is required for Decepticons, and Suppressed, potentially costing them the comeback right there. A and B both getting contested, both about to be flipped as well. Trippy the last player alive, so the A defense, that stronghold, it still holds on.
Yeah, run down
and just
long.
like that.
Run down long here, Penguin. That's what you got to do. This is nice pressure early up the map if you can. We got like one break coming in here for Decepticons. This is very much do or die territory. Could get very scrappy very soon. Look at this, playing with the damage, Penguin. That's a huge killing spree. Talek's pressuring A already though, 2. Oh, they've gone 2 down. I think Reality Check, I think they've done it.
Have they? Trippy falls as well, off-screen. Precision now moving up towards gold. Descendant trying to contest, and he does shut down Penguin. That is a door open, potentially, and feet planted on B as well. So now Suppressor trying to calm the situation, and he does just by the skin of his teeth.
Wow.
The skin of their teeth overall. Reality Check. I think they just served up the Decepticons their own namesake right there at the end.
Dude, that was icy. Oh my god. How do you have the mentality to come back from, what, 100 points? Not once, but twice in the same game. That is huge. The play of the game for me, Penguin, the pressure down long. I don't think Decepticons were anticipating with Reality Check holding AB for him to pressure that side of the map. It didn't make any logical sense, but it was the right play, the right call. I thought the game was over thanks to
from this point onwards.
Precision. They had no right to win this game.
No, exactly. It was with this sequence from Precision that we were thinking to ourselves, it is set in stone. It is solidified. This is a Decepticons win. No arguments there. And this hold coming out from Reality Check over towards A and staving off, what was it, 2 if not 3 players that were trying to barge their way through uninvited, gave them the leverage and the man advantage to let Penguin just activate towards the very end. And just like that, before you even know it, Decepticons have had the rug pulled out from underneath their feet. Their efforts scrapped, amounting to nothing. As Reality Check, they get away with what we can only consider to be daylight robbery.
Huge game from Penguin. I said this on, I think it was the LVT stream at one of the majors. I can't remember which one it was. It might have been one of the Optic majors. Anyway, it was just incredible to me when Penguin, I think it was when he left Optic and people were kind of scapegoating him. He's one of those players, man, you would love to have on your team, because regardless of the situation, he is always making the correct play. That type of player is invaluable to a team. And right there, with no fear at the end of the game, making the play, playing off the damage of his teammates. Really, really smart play by Penguin. And a false start here as Suppressed. Not in the lobby, just crash loading up, but they had no right. I mean, that is insane. No. That is insane to win that game, Reality Check. That is icy.
I'm happy that we now get a moment to sort of register and process exactly what we've observed, because it kind of just seemed as if Reality Check were a tornado swooping over a junkyard and assembling a Boeing 747. It made absolutely no sense how that map in particular concluded. And I also need a reality check myself for what we just saw, because this was just, it was ridiculous.
This Penguin again, dude. He literally put the team on his back. If he loses that 1v1, it's Descendant coming through. He resets the stronghold. They continue to trip.
Yeah.
Just an insane game by Penguin. Really very much well done. But all the trip caps, look at the score. You never would have thought at that point, nor this point, that Reality Check would come back and win this map. There is just no way.
Not at all. I mean, don't get me wrong. Even though Penguin, as you mentioned, might need to visit a chiropractor soon enough, he was not at any certain point really leading the kill count in the lobby either.
Yeah, at this point, Tudor,
Yeah.
at this point, I mean, A, B, Reality Check's favor. You're looking at the score. If you're Decepticons, you're thinking, okay, there's no way. This is just an A-B hold. They're going to hold crosses. We push tower, we push bridge, we win the game with that break. You never in a million years anticipate Penguin just pushing and playing off damage down long haul. It's the perfect call, the perfect play. I cannot sing his praises enough there. The balls on the man just to make that play in that scenario.
I'm just pulling up Penguin's CV right now. I'm pulling up his resume, and I think I caught the missing detail. So it doesn't say he's a medium core gamer. He is in fact a hardcore gamer, and that's why he's here to play. He's just... Is this Penguin's world and we're just kind of living in it? What's going on here?
I think so at this point. I mean, looking at the composition of this team, you're looking at Suppressed maybe to be the main slayer if there is such a thing, and Falcated and Avicii to really push the pace. Penguin is that somewhat of a glue player, but let me tell you, I've been... Every time we see Penguin's point of view at majors, it doesn't matter the team, the composition he's on, the opposition he's playing against. Every single time, making the right play. It's a joy to watch, truly. And it's about time we started giving him his flowers, because that man put his team on the back of his incredible gameplay. I mean, that 1v1 against Descendant, just
I think
enjoyable to watch.
100%. Look, I think if we're going to be realistic about what's going on here, I'm not going to be able to probably come out to Birmingham. I've not been given one of those cool pieces of paper, but I believe you have, so I think it should be your responsibility to pick up a nice little bouquet on the way, in case if you do get to run into Penguin. How does that sound?
Yeah, I think it's only fair. He needs to win the series first, but thanks to his performance in map 3, his team are only one map away from doing so. They get 2 bites of the cherry now.
I think we should break the silence. It's a vacancy. I don't know what to say. I have not passed this map.
Have you played this map? I haven't played this map.
No,
Do you know
no.
what this map is?
Also, I don't think I haven't played Halo in like a couple of months, maybe a year,
Didn't say that.
maybe a more.
Didn't say that, Tudor. Come on, you're outing yourself here.
Well, but it's true. It's true. I just prefer to cast the game. I have much more love for shouting at pixels as opposed to manipulating the pixels, if that makes sense.
No, I completely understand, and let me tell you, it may say a lot about my gameplay that I'm probably a better caster than I am a player, so I don't know what that says about my gameplay, but regardless, Vacancy, King of the Hill, it's a new map, it's a new mode for this season, new map and mode combo, I should say. Of course, King of the Hill been around for some time now, but yeah, shock rifle top mid, you got hills moving left and right. It's gonna be a fun one to see which team makes the right and correct decision in transition. That is where King of the Hill is won and lost as a game mode fundamentally, so that holds true here on Vacancy as well.
Lots of damage. The Suppress is now taking the brunt of Talek. Gonna easily just decimate his way through with that shock rifle. Already 5 kills to his name, a killing spree to boots. And he's got a lot more to say as they're gonna surpass the halfway mark. Progress on this first hill. gonna duck out of harm's way, and I like what I'm seeing from Decepticons. Just this rotate coming on through, and they're catching out Reality Check in the open as well. Potentially a perfect. Whoa. Okay, I was not expecting that one. Now Talik's got my heart racing.
Okay, Talek, 7-0. That's reverse James Bond. Not bad at all. 10 seconds less than now for Decepticons to capture the first hill. And Reality Check have been caught left and right, walking around solo. They do get those 2 kills in transition. Depends on what side of the map they're on. If they're in the new hill, Trippy's already there, and well, he gets a trade. Avarice's there to pick up the scraps. But Precision already pushing up here. Has a piece of utility now. Looks like they're going to re-wrap over to the left side to try and break this. Seems to be a bit of a money hill, this one, if you play your cards right. So let's see where the first blood goes here, Tudor. It will go the way of Precision, and the second one following.
Yeah, you got your answer to that question relatively quickly. Wow. Decepticons looking to get some progress as Precision gets an unofficial triple kill in that little sequence right there, and he's hungry for more. He's gonna try to just grapple his way right onto Falcated, magnetize him up close and personal, pummeling him down. Oh, the gloves are off at this point, Harry. Reality Check, they're not really meeting Decepticons at their level. They're here to play.
Oh my god, what a life by Precision, dude. The incredible 3 out of 4 kills on the break, and then to follow it up with 2 more, grappling onto a player who had thrust. I mean, dude, that was Reality Check in prime position to score way more of that hill, but for Precision, what a life. A small note as well, when he killed the thrust player, still had 1 grapple to work with, dropped the grapple. He dropped the grapple for the thrust and utilized that later on. That was really well played.
Thinking on your feet that quick as well, and obviously these guys are pros for a reason. They know where the keybind is for dropping your equipment much better than I do, but to still, you know, process that and make that split-second decision to swap things out on the fly, it's not something that you get to see very often live in front of yourself either. So gotta give credit where it's due for that.
That's a tough one. Falcated. You can't be, when you're trying to defend a break, coming off of staggered respawns, be going down that easily. Cross map from the Decepticon spawners, and Trippy, thanks to the numbers advantage, is going to get the shock rifle into his hands. And with a 2-kill lead already, he is just primed and ready to take over this game. Might need to kind of recycle back to his new spawn here soon, because looking at how the numbers are playing out, he's no shields, trying to stay alive as much as he can. The Reality Check players seem to be funneling in one by one, and that is just bread and butter for Decepticons. If you keep staggering like that, well, it's going to be a very, very quick game here. As I mean, there's only 2:45 left on the clock, and the next hill after this, yeah, it's going to be really, really tricky.
Yeah, desync spawns not exactly spelling success for Reality Check at the moment. They've got to apply the brakes just briefly to get huddled up before they can go back out. Look for a couple of jousts, but for now, hopping on with Descendant, gonna potentially find this cleanup right there onto Suppressed, who just managed to somehow get away with 2 frags out in the open. So that's exactly the kind of individuality that Reality Check need, as Precision falls at the hands of Penguin as well. Reality Check now gearing themselves up to finally get themselves a point on the board.
Yeah, swing kills, really swing kills, swing plays. Suppressed is starting to heat up. We saw Penguin there also be able to win a pivotal 1v1. It was a 1v1, even though reality check, excuse me, as I put my teeth back in, they had a man in the hill, so it was technically a 2v1 on numbers. Penguin was kind of isolated in middle, needed to win the 1v1 to secure the hill time for his team, did so with ease. And Suppressed, he is the man to watch right now. He has been imperious so far in this game. This is a big 1v1 coming up.
Trippy gonna find some contact as well, but it's a little bit labored, and Suppressed doesn't get away with that either. Penguin now looking to secure the trade, but he's also taking quite a little bit of damage, now having to survive a mortar fire. But Trippy somehow waltzes in and gets the 180 despite being one shot. Make it make sense, Harry.
Done. Trippy saving this hill. I don't think they'll be able to break this again. Trippy's going for it still. He's making this so difficult.
He fears nothing.
And why not? This is essentially bonus time here for Decepticons. Trippy is still alive. Precision saves his life. And they have no intention to cap this hill. You're up by 2 clear hills. Look at the progress here for Reality Check. I don't think you try and cap this hill, Decepticons. I think maybe you just try and tick some of the neutral clock down. 1 minute 20 left. Just play rotations, play those slays, step out of the hill and say, you know what, Reality Check? If you want to win this game, you need to come and take this hill from us. You need to break our hill setup because 1 minute's left and you need 2.
And somehow, even when you've got all that on your plate, you've got to deal with Trippy, who's been playing one of the weirdest and most influential lives that we've seen up until this point. He's everywhere and nowhere. The killing spree locked in with the perfect onto suppressed, and he's going to just wrap around to find Vusi as well.
God.
It's
Oh
just
my God,
gnarly.
this game's over. What's game 5? That's what I'm looking at right now. Trippy is just a madman.
He's just going to add more to the tally. 18 as he's top fragging in the server thus far. Suppress is going to be the next to try to challenge and take a bite, but not able to challenge thanks to those deterrents. The sticky nades as he does eventually and finally get shut down. What a life indeed, but we've also just kind of locked out of it for a second because there's about 15 seconds left on the clock. Reality Check, they could try to force this to go on for a little bit longer, but I'm really skeptical about their ability to do that.
Yeah, it's over. It is over. Perfect play call by Decepticons. A lot of teams would try and cap that hill with 1 minute 30-ish on the clock. No need to. When you're up by 2 clear hills, you have to put that flag down. Put that marker down. Say, you know what? If you want this hill, you have to come and take it from us. And as a result, by the correct call, followed by some huge plays by Trippy, one of the best kind of squirmy players in that situation, they are going to a game 5, which, by the way, is Live Fire Slayer.
I'm excited for this one. And Decepticons, they've been on the slays. Map number 2 was on Origin, and they won that 50-39 as they just cornered Reality Check and suffocated them in their own base very, very early on, and they put themselves in a position and a setup that was extremely tough for Decepticons to, or for Reality Check to technically break as well. So part of me is a little bit fearful for Reality Check. They've been on top of things when it comes to the OBJs, minus that last map of Vacancy, but at this certain point, we're just going back to basics. It's a glorified best of one to see who makes it into that winner's final.
Dude, I got nightmares of being on main stage on this map against Trippy, picking up snipe, putting it to use. Yep, still have PTSD from that man using that power weapon. And some of his handiwork on game 4, map 4 will be on display here. It's going to be a banger of a game 5 to come. Just huge plays all around, every single member stepping up. Didn't see too much of Descendant, had a bit of a quiet game, but this sequence from Precision, preceded by that sequence from Talek, who at this point is leading the game in kills by a fair margin. And then Trippy's late game heroics. I mean, Reality Check, did they even stand a chance? Look at this, it's 2-0 with almost 4 minutes on the clock. It is 4 minutes of slaying brilliance from Decepticons.
And from Trippy specifically as well, because he was taking fights he had no business to actually participate in more than half the time as well. It's just insane what he was able to string together as well. You know, challenging players with little to no shields as well. That kill that we've just unfortunately faded away from was a bit of a nasty one, and a little bit of disrespect dealt out as well. And towards the very end, they were able to waste, give or take, 80 seconds of neutral time as well, with Reality Check being that close to securing a hill and forcing that game to continue for just a little bit longer. The sheer efficiency that Decepticons brought to the table was staggering.
It was indeed. 50 kills to win on here on Live Fire. 50 kills to a winner's bracket final place. The first team in this tournament to kind of cross the line over to that winner's bracket final. It is going to be so interesting here, Tudor, to see who wins the opening engagement, who can force the other team onto a B spawn. You have Camo 20 seconds early on. Oh, look at this from Decepticons. I really like this. I think they're going to pressure B side here. So you need to be careful that you don't give too much ground to Reality Check here. But I'm liking the pressure. 2 early kills to Decepticon. Snipe still up for grabs. Camo in 10. Oh, this one could be tricky for RC if they spawn B.
Trippy just finally gets away with the S7. Vuti also trying to contest, but doesn't quite get away. Yeah,
oh no, they spawn B, Tudor. This is a nightmare situation. You now have a Camo Snipe to contend with. Penguin, where are you going?
Respawn screen. That's about it. It's all said.
Precision Camo Snipe here, Tudor.
This is a scary combination. I'd be shivering in my boots, and he's got 2 low HP players towards dummies. Vucci doesn't stand a chance in hell. Penguin narrowly managing to skirt away unscathed away from the doom that is that S7.
Oh my God.
He's so quick to it. The precision alone, pun very much intended. This is just brilliant to witness as he finds himself a double, the triple not confirmed, robbed by Descendant, but for Decepticons, you couldn't have hoped for a better kickoff.
Dude, check out the awareness here from Precision as well. Clearly anticipating that B spawn. Didn't want to allow any of Reality Check to get to nest early, pressure his tower players. He's going to be forced off that angle. Now, where is the push going to come from Decepticons? It may seem a little silly with a 6-point lead and sniper in your hands, but you don't want to be acting second on this map and mode. You have to be anticipating and engaging first. That's how you catch the enemy team off guard and you continue to win engagements. Nice couple of kills unreplied by Reality Check. That will give them a bit of hope going into this Camo here in around 25 seconds time. Again, the objective here, spawn the enemy team on B. Decepticons, they're pushing out to B right now. They're pushing green. So, yeah, need to make sure that you don't get caught there. You want to open up that spawn here soon. That's exactly what Precision's doing.
Yeah. Trippy, despite being stuck on a goose egg, was more than happy to sacrifice himself for Talik's glory. 2 kills found and exchanged, although 5 still separate these 2 teams. Reality Check. Oh, this is interesting from Suppressed and Precision. Quick to hit that QT, and now going back in for second, see what he can sink his teeth into, but it's a very tricky spot for him to just dive right into, so he's going to let those shields get back up towards green, and Falcated is going to try to make his life a living misery for the time being.
Yeah, I think that there's an Avity Camo here somewhere for Reality Check. I think he was the one who benefited from that. He's just picked up 2 kills off screen as well, so he's the player you need to take down if you are Decepticons. That was a horrendous situation to be in. We're on board with him now. Oh, he runs out of ammo. Gotta get out of dodge as soon as possible. And Snipe was up around 10 seconds ago. You'd imagine Reality Check with the team in the ascendancy on the map as things stand, the momentum in their favor. Oh, great bit of tech there to survive with Camo. They have indeed picked up Snipe, and now with that lead change that happened with that 4 dead, they're the team in complete control.
They've been able to quell the uncertainty and the uncomfortability, if only for a little bit longer. 2 kills in the lead. It's good enough for their efforts, but Decepticons are going to tie things back up in a blood-soaked bow. Suppressed does hold on to this S7, and he's struggling to find blue silhouettes.
Jump off. Jump this off. You cannot give this over to Decepticons. I think he did so successfully.
Yup. There were 5 bullets still left in that S7. If he can't play with it, no one can.
For sure. That snipe so pivotal on this map and mode, and this mode in general, and any map with a snipe on it with Slayer as the game type. Those are untradeable kills if you can get those headshots. So very, very important you keep that corralled where possible. Could be a 1v1 here between Descendant and Penguin. Could be one that is just so pivotal. The sprint straight from Descendant. So techy. Unbelievable. How do you fight that, Tudor?
Techie, I just say, is downright dirty, bro. Honestly.
My God, look like Michael Jackson on the map.
He is smooth with it. There's not a doubt in my mind about that. Descendant looking to get stuck right into it. Trippy finds one, but the secondary trade nowhere to be found. Talik chased through the tunnels. And that will be his grave for the time being. Reality check. They've surpassed Decepticons yet again by 3. So Penguin is going to establish control of this tower. He's very wary about pressure coming from down below, but that's not where the spawns are. They're on the opposite side, and reality check, they're already quick to respond. An even trade coming on through as reality check, they're looking to just chase down some of these players. It's not quite working out as Suppress goes on through. That's Penguin's call to action, but it might be just a bit too little too late for now.
So awkward, that timing. Maybe just wanted to anchor tower there, Penguin, but the call from his team that were pushing mid and hitting flanks meant that he was indeed, as you said, there was like the call to action. He was forced to engage and clearly just caught on a horrendous timing. New sniper here in 10 seconds though, so our attention will turn to top middle, that mid lane. We have Decepticons spawning B. They could be a potential banana peel for any players sitting on C plat or A plat here, and somehow they're getting the kills to go their way, so they might be in with a shout here of getting that S7. Penguin has it in his possession. Hits 2 headshots off screen. No shields here, but if he can survive, he has a chance to put this one out of reach.
Let's see. 1 kill off screen onto Suppressed. This shot coming out from Penguin. He's forced to tuck his tail between his legs, head for the hills, and just get out of harm's way to keep that S7 alive for as long as possible. And Decepticons, they are not shying away from trying to engage this S7 at all. Penguin might be shivering a little bit, but he's there to back up not just Precision, but Talik as well. He finds the both of them.
Dude, did he just collateral for the assist? I didn't see that. I would have to see that on the replay, but wow.
Maybe.
This is the big gameplay you were expecting from Penguin. Remember, map 3. He was the one that was saying to his team, nah, we're going to win this game. I've decided it. So, yeah, Decepticons were doing all the right things, making the sniper uncomfortable. Can't quite clamber up. That will cost him his life, but yeah, really nice play. Nice life with the S7. Suppressed will get the trades where needed and a 5-point advantage with 5 seconds until the next camo. Oh, this one could be a bloodbath here soon. Might need to just give this camo. Avicii's gone for it, but I think he's just thrown it towards a teammate down there on Keydor.
I think so. Decepticons are not shying away from seeking out these engagements, even though they've got the point disadvantage. Precision with this active camo now can strike fear into the reality check camp. Quantum Translocator also online nearly, but you were saying?
Tight game here, Tudor. Tight game. Could be a lead change for the first time in a while. Avicii! Oh, he shoots the nades completely randomly.
Precision going back in to see if he can find another. Descendant needs his aid right now. And that's going to be an uneven trade that favors reality check instead of the team with the active camo. Penguin looking to pull himself up by the bootstraps. He does have Talik in his sights far down that lobby side. And reality check, they're more than happy to just press the brakes in on this one and let Decepticons walk right into their open arms. But we've seen these kinds of 11th hour swaps happen so many times before in this series alone. Suppress does get one. That's going to be Penguin finding a very weakened Descendant for a 47th kill. And Trippy did find one off screen just to precede that.
Oh, this S7 in 10 seconds. This could be the defining moment. Penguin, I mean, it's shades of long haul on map 3 with no fear, just pushing through. New sniper coming up now. There's a sticky in the hands of Penguin here. Does he try and combat Evolve? He misses it. Has a second chance here. Oh, it just goes through him. What's happening here?
What?
2 kills to go.
I think he got robbed of that stick. It should have happened. Suppressed
Last
does
kill.
find one. That's the 49th. The final one
my God.
denied by Precision. He's still got a full S7 to work with, and this could help and contribute towards Decepticons once again pulling the rug out from underneath reality check.
Dude,
what do you
four-man
do
push
in
it.
this situation?
4-man push. You have to stick as a unit. You cannot afford any deaths. You need to stick together. You cannot be caught on an island. This shape is so dangerous from Decepticons. Yes, you have precision watching the mid lane, but this camo is a non-factor. The play comes elsewhere. No one in their right mind is going to touch this power-up at this situation.
I don't think anyone in their right mind is going to move versus that S7 that could literally just skewer right in between your eyes like a deer caught in headlights. If you're reality check, you just got to wait out the clock.
Yeah, for sure.
But they're mobilizing.
Oh, maybe think about switching angles here. They're channeling the snipe. This is insane. Where's the kill going to come from? Talik's in trouble.
Down below, there's contact potentially, but Talik's actually moving up. That intel's going to be fed. This should be an easy cleanup potentially, but no. The shields are going to get back up before he re-engages, and Precision's got to keep an eagle's eye on that active camo. One player, Falcada, just narrowly crosses over, and just like that off-screen, Trippy is actually the one to go down. He's the one to make the mistake. In reality check, they're able to walk away with a 2-kill gap, confirming the series that it is indeed theirs.
Dude, Penguin had his handprint all over that series. Gets the final kill on his longtime teammate, Trippy. Now turned opponents, and look at the stats from Penguin in a game 5. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable series overall. I think we've just... I don't know if we're going to see more of this later on. I do hope so, but this was a damn tasty treat to start off the evening, Harry.
Dude, it was. And I was so surprised we didn't see a stack from Decepticons. You cannot die. If you die, the game's over. If one player gets caught out, I mean, we didn't get to see what happened, right? These shots are beautiful from Precision. But realistically, it comes to naught because the team isn't stacking. You need to stack and be first. Sure, you don't want to be rotating as a 4-man unit because all it takes is one scout, if you will, to just call out where you're rotating to and you get trapped. But they needed to be way tighter.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have the benefit of the outlines and we have no idea what the communication is between the squads. But for sure, I mean, I was so surprised they weren't playing a bit tighter there. That was a really beautiful sprint strafe by Descendant. That is a difficult sprint strafe to pull off. But they were neck and neck throughout this game 5. The game was in Precision's hands. You cannot afford to take any kind of situation 1v1. I think he did call out him, you know, he gets the assist on Trippy. That's a 2-for-1. And a huge play from Penguin, not for the first time in the series. Oh, just let Precision play, man. Just let him play. Let him snipe. He's going to find a head somewhere.
He was basically concocting kills where they didn't even belong to begin with. Precision had a wonderful, a stellar game. Penguin definitely going to be writing a strong worded letter to the devs about not having that stick actually go through and find contact. But it is sometimes that just happens. What can you do about it? But at the end of the day, yeah, the reality check just narrowly losing out towards the very tail end, or excuse me, I had it written down the other way around in my notes. Decepticons just narrowly losing out on that one, and it is reality check that will progress onwards towards that winner final. Decepticons are not entirely out of it just yet, and not out of the woods either. They drop into the lower bracket where they will await for the competition to catch up.
And I know that for sure, I mean, it's the first tournament of the season, right? We're using 2025 LAN points, but that is the second big upset, I would say, of the upper bracket so far. The other one coming between the 4th seeded Coliseum and the 5th seeded Usubeni. You see Coliseum there about to take on Noobs. Yeah, they lost. They lost to Usubeni almost reverse swept them, but lost in a Game 5 Recharge Slayer. Decepticons were the 2nd seed, Reality Check the 3rd seed. So on paper, that's an upset, but we saw how close to the two teams were, how close and evenly matched skill-wise the two were. If there's anything to go by, then there is just no favorites in this tournament, apart from a little team called Shopify Rebellion. You might have heard of them. I don't know, reigning world champions, something like that. I mean, I don't know.
Not for us to dig into either way. We're completely clueless, all of that. But still, for now, it has been a wonderful kickoff towards the 2nd day of the first Open at the road to Birmingham. We've witnessed some crazy cases of Halos. We flipped in between our first 2 opening games featuring Decepticons and Reality Check, as well as that other game of Chosen in the lower bracket. I'm already blanking on who they played against because my attention span is just that cooked. So conspiracy, thank you very much. And because I'm this cooked, unfortunately, after only about 2 hours worth of being on the show, we're gonna go ahead and cut to a quick little break. But y'all don't go way too far. Get yourself refreshed, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. The day goes on.
Made a house a home, got comfortable, no complications. But something pushed you right over the line. Read you like a book, it's written all over your face, and your lips aren't on the same page as your eyes. seeing lovers? Am I just wasting my time? Moving fast undercover, 'cause I know you'll never be mine.
The reigning world champions that are Shopify Rebellion are hoping to have a quick and easy day in the office this evening, but their next competition that stands between them and clocking out early tonight is going to be Usu Benny. I'm Tudors, joined by Harry. We get to witness the world champions play live in front of our eyes. This is a first for me, but for you, you know definitely a lot more about them than I do, Harry.
Oh god, the amount of times we've played this team in a tournament, and it's just like, oh great, here's Shopify, flooding every single lane, playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's no surprise they won the bloody World Championships. This team is lethal. I cannot wait to see them ply their trade, even though it's been a little bit of time since they won their World Championships. This team is definitely by far and away the favourites to win this entire tournament here today, and no doubt will be favourites come Birmingham time as well. They will go up against Usubeni, who have been somewhat of a surprise package so far, our 5th seeded team. They are, of course, made up of Piggy and Jackson from NA, and then Drift and Acid from Mexico. The Latam duo teaming up with the duo who placed, of course, top 3 at the World Championship a couple of months ago. So an interesting composition. Whether or not it will be enough to topple this Shopify Rebellion team, I mean, I strongly doubt it. We'll see, though, Kudo.
Exactly. We're no strangers to the odd surprise here and there. I'm personally going to be rooting for Usubeni. I love a great underdog story as well, and thus far, looking quite even, actually, in terms of the kill count distribution at the very least. Usubeni, they're leading by just 1 as they now finally get their hands on Wilson. That's what I like to call the skull.
Yeah, going around Birmingham holding too many Wilsons, that won't go down too well. There'll be a lead change though. Usubeni into the lead here, and Acid taking down Cycle there will make things a little bit more comfortable for Drift and Piggy, who between them are carrying the skull and scoring the points. And oh, Shopify Rebellion, they're being caught a little bit on a difficult Cycle here. And speaking of Cycle, last alive spawning at B. If you know he's there here, Acid, I'd say probably leave him. You don't want to be spawning there trying to break tower if you are Shopify. So this is a very comfortable start to the round from Usubeni, somewhat surprisingly.
Just like that, with Acid going down, Drift is going to sound the alarm bells prematurely and just reset that oddball. Send it back down to the basement, because 45 points, that is definitely nothing to sneeze at. It's good, decent little bit of progress that they built up thus far, as Royalty is going to secure an even trade. And for Usubeni, I think even trades is kind of the best you're going to be hoping for, unless you got some of those miracle moments of heroics in the server. But it is going to be Cycle that picks up that skull, rotating it off, and immediately 2 players applying pressure towards him, forcing him to rotate as that active camo goes live. It remains untouched. And last shot, let's get traded off momentarily right there. Royalty slapping that active camo onto his chest, but his day's numbered. Acid is on his case.
Usubeni going toe-to-toe so far with Shopify. New sniper in 3 seconds. But Jackson, I want to give a shout out to him. He was last alive before that huge team fight ensued. Took the 1v1 on Frosty, who was waiting for camouflage to appear. Was able to get a kill, create a bit of chaos. Shopify wasn't really sure who was going to grab that. In the end, World 2 was the man entrusted with getting the power up. But by the time all of that had happened, another Usubeni member, I believe it was Acid, I can't really remember. Either way, spawned over at B, rotated through Nest, got to C, killed Royal 2. And now Shopify in a hold here. Looks to be, I mean, they're having a difficult time. Usubeni doing everything right here in round 1.
Of Definitely so, but now the S7 in the hands of Frosty. Does find one connection, but second one onto Acid, not a headshot. Easily cleaned up though, as he's credited with the assist. Royal 2 confirming that one. Skull available for a pickup. And this is a very precarious situation that Frosty's in, but Royal 2 is not going to let his comrade be hung out to dry. No sirree. Skull still up for grabs. The Shopify Rebellion just looking to inject a little bit of peace into this one. They don't quite yet have Usbeni on a leash. They've still got plenty of space to just roam around freely, but when you got Frosty playing like that, shutting them down before they can really even get the engines revving, you start to feel a little bit fearful for them.
So intriguing not to see Frosty see his teammates spawn big door and think instinctively to rotate that ball over to B. That might be just a slight opening here for Usbeni to get closer spawns. We'll see. 3 dead for either side. Camo was coming up here, I think in around 10 seconds time, so there'll be a big fight. You don't want to be spawning on this side of the map when that camo's coming up. You're so far away from it. Drift last alive. Where has his team spawned? If they spawn C, they can fight for this.
Not a lot of green silhouettes looking to contest just yet, but Cycle immediately going to start preparing with some of those nades. Not a whole lot of damage done onto Drift, and he's immediately just going to crank this up into race mode and go searching for kills. Piggy does get away with that active camo, so this is going to be dangerous for Shopify Rebellion if they're not able to isolate out this camo. Skull is cold for the time being. Last shot, the first to die at the hands of Piggy.
Wow.
He can just barely get away with this. How?
Wow, Royal 2 was just desperate to kill Piggy there. I think he ran out of ammo in the end, tried to throw a spike, and we're looking at kind of one break territory here for Shopify. Frosty's traded off after the first pick, but look, it's 15 seconds until Piggy and crew win round 1 against the reigning world champions. The break, though, the momentum seems to be in favor of Shopify, but Royal 2 goes down. The S7's up in a couple of seconds, but can't afford to leave any time on the table here against SR. And with about 16 seconds until the round is over, Drift and Co. may just hesitate, and that is all Shopify need to get a break here. So very important to watch this kill feed.
Definitely so, but the spawns, they're quite far away. They've got, give or take, 10 seconds. Not until New Year's, but until they have to forfeit this first round. Skull's actually going to be dropped. I don't know if Drift should have actually trusted his instincts in that situation. He could have held on to it for just a little bit longer. Maximize the points from that Skull. And that could be a costly team call from Usbeni. But we'll have to see exactly how the remainder of this plays out. They're starting to respawn back up through. Royal 2 just got traded off. Cycle did find one as well. And Piggy is just trying to mobilize and really get up close and personal right into his face. Missed shot coming on through, and Cycle opts not to engage. Does secure the trade onto Acid as well, but that leaves the door open for Piggy to pick up the Skull. Narrowly.
You can win 2 ways here, Usbeni. Look at the game clock, 45 seconds. There is a way, if you keep Shopify off the ball, you could win this round with 98 points. So no need to panic. You don't need to do too many things, but Cycle with the S7 and the ball. It's not optimal, but with camo coming up, if Shopify continue this reign of form, or this run of form, this could be a big comeback. All Usbeni need here is pressure. They don't need the kills, they just need pressure. Prevent that ball time, 2. And they will win this round.
It's a big responsibility for Cycle to be juggling this S7 and the Skull. Can't afford to miss any shots. Acid gets away with 1. That's not exactly what you want to see, and he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Pummeled down eventually. This Royal 2 now has to pick up the scraps
15.
and find a way to sort of clear through this. But as he mentioned, the timer's turning red. We're hitting critical moments here as the Skull does get held onto briefly for a moment. The clock continues to flash red as Cycle is just pushing this further and further, and I'm starting to get more nervous, Harry. There's no room for error, and Shopify, they cannot afford to let go. Somehow Cycle, he's being kept alive by the rest of his team. He does eventually go down. The Skull is dropped. Can they pick it up in time? Yes, they can, but no. Frosty is nowhere near enough to get hands on it either. And Usbeni, they narrowly let that one slip through their fingers, but that timer, the closer it got to 333, to 000, pardon me, The worse it got for Shopify Rebellion.
Okay, that was just round one. That was just round one, folks. What a round by Usabeni. Important not to panic and not to continue pushing and trying to win the round the same way. You have to adapt. You need to adapt. And they did so. It took them a little while to recognize that, but with the opening break here of the round, Camo has just spawned. First blood going to Usabeni. This will be tricky for Shopify to get their hands on the power up, but last shot somehow gets 2 out of that situation. Which way did the Camo go? Jackson was last alive for Usabeni, and yeah, this last shot, he smells a rat here.
Oh.
Can he find him?
I think he can. That's going to be the S7 brought out of commission. Carbine as well. I'm not sure if all of the rounds have been exhausted. I think it's actually Frosty that's got it slapped onto his back. Royal 2 and Cycle each finding one of their own off screen. Piggy and Jackson spawning in an entirely different postal code. And Frosty's happily going to gobble up Jackson as well. So this should be a lot of free progress right now for Shopify Rebellion, entirely uncontested. And they're just happy to let Cycle basically have a field day out here.
Yeah, it's so fun to see Shopify's kind of mentality and game plan on this game mode. We saw it in round one. They were insistent on holding the ball on small door, which is fine. But they were also stubborn in not playing a rotation game. They wanted to play the ball. Even when Frosty had ball in this position and saw 2 of his teammates extended on the B side, was insisting he held it there. Go for a play ball rather than a rotate. I think that's something maybe Usabeni could capitalize on, knowing that Shopify want to play the milk game and just try and survive after playing the ball. This is a nice sequence from Royal 2 to try and break that setup, but yeah, I would like to see maybe a bit more rotations come out of Shopify. They had success in the late round rotating the ball. Sadly, they left themselves too much to do, but this setup is nice. It is secure. Camo in 10 seconds, but you have to be flexible on this map and mode. Tudor, we saw it earlier.
Yeah, definitely so. You got to continue mobilizing around and just keeping that ball as flexible as possible. And getting caught out in this lobby side particularly, I know it's nice, safe home territory basically, but you can't rely on it all the time. Either way, active camo's going to get picked up.
Dude,
I'm pretty sure.
Frosty.
By, yeah, Frosty, exactly.
Small bit of tech. We didn't see it on screen. He had the quantum translocator, and there is a minute, we're talking frame perfect kind of combo you can do, if you will, where you pick up camo and use the QT at the same time. Gets away, teleports out with camo. That's why we saw him kind of disappear with camo. Your eyes did not deceive you. He did indeed teleport away. Cycle with a nice headshot, can't make it 2 in a row, and now everyone's kind of clambering and fighting over that S7. We'll see if it is Usabeni or Shopify that come out on top with that. Whoever has map position for ball, yeah, it looks to be Jackson, I believe, should be milking that while everyone's attention is looking at Snipe.
Drift. Crucial piece of the puzzle towards green, going to get cut down, but Acid is quick to find the trade. He's got the S7, probably less than a magazine left to work with, and last shot is just immediately going to struggle a little bit before finding his prey. I think that was Acid, if I'm not mistaken, with the Spike and the Bandit all together, and yep, he's accepted his fate right there. Nothing that he could do about it. 2 players from Usabeni now back up from the respawn screen. There's Royal 2 is once again going to get his hands on the skull. Shopify, they're 2/3 of the way done with the job, but that's only half of the story. They've still got a 3rd round to fight for if they want to walk away with this first map.
Dude, Shopify have just perfected how to play Halo Infinite. I'm so sure of it. It's so difficult to counter them. When we saw, I think it was Acid who last had his hands on the snipe over at Big Door, you're thinking, oh, everyone in their right mind coming off the respawn will be fighting for that power weapon, right? What does Cycle and Last Shot do? They just play a completely separate lane. Royal 2 staying alive here. Really nice use of the repulse and grenade combo. Can't guess the right way against Acid. I mean, Last Shot and Cycle fly down towards the ball, saying we can still contest Snipe and contest the ball. Even if we lose one or the other, we're going to come out on top. They play the percentages so well, and it's a reason that round was so dominant. That is more like it from Shopify Rebellion.
And to take a word out of your dictionary, flying. That's what Shopify Rebellion are doing right now in this second round. If they can carry it over into the third, I have zero doubts in my mind. But for Usubeni right now, for them to mount a comeback and put that second round to rest in the rearview mirror, that remains an entirely different story, and it's not off to a great start with 3 dead for the boys in blue. Shopify, they do get away relatively easily by escorting that skull from spawn. And the active camo is now going to be the next point of attention. Jackson applying pressure as well, and he does secure a trade, but he wanted to pierce further through that hold. And it is going to be last shot to get that active camo, potentially away with the kill on top of that, but Acid quick to find the trade and quell that threat.
Hey, well done, Usubeni. I can't lie, when I saw you all spawn over at B and Shopify in perfect position to grab the camo, I thought it was going to be uncomfortable for you for a while. No scope. They come through, they get the trades, they get it done. Really nice execution from them. And the only thing they need to worry about now is Cycle with the S7 sniper. 4 bullets to work with. With the shots he's hit so far, wouldn't be surprised to see him just continue his reign of terror, continue chipping away with slays and make things really comfortable for his team, especially while holding the oddball. And needs to survive first, but I was just taking a quick glimpse at the scoreboard while all of this was happening. Just take a look at the ball time from last shot. He is in the face of Usubeni and also doing the OBJ for his team.
Yeah, exactly. He's present everywhere. Even though he's got a slightly negative KD, it doesn't really matter all that much when you've got almost 100 seconds worth of ball time and 14 assists. You're contributing to the gunfights, you're doing the lazy work. It's just working out so damn well, and he's going to break even on his KD right now as he picks up a nice little double. He's going to rotate that ball over towards potentially tower for the first time from Shopify.
And they're hitting flow state here. That's the worry. They're going to collapse on B with numbers and then move ball there. They don't really care about the camo. They know they can play every single lane and get cheeky kills, take cheeky fights where possible. Jackson thought he would have a 1v1 there, but last shot stood his ground with the ball. And now they can open up this B spawn again for camo. Oh, dude, this is perfect. This is perfect Halo from Shopify. It's infuriating to play against. Usubeni, they're spawning B. They're so far away from camo, and Royal 2 is like, oh, wait, it's my camo? Oh, okay, I'm going back. Just hold
Got
up.
it. Wait, I was supposed to do that thing? Okay, I did the thing, guys. Don't worry.
Rusty, I thought it was you. Sorry. My bad.
Doesn't even matter if the comms are that messy. Shopify, they're just able to capture lightning in a bottle right here. It's such a treat to watch.
Yeah, Tudor, when they hit flow state like that, you can see it, just how in sync they are. And now Usubeni, they're frozen in their tracks. They have to fight Royal 2, an invisible man who can just deal damage, get kills. It's just, you don't anticipate the plays they make, how they are all on the same page and willing to take every fight available. It is really, really impressive, and it's a reason when they push every lane that they often come out on top. Really well done.
Oh, that's ballsy coming out from Drift as well. Trying to drive by Frosty is not exactly the best and brightest of ideas. He's got that S7. 2 more shots left, 2 potential kills to be found, and oh, okay, there you go, buddy. Confirms it with the bandit at the very end, and Drift is making a very, very tough life out of it, but does eventually get cleaned up, and just like that, the situation settles down a little bit for Shopify. They get their hands back on the skull. 60 points and counting as Usubeni once again could potentially need to return to that drawing board very quickly and briefly if they want to have a chance in this third round.
I mean, last shot, 160 points and climbing for his team. That is some OBJ work. It is unfortunate for Usubeni that the next camo isn't up for another 45 seconds. They have prime real estate for that, but 45 seconds is a lifetime for a team like Shopify to get exactly where they need to go, kind of do the calculations in their heads, free up spawns, move to the right areas, and just like that, it is 4 down for Usubeni. That camo still 30 seconds away. In 30 seconds time, this game will be over, I imagine. So
yeah,
they can't even think about the power-up. But they need to think about something, because Royal 2 is just hitting their spawn. They can't get their legs under them here.
No, it's akin to trying to eat soup with chopsticks right now for Usubeni. They're not having a fun time about it at all. they do manage to get that ball safe and secure by those dummies, and passing it to last shot, at least trying to distract him, opens up Drift to just run him down. An even exchange coming on through. Not sure who was credited with that two-piece, but the active camo up for grabs. Royalty is going to just grasp right onto it, but Piggy's actually going to keep this game alive for a little bit longer, although I'm not too optimistic about his odds.
Royal 2, by the way, 2 kills away from a 50 bomb. I wonder if his team are maybe just taking their foot off the gas a little bit. Oh, got a hit marker, I think, with that repulse. Not sure if that was an observer discrepancy, but just 1 needed now for Royal 2 and his 50 bomb. We'll see. 1 minute 35 on the clock. Sniper coming up here soon. Yeah, you'd imagine Royal 2 hits the magic number.
He can go above and beyond, as far as I'm concerned. Any objections? Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I insist. Oh, he's gone down, though. We'll see. If Lashot drops this ball, it's definitely because Royal 2 is saying, I want the 50 bomb. He is pressured, though, so we can't say that for certain at this point.
Easy find coming out for last shot right there. Nothing that Acid could have done in that situation. I believe that was Drift the next fall as the skull once again goes cold. Royal 2, this is your moment to shine, to find the big numbers. There you go, lad. Somehow
OBJ?
gets out of harm's
I don't
way.
do that. I'm sorry. I don't do OBJ. I'm on 50 kills.
Yeah, exactly. Not my job description.
Well, this one is a formality at this point. I can't believe the sensitivity that Lashot plays on, by the way. He whips his aim so quickly. And just like that, with a 40 bomb from Frosty and a 50 bomb from Royal 2, Game 1 goes to the world champs. Oh, what just clinical gameplay it was. As negative as I am sometimes, or rather as critical as I am when I see mistakes, I have to give the incredible plaudits to Shopify. When they hit that flow state, man, you see everyone just on the same page, and it's for 1v1s, but like it's never 1v1s. At the same time, that's the only way I can describe it. And you know what's insane? Despite that game being 2 rounds to 1, Shopify almost had 300 seconds.
Yeah, it was literally just that first round of oddball that didn't go their way, as they were 6 points behind Usubeni's 98, and that just came down to time alone, because we were sat on a timer that was flashing red for maybe a good 20 to 30 seconds as well. So the fact that they were able to keep up this performance, it's insane, but it's also to be expected to a certain extent as well. We're going to be shifting gears and now moving towards Slayer on Origin for our second map. Now, I do wish that I had some more extensive notes to try to speak a little bit more towards this and potentially Usubeni's odds, but that I don't, unfortunately. I don't have the biggest and most thorough notebooks, but maybe you've got something to chime in on.
Enemy flag returned.
If there is a map and mode that could get them back into this series, obviously we're looking at Game 2 Slayer, right? It's always going to be the way back in for you. If you've lost map 1, all you have to do, get to that 50-point mark as soon as possible. Against a team like Shopify, yeah, it's difficult to do, but this map and mode, it's fairly easy to get yourself out of a sticky situation if you can sneak your way to snipe tower, get there before the enemy team, and then just survive. There's so many livable opportunities. It's one thing that we on Nemesis try to do as much as possible. It's the reason we had so much success on this map and mode. Obviously, we're watching right now the lower round 7 between Coliseum and Noobs on Capture the Flag Origin, but Slayer will be map 2 in the series between Shopify and Usubeni. And that really is the key when you're on the back foot. It's just about getting to Snipe Tower if you can, and then just living as much as possible, get some reinforcements there, and then you can work towards the middle of the map with a bit of height and a bit of coordination. That's how you do it.
Exactly. We won't be changing the scenery, but the name of the game, it's gonna change just a little bit from CTF as we have currently on screen, which could potentially be the last map between Noobs and Coliseum. We're moving towards Slayer. And this, for Usubeni, is a real chance to get back into things and tie things up in the series overall. Immediately towards this middle side, the sniper tower, as we've been speaking about, the Drift is going to find contact and shut down Royal 2. The S7, I believe it still remains untouched, yeah.
Yeah, still up for sure. And Cycle, I believe, has rockets, so you'd imagine the S7 is... Oh, I think did Royal 2 jump off the map with it? I'm not really sure, so maybe no sniper in play. We'll have to keep a keen eye on that. Cycle missing some shots against Piggy. Okay. And that's actually turned rockets over to Usubeni here, and with a 2-point lead, and with all of Shopify trapped in blue. Wow, this is a very, very curious turn of events. We'll see how this progresses and evolves, but with those rockets, I'm not sure how many Cycle fired. He didn't fire any.
No.
Dude, there's 2 rockets for Piggy to play with. Wow.
Yeah, that's already one freebie picked up by Piggy, a second one potentially to be found, maybe even a double kill. 2 birds with 1 stone if he's that fortunate, but Bandit's going to be good to go right now as he cleans up the last shot. Now he's going to rotate over towards that Spanker spawn. He's got 2 green silhouettes that they look oh so juicy to me, Harry, but he's not going to get away with any of them. An even exchange is just about all he can ask for in that situation. But more importantly, Usubeni, 13 kills to show for their efforts thus far versus the 8 of Shopify Rebellion. That's a brilliant start. And they took advantage of these power weapons, at least the Spanker, to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, but this is where Shopify can really turn the screw, though. I mean, we saw the positioning from Usubeni. They were so far away from that sniper tower we spoke of. The sniper stayed on. Dude, Frosty's got it somehow. I thought for sure Royal 2 threw it off, but maybe Frosty was back pocketing that for a while.
Could be.
Either way, new rockets in 20 seconds. This one is really up in the air. We'll see which way the fight goes here at Snipe. It's so important. And for those kind of teams watching at the moment, if you're kind of stuck on Origin, the way we always saw it on Nemesis, and we did have some success, is on Capture the Flag, try play elbows. On Slayer, kind of do the reverse. Get to Snipe, play with height, collapse on a base when there's damage. That's kind of the key to victory here.
Tactics clear as day. Royal 2 finding a very weakened Jackson from afar. And down below, he's going to find Piggy on top of that. Easy as you like. This could be Royal 2's playground for the time being. On a sliver of HP, he's going to go right back into the action. Jackson, yeah, he's as good as dead, I reckon, at this point. Frosty, easy little find. Just about there, buddy. Cycle to clean him up instead. And Usubeni squandering their lead just there.
Yeah, need to just take a beat here, Shopify. You just got Snipe in the hands of Royal 2. No need to push in just yet. But looks like they're going to try and push the pace themselves. No need to overextend for Frosty's death here. As we said, we have Royal 2 with Snipe. You know he's going to be good for that weapon and converting the bullets into untradeable kills. Shopify have the lead throughout all of that melee thanks to Frosty's heroics with the rockets, but yeah, just need to let this man play. There's no reason to overextend. Even if Usubeni push into Snipe Tower and they get that area of the map, that's fine. You've got no problems with that if Royal 2 does his job, and you know he will.
Yeah, definitely so. I'm still a little bit perplexed by Jackson just casually tanking an S7 shot to the neck and living through it. I genuinely thought that was a headshot, but apparently not. Even yeah, it's just ping things. Don't worry about it. That's not a ping thing. That's a skill thing. Royal 2.
It's disgusting. This is what I'm talking about. Just leave the man to do his thing. That's all you need to do.
Let him cook. He's cooking. He's eating. He's got one more crumb, one more S7 round to work with. Not gonna leave it on the table. Not at all. Piggy. Oh, somehow Neo's his way out of that. Straight up Matrix type stuff. But Royal 2 is easily gonna clean up Acid on the turnaround. Last shot now flipping and ringing around, but he's caught in a very precarious position. Jackson easily taking him down. His Cycle trying to chime in. Does cut down Acid before his reign of terror truly even begins. And Drift, nothing that he could have done in that instance. It's still neck and neck between these two teams, Harry, as Cycle finds a two-piece right there.
And more importantly than that, last shot, grab rocket and survive. So this is really the turning point in the late game here. Last shot, even if he doesn't find players, you've got the new snipe in 40 seconds time. You can do nothing. You can slow the game down. If anyone pushes you, you blow them up. No need to get overzealous with this. The real thing you want to secure is the S7 in the late game. It's so powerful. Really nice long-range rocket just to guarantee that, but you're in danger of splitting Usubeni here, so you need to be careful you don't take too much damage from across the map. Oh, no, they're spawning elbow anyway. Someone's anchoring. I think that was Royal 2. Well done. New snipe intent. If you secure that, this should be game for Shopify.
I think we've crossed that inflection point where this could just be Shopify's game, but I believe that's Acid hard camping the S7. If last shot can make it in time, then he could contest, but he is going to just get out of harm's way as those two tracers just narrowly scalp him off. Acid, very low on HP, and Shopify Rebellion, good read to just get rid of that immediate threat. This collapse onto the last standing player inside of this base. Piggy should be all but confirmed, and the trade comes on through. Shopify find themselves 2 kills away from closing off this second map.
Yeah, the intention was right from Acid with the snipe. Get out of dodge, try and get to the back of the map, but the pressure and the flooding of the lanes from Shopify is just inevitable. They smelt blood as soon as they knew they were on the front foot. Everyone from the World Championship squad knew it was game time to go, and Acid just never had any chance to put that power weapon to use. Really good stuff. I think the pivotal point of the match was when we saw Cycle with the carbine get that double, and last shot just with the balls of steel just out in the open, grabbing rockets, uncontested, no damage on him. That was the turning point. Usubeni then had to try and retake Snipe Tower here, Tudor, with a last shot with 2 rockets. I mean, it was never going to be a recipe for success when they have rockets at Snipe. It's time to play range. It's time to go over towards the rocket tower, go play elbows a little bit. But the sad thing for Usubeni is they couldn't. Sniper was coming up in about 30 seconds. So, yeah, well played by Shopify Rebellion. The gambit was correct. And this shot, it's just glorious. Just glorious.
Absolutely dirty. And if I'm going to be whipping statistics out of nowhere, but technically this one is very much grounded in what we just witnessed, Rebellion, they were able to maximize the values out of every single set of rockets that they picked up, bar the first one, which they shot. Actually, no, I think it was Royal 2 who picked up onto it and then immediately died with it, granting Usubeni 2 rockets. Aside from that, it was completely perfect from Shopify Rebellion, and they made no mistakes with the power weapons whatsoever. Now, I think we're comfortable enough to say that mistakes are not really in Shopify Rebellion's dictionary or thesaurus as we move into what could potentially be our third and final map between these two. Usubeni, gotta dig real deep.
Yeah, Drift Camo here. Drift Camo to start the game. That is something in your favor, Usubeni. You're right, that their power weapon conversion rate was something we identified this year. To beat Shopify, we cannot leave snipes on live fire uncontested. We cannot leave snipes, rockets, and origin. We have to play for every single one. So the fact that Drift has gotten away with camo at the start of this game, wow, it gives them a bit of hope. But Cycle, 5 kills to his name already. It's a worry. It's a worry here for Usubeni, because look at last shot, great identification of the A-bombs, and he's just making life so hard for Usubeni. How do you play against this, man? I don't know.
I don't know. We might have to refer back to potentially some Spider-Man comics or even the Tarzan film to see what you can do about someone who just zip-zap zooms unapologetically through the A site. Royal 2 finding a nice little bit of contact with that shock rifle. Perfect. Potentially a second. Oh my god. I'm just gonna shut up. This is insane what we're seeing from Royal 2. It's so quick, so snappy. Pixel perfect Halo from him. It is
just put your feet up. There's no point casting this. You just admire the brilliance. Because there is a 1v2 here, so I think Royal 2 is a bit unfortunate with that spawn. Just hesitated slightly, it would seem. But the shots, just immaculate as ever. Royal 2 almost like he never just kind of stepped away or took a break since the World Championships. Drift last alive. They can stagger his death if they really want, and they have done so. So, yeah, pipe spawn here for Usubeni. About to be trip capped. You got last shot flying at you, just giving up the A spawn. There'll be someone rotating from tower to challenge A. I think that's Royal 2. Yeah, this is just textbook stuff, because even if Royal 2 gets back down or worse dies, Cycle has enough space to grab camo uncontested. This is what we're talking about, man. It's so much chemistry from Shopify. Everyone understands everyone's role. It is just, there's no words. It's so difficult to have the chemistry and coordinate like that in a team game like Halo, and Cycle is alive. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It wouldn't shock me if there were just points in Shopify Rebellion's TeamSpeak where it's dead silence and everything just operates like a well-oiled machine. Cycle should find an easy frag onto Piggy, but the smoke narrowly gives him a fighting chance to retreat, but no.
Dude, what smoke? Cycle just hits him effortlessly, dude. This is over.
Oh.
This is over, dude.
It's hardly even begun, Harry.
It's done. It's already done. Like, you can't break out of this when Shopify are in flow state. There's no way.
They've been in flow state for like the last half hour, bro.
Yeah. They've managed to cross to C. That's the one gap in Shopify's game.
Yeah.
They weren't watching that C cross. That's something fundamentally you have to do. I wonder if that was kind of a miscommunication within Shopify. So they have got C back. But Shopify, when they have the 2 cap, they play like they have the trip cap. So the kills need to go Usubeni's way. They have so far. Now what can you do with them? Last shot, last alive.
Exactly. We do see some efforts of conversion. They just need to be confirmed right now. A is about to be flipped. There you go. And B as well. So Usubeni, they've now got a lifeline to work with. We like this. We like this kind of Halo from them. They just now got to keep it up versus an in-flow state Shopify Rebellion. Potential nightmare scenario.
Bit of a misstep there, though. No one anchoring A to block those spawns. Shopify get a get out of jail free card. Drift peeks, sees 2 spawners, backs up. Oh man, that's tough. If you have an A anchor there, maybe you get away with that situation. But now you're losing timing, having to rotate back and recap A. I think it started with Piggy. And forgive me, it might have been Yaxin challing in pipes and Piggy pushing from B up the glass, influencing spawns in the wrong direction. It's Shopify just... they break out so easily at trip caps, and when you make it easy for them, they're always going to get out of that. 5 seconds until camo. It's tough to see Usubeni come back in this one.
Yeah, give him an inch and Shopify will take the whole mile. Thank you very much. And Royal 2's just been nasty with it as well. That sort of like push that he was making towards this A side, he's waiting for the right moment to pounce. He was hoping for a few more than just the singular Yaxin, or drift I should say, and he does eventually get shut down. Last shot now looking to secure a potential trade versus Acid, but doesn't get the better of him unfortunately enough. So Usubeni, they still remain and hold on to a moderate amount of control, but could all be undone in the blink of an eye by Cycle, who gets stuck as a parting gift. The active camo a non-factor in this equation anymore. Usubeni, they're starting to find their footing. It's just coming at a very gradual level.
Yeah, here's the problem though. All of Usubeni spawning A in an AC, it means that C is completely free. And if Shopify recognize that, they could play a bit of rock, paper, scissors here. They might say, they're going to anticipate us run through to C, so maybe we just go play A instead. But the thing with Shopify is they play every lane, and Frosty knows. He knows exactly how to utilize this piece of equipment. A is maybe going to be the focal point for Shopify to spawn trap and collapse here. We'll see how quick Frosty goes. If he stays, then they're just going to trap them all. If he goes, then they're going to try and split.
Split they might at this point. Piggy trying to advance through towards that gold side, but he's going to think twice because Frosty's just on top of things.
Yeah,
C is open up for business.
He needs to go challenge for sure. There's a spawn here as well. And just, yeah, he knows his role. He knows everyone's role. We'll see if Shopify go and play without an A anchor. That was their problem last time. And I always like to make sure whatever team I'm coaching has an A anchor in a trip cap, because if they spawn A, oh man, it gives them roots. It gives them a chance out and into the map. It's the highest stronghold on the map, so it looks like this time they're also going to just keep that A spawn open. The tower player Row 2 is going to be able to flex onto that stronghold as soon as it starts to be captured. But good kills from Usubeni. I think this one is a formality at this point, though, too. I mean, 25 points to go. It's just brilliance. Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, you did allude to it a little bit earlier on. Once we're past that 200 mark, it may as well all just be wrapped up in curtains for Usubeni.
Jesus!
There is nothing that can be done.
Oh my god.
You just have to revel in the majesty of Last Shot's overkill.
That is fucking disgusting. Sorry to any children watching.
Double kill.
This is ridiculous. Dude, drift, bro. Drift. Drift, hit a bullet, dude. You just got put on a poster.
I just want to get a poster of that screenshot with the overkill and put it right above my desk.
I just feel like I witnessed something illegal. I don't like, what did we just see, Tudor? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, right.
Dude, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up right now on stream. I'll do it.
You go do that. We'll have production cut off the microphone as well, so we don't accidentally get that through. But jeez, man, this is just nutty to say the very least. A 3-0 victory definitely could have been a prediction of ours, but in such a fashion, nah. With this kind of, I actually need to find the right synonym for it, because debauchery doesn't fit this. It's just disrespect, almost, it feels like.
Nah, that's insane. That is truly insane. And honestly, it all makes sense now. We can take a look at our bracket, but dude, it makes sense. If that's what we were playing against all of last year, it makes sense now. It all makes sense as to why, you know, we didn't do any better at majors than we thought, because that is like otherworldly, seriously. We can see Noobs actually was able to win that game 3. We saw a peek into Origin, capture the flag between Colosseum. That's super ironic, by the way, Colosseum losing Origin, because Colosseum was the name of Origin on Halo 5, so that's super ironic. But yeah, Colosseum winning game 4 means that they will advance, and yeah, that's going to be a fun match. That's going to be a very fun match indeed. But seriously, I'm gonna throw up. What did we just see?
Yeah, I don't know. It's, you can give a water pistol to anyone on the side of Shopify Rebellion and they will take on the burning inferno that is hell. There is not much else that really can be said. So while we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a little break to grab our breaths as we prepare for the next series, just revel in the majesty that is your reigning world champions for one more second. We'll catch you guys again very soon.
Monday morning, it starts to rain. And I'm thinking about what we've been through. It's getting cold and light starts to fade. And I'm feeling worried about where this leads to. I don't know where to begin, but I keep seeing you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? stop making guesses. Is it hard to make up your mind? Doesn't the fun that we have make it easy? Is it true? Do you still need time? Or are you scared to commit and be with me? 'Cause what we have is real hard to find. And all I want you to be is happy. I don't know where to begin, but I can see you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one thing I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texts. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind. I keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texts. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? Goosebumps on my skin, I feel you on my body. Lose my mind within, your presence is so godly. Oh, you leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis. You leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis.
Double kill. Double kill. Overkill.
Goosebumps on my skin, I feel you on my body. Lose my mind within, your presence is so godly. Oh, you leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis. You leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis.
Your vision when I get my distract, can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain.
Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy flag returned. flag returned. 5 minutes remain.
Gazing further at the sky. Is it morning when my place is night? Is it raining when my place is dry? I wanna see, I wanna know what's on the other side, the other side. I wanna travel the world with you. What's on the other side, the other side? Wherever you are, I want you. Travel the world with you. Is it warmer when it's cold at mine? How many hours will it take to fly? When will I see you with my own eyes? I wanna see, I wanna know what's on the other side, the other side. I wanna travel the world with you. What's on the other side, the other side? Wherever you are, I want you.
Shopify Rebellion, probably the only team name that we will repeat over and over again. Their performance up until this point has been so cataclysmically brilliant. We had to drop an F-bomb on the broadcast because we were just that caught and swung off our heels. Harry, it's been such a treat to watch these guys, and we get to do it again in the winners final versus Reality Check.
Yeah, it is truly a pleasure to watch them ply their trade on Halo Infinite. They just seem to have perfected the style of game that just is uncounterable, it would seem. And for Reality Check, they are going to have a very, very tough time of things here, I feel. But Capture the Flag Origin will be map 1. We do have Monkey Man inbound soon, but you know what? The boffins in the back were like, "Hey, Wonderboy, you're doing such a good job. Would you mind filling in for him while we wait for him to arrive?" And I said, "You know what? That's going to be an extra day rate. Thank you very much." No, I'm just kidding, of course. I love this game, so more than happy to sit, watch Capture the Flag Origin between Reality Check and Shopify. I think if there is a team that can bruise Shopify, it's probably going to be Reality Check. But seeing how they played so far, Shopify, they look untouchable. They might go this whole year, this whole season, Tudor, without dropping a single map if they continue to play the way that they've played so far.
It's been utterly insane, and I did want to quickly check with the bracket and some of our history as well to see, have they, as a matter of fact, dropped anything up until this point? The answer is a resounding no in this first Open tournament on the road to Birmingham, and unless Reality Check have got something that they've been keeping in store, hidden away and tucked, then that might not change the sentiment at all. Penguin is going to be the first person to find some contact, and immediately does get traded off as well. Nice little cleanup from Suppressed onto Royal 2. That paves the way to this flag. To see if they can get a successful pull, though, we'll have to see.
It was obviously, I think, grabbing Sniper early on, and, well, he's hit 3 out of the 4 Shopify members so far. It could, well, lead to this goal line stand from Reality Check. That's the type of form you need to be hitting consistently to put Royal 2 and the boys on the back foot. Average stepping up for his team so far. They haven't returned their own flag yet, though. They've decided to play Shopify's flag. That could come back and bite them if Royal 2 can get things done down there. Penguin cleaning things up. Rocket's still available. That could be the next port of call for both our teams here for 2.
I think so. Frosty, he's got the Spanker, potentially to find one onto Penguin, but it's a little bit too far away. Does eventually get the cleanup and the second onto Falcated as well, potentially a third in his near future right now. And the flags, both of them, will comfortably sit in opposing bases as we enter this flag off. Nice little find coming out from Frosty, but the trade instantaneous. His last shot is going to narrowly get away with the frag onto Suppressed, but reversed instead. Absy does get one, and he will whip that flag right out of the home base as well. Very chaotic, the opening minute and a half thus far.
It is indeed. Shopify, though, linking up to combine to put Reality Check 2 dead here. Take a look at the flag on the blue base at the moment. Obviously, I think it's finally put to bed, so no return opportunity there. We have Rockets coming up fairly soon as well. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head if it's worth playing for them. Check out Cycle and Royal 2 here pushing towards this return. Penguin is forced to get a touch. That is 4 dead momentarily for Reality Check. Suppressed has to wrap back, and Royal 2 is denied his overkill for the multi-kill timer, but a nice perfect puts him on 10 kills, and more importantly, Shopify up a flag cap.
Yeah, honorary overkill. It's just ridiculous to see this in the opening moments of Origin from Royal 2. Double digits already. It's insane. Obviously not too far behind, trailing by just 1. And Royal 2 is going to probably deny him of joining the Cool Kids Club. Frosty gets that credit instead. And already a point, as we saw, confirmed by Shopify Rebellion. They've got the Spanker to boot as well. Frosty's putting that immediately to good use. Does find 2 disconnected kills. And this should open up already a flag cap and potentially a pull already set in stone. If Royal 2 can get away with a 2-piece, finds the first but not the second. Flag is confirmed in Shopify Rebellion. They're just looking to set a new world record in the speedrun category for Origin no glitches.
I don't know about that. There's been some really quick Origin CTF games. We're talking like sub 2 minutes. But so far, it seems Reality Check that they're going forward when they should come back, and they're going back when they should come forward. Clearly miscommunication and difference in styles. So far, Shopify just have their number. They know exactly when and where they're going to spawn. Falcated already put to half shields, immediately coming up off respawn. Can Reality Check come back in this game? I wonder. It will be a tale of kind of attrition if they're going to do so. You have, what, Rockets up in another 50 odd seconds. If you can survive until then and get Rockets under your belt, yeah, there's a chance. But right now, look at this. Last shot playing so direct, running a flag. Oh, this could be the third and final one.
Eventually as well, trade does come on through, and Shopify Rebellion, they're more than happy with just sort of keeping Reality Check guessing more than half the time and keeping them worrying about the OBJ. This flag should just see a safe return home with absolutely no arguments. Frosty confirms the 3rd flag necessary, and that's the first map. Just in a matter of minutes already locked out by Shopify Rebellion. Reality Check. Now we're going to have to turn towards Slayer on Solitude to see if they can claw a map back. But this For us, I believe, quite the expected result.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, this is the 2025 World Champions we're talking about here. We knew this season would be a bit of a cakewalk for them on paper. I mean, no other real full-time rosters in the HCS. No settled rosters, it would seem, at the moment anyway. And with Shopify ending last year in really fine form, you would probably put your house on them continuing that form going into this year. They've done so far, yet to drop a map, and map 1 has been just, I mean, it's been a gone, and in the same fashion they have cakewalked it. Slayer Solitude up next, and no doubt they're going to continue that here unless we see Reality Check start to wake up a little bit here.
Could this be the start of the 2026 victory lap for Shopify Rebellion? I have an inkling that the answer to that is a resounding yes. It's looking so cutthroat, so clinical coming out from them. Minimal mistakes to capitalize on. In Reality Check, they have the best odds in this open number 1 to potentially take anything off of Shopify Rebellion. Immediately, Avicii does get away with that active camo, so he can definitely be the difference maker right here. And immediately, Reality Check starting off brilliantly. 4 kills found versus the 1 of Rebellion.
Dude, Avicii's thanking his lucky stars. He's teaming with Penguin at this point. 2 kills and an assist from Penguin. Keeps this man alive with this power-up in his chest. And now, with the shock as well. This is a dream start for Reality Check. On Solitude Slayer, it is all about pushing your advantages when you get them. And if you get a camo shock and you get Shopify on predictable spawns, you want to keep that consistency as much as possible. You've got, yeah, camo running out now. So obviously, yet to check his left side, could get the 180 onto Cycle. But good collapse by Reality Check. Sadly though, only a 4-for-2 trade, and Cycle now has shock. 2 shots to work with here.
1 kill found, delivers. Second shot does tag Falcated, but kill could be picked up scrappily by someone else. Penguin is trying to make everyone's life a living misery right here. Does eventually find 1 onto Cycle, but the trade comes on through. So Shopify Rebellion, once again, correcting the ship. Despite being 5 kills down initially, they claw it back down to a gap 3. Falcated finds not 1, but 2. Avicii does get traded off by Last Shot on top of that as well. So Shopify Rebellion, they've definitely nearly found their way out of the woods. It's been a bit of a scrappy start, but nothing that they're strangers to.
No, what is most intriguing to me is how Shopify are going to push out blue. You've got camo in 30, you've got Reality Check on the favored side of the map. You want to try and hold down glass where possible. So Penguin flanking there, yeah, he might end up putting you all 3 down, and this is a big 1v1 actually for map positioning. But you've gotten yourself out of that blue spawn. If you can push up the last shot here, if you're the Shopify team, you might be able to get sight lines on the camo in 10 seconds, but they're taking it quite directly in blue. This is an interesting one. They'll get the points on the board, and they'll get numbers advantage. This will actually, in the end, result in camo. Wow, that's a big play. That's a 100 IQ play backing themselves there, Shopify. Royal 2 now with the power-up. That was very much unexpected.
Oh my god, it's already paying dividends. Royal 2 finding 2 frags. Obviously trying to stick it to him, but does get naded out of existence, out of the server practically, by Last Shot. In Royal 2, he's now got so many blue silhouettes to worry about, or to just wipe off the face of Solitude. Suppresses the first point of contact, and it's tough for Royal 2 to really commit to this for the time being. Reality Check, they've desperately slowed down the pace because they know they're stacked up against odds working against them.
And Royal 2 didn't want to jump in that window there, Tudor, just because he didn't know where the stickies were. And you don't want to jump into a window with camo and just get stuck. You don't want to just give that power up away and be traded off that easily. So you saw the hesitance, had teammates pushing in there as well, so no reason for him to jump recklessly through the window. But in the end, Penguin and Co. in blue did just enough, didn't they, to just keep Royal 2 at bay, keep them guessing, make him play patient, and off the respawn, he was kind of nullified, if you will, and this is a tie game once again.
Royal 2 taking a lot of contact, and he's not going to make any magic happen in that instance. Cycle does secure the trade, delayed, but confirmed with the frag grenades nevertheless, and he manages to get out by the skin of his teeth. Falcated was chasing him down, but he's going to pay a very costly price for going on that little side quest. Now reality check, they do trail by 3 as Last Shot dishes out yet another one. Frosty finding a clay pigeon by the name of Avicii. And Penguin, another type of bird, is caught on very, very low HP by the Gravelift. Those nades are going to make his life a living misery. And Frosty is not easing up off the pressure either.
I'd love to know what the comms were there from Shopify, because Frosty damaging players down at Snipe Lift prevented the entirety of reality check. Squad spawning down there. Camo in 5 here. So Frosty had to be a bit more aggressive. It's led to this scrappy situation we're seeing right now. Shopify seem to be benefiting from the trades. But which way is Camo gone? It looked like Shopify were better off to grab that. Frosty is surviving top mid thanks to his teammate Last Shot hitting the 5 there on Avicii.
Good tag damage coming out from Royal 2. Frosty, easy little pickup there. Falcated did have an angle, but opting not to engage. Reality check, once again, slowing things down, and this is Shopify Rebellion's time to just move around and get even more map territory. I think this sort of inability to move around in response to the call of action, it could really hurt reality check in the long run. And that might just be reflected in the scoreline right now. They're a little bit too static, and Shopify Rebellion is happy to find these kills.
Yeah, did they get enough value from that power-up, though? 3-point lead, make that 2 now. Last Shot cannot chase this kill because Allocated has backup. And well, it's a 2-point game. New Shock just spawned. Cycle will have spawns for that, but look at where reality check are. They're over here towards Pram and Glass. Last Shot can't finish his kill. And if Cycle was not able to grab Shock, then well, this is a very interesting game. And Suppress somehow is behind enemy lines. Oh, Suppress got there. Cycle does have Shock here. Oh, it's a 1-point game.
Steven yet again. Falcated thinking twice about challenging. No, Avicii once again caught in the middle of the air and not ascending, not flying like a bird, and just like that, Cycle putting that shock rifle to good use, finding 2 crucial kills towards the very tail end of Solitude, and that will close off this opening Slayer as they take it 50-48, a ridiculous score line. And it came so damn close on the side of reality check. They were just narrowly able to get it all to themselves, but at the end, just stumbling. Some small mistakes, unfortunately, costing them overall, but it was tight as hell. Ladies and gents, we do have a small little swap coming on through just to get you up to speed as well. We are now going to be bringing on Mr. Hale Monkman. My brother, it is good to see you. Unfortunately, we do have to wave goodbye to Wonderboy, but I'm really happy to have you here. How are you?
I'm doing great. Y'all give some love to Wonderboy. Dude has been grinding the last couple of day and a half with us here for Dreamhack Open, and honestly, we've got alongside your stuff keyboard. But I just got off with the endpoint of that, and kind of a wild ending to say the least. Cycle with that shock rifle, and kind of spicy with the way that came so close.
Exactly, super spicy. He was on fleek with that shock rifle. No other way to describe it, realistically speaking. And now, moving over towards our third and what could potentially be the final map as well, Shopify Rebellion. They've been on top of things. There's, realistically speaking, very little to comment on just because this Halo that they've been showing us, it's ruthless, it's unapologetic, and it's indiscriminate as to who they're going up against.
Well, you're gonna have to prove your way through the world champions right in front of you if you are reality check, and so far they've been keeping very close, but close has been no cigar. It's been a no smoking zone for right now. And with the shock rifle as well as camo, Royal 2 threatening to take both, but they're gonna keep him from getting that one for free.
Nice pickup right there. Falcated looking to contribute as well, but Cycle right on his case. That's all 4 dead for reality checks. So Shopify Rebellion, easy access to the skull right now. Cycle and Royal 2 immediately just looking to mobilize and cut them off right at the heel at these spawns by elevator. That's already one exchange found, another player down below. I believe that's Penguin looking to try to contest Cycle. And Avicii is going to try to be the brunt of the spear, but doesn't piece it together versus Cycle.
It's amazing from the previous 2024 season all the way to 2025, whenever you eventually had Shopify become the world champs. Looking at all the praise and all of the good play that Cycle was presenting for this squad, they kept them on and then they just solidified this squad overall. Knowing the way that you can be such an impact player has been showing not just from that previous tier, but into this series overall. Trying to be able to just slingshot their way through, though, it's Frosty, as all of Shopify Rebellion owning this hallway from red pipe up to top gold. They're just not letting reality check step through the middle of this map out of control room or long haul.
No, they're practically being suffocated at this point. Lucy just narrowly dodging that plasma pistol and does retaliate, surprisingly enough, with those grenades. Cycle does confirm the trade as well, but in the meantime, just after about, what, 2 minutes worth of gameplay, we've already got Shopify Rebellion holding on to narrowly a 60-point lead as well, which, yeah, the fact that this has just happened as we were yapping incomprehensibly, it's quite astounding to just, you know, let it sink in as to how good these guys really are.
Basically uncontested. Obviously, reality check kind of stuck to this same quarter and quadrant at this point in time. They've rotated forward into that A side elevator and then taking over where basically Shopify had been all but basically staying away into their Fortress of Solitude. And now Cycle 8 and 3 running amok with another camo going to the way of Rebellion. Frosty will have it this time as Royal 2 couldn't make much of it. This time around, the Ghost Man himself is getting a nice little back tap.
Taps onto Penguin as well. Kill unconfirmed for Frosty, and he's happy to just let someone else take that responsibility. We're over 2/3 of the way done for Shopify Rebellion right now. Shock Rifle freshly online, and maybe one of the reality check boys is going to try to go for it, but doesn't quite happen. Last shot catches 2 players just out in the open, and I think we are getting closer and closer to a conclusion for this first round of Oddball.
It is such a sprint. Look at the 75-point spread. I mean, even with the transition over, they're able to just maintain control. Reality check. I mean, the reality right now is that you're facing up against it, a very systematic and automatic sort of squad. But Penguin,
yeah,
so at least get hands on the rock for the time being. As soon as they do, it's a brief interlude. They got another point, but at the same time that they've done that, it's still 80 otherwise for Shopify Rebellion. Finally, it looks like they're going to set up towards Hydro, but that setup is set to be shut down if Cycle can break through.
Breaking through shouldn't be the toughest for a player of his stature. Does have Falcated directly above him. Suppressed as well, just narrowly passing on through, but reality check going to be benefiting from a little bit of free time on this skull, but last shot is looking to just crash that party immediately. Penguin caught basically with his pants around his ankles, but somehow lives long enough to not be the first to go down in that exchange. Royal 2 now with the Shock Rifle looking to get activated, and that's a nice little 2-piece. Shock Rifle not even a factor of that equation. Gets it done the good old-fashioned way.
You know, I just got that visual, that mental visual of a penguin with their pants around their ankles. They already waddle. That's like heck of waddling. That's like waddle squared. Royal 2 will clear out.
Maxing.
Just complete. At that point, you're just breakdancing. Just flares. Suppressed. Bucci trying to just move this one around. Oh, and Royal 2 cannot escape. 3 down out for Shopify Rebellion, and a moment of reprieve and respite here for reality check. They've been able to maintain possession. Cycle. They want to break in again, being sneaky and lurky around this position of height.
Untouchable for the time being. Just evading Falcated for as long as humanly possible and gets the stick off anyway. Clinical stuff coming out from Shopify. And 3 dead for reality check with Penguin alive. The rest of his colony now stranded. He does go down, and this should be the last 5 points. All but confirmed right now for Shopify Rebellion. There's no 2 ways to slice this one. An opening round that seemed a little bit close, considering the fact that Reality Check, they did manage to get nearly half of that scoreline, but, you know, the reality is that they've just been decimated thoroughly.
Which, when you look at the previous couple of rounds, especially into that Slayer, you would hope some of that transitions, because you can turn this BO3 into at least some narrow margin of, all right, can we pressure them down, take away from the ball, get the spawns reset. Shopify Rebellion does go 3 down, so Reality Check in a stellar position. Still Cycle, one of the most dangerous dudes out here on the map, with not only the camo, he's got the shock, trying to make Penguin an endangered species.
Endless Penguin puns, I just realized.
It's Club Penguin out here.
Bring that back, bro.
I think it was brought back for a second, and then the servers got shut down. I don't know. All my Club Penguiners, tell me in the chat.
Falcated in a very tricky position. Somehow manages to get the better of his opposition. That was Frosty. Last shot now. Looking to apply some pressure towards his mid-side. Reality Check, they do get their hands on the skull first time this round as well, and they're going to start racking up some points. Cycle does find one, I believe, with a stick onto Avicii as well. But right now for Reality Check, you know, we still have got a lot of question marks floating around it as well, because Shopify Rebellion, they're just tearing and ripping their way through them at every single twist and turn. 3 dead right now for Reality Check. I think it's just a matter of time, to be fair.
Yeah, Vushi and Penguin not having themselves the time. I mean, much more objective-based. They've been chasing down this rock as much as they can, but Shopify has definitely been owning the uptick cycle of rocking around this map. Now, you do get at least a full fledged club of dead Spartans at the end of that long haul. Suppressed wants to at least exist down under those stairs, as Royal 2 is now sequestered to this back corner of the C-plat. Suppressed wants to go and challenge him. He knows he's at least 1 shot weak. And winning that fight is Royal 2 from behind the crates.
Insane scenes from Royal 2 as well. Potentially something he didn't have any right winning at all. Suppressed was banking on the confidence to get away with that, but didn't just happen to be in the cards either. And the kill feed just continuously just gets painted green at this point. Royal 2 adds another to the tally of 17. As we hop on with last shot right now. Maybe a little bit of indecision, but action always finds a way to him. He's got the active camo right now, just adding more and more assists. And that's all 4 dead. Yet again, a full team wipe did Reality Check fall victim to.
Interesting, though, that the amount of kind of team wipeouts that we've witnessed is just going to be a kill out. Penguin, not at all expecting last shot to just pseudo become pillar. Literally become wall, be tree. But for all the team wipeouts that we've seen, much more of this round, and opposite of what we saw in round number 1, has been that Slayer mindset. I often get to see that rhythm. Round number 1, who can just establish control. Round number 2, all right, let's turn 2 minutes into killing each other and see how long it goes. And it's more or less even, but Rebellion has definitely been kind of dictating where this map is going to go. This could be the last one of the series, and they have a while before anyone would show up in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Rebellion in total have got 60 kills right now, if my quick math is correct. Reality Check, they're sitting at around 51. So it's not all doom and gloom in terms of the disparity of fragging potential, but it does speak volumes, otherwise the score wouldn't look like that for any other reason. Oh, Uzi, the next to fall as well. Well-placed nades coming out from the last shots. And Skull has been freshly reset, available for a pickup. And Penguin down below gets perfected by last shot.
Penguin looked like he was an electrician, checking out all the wires and the walls before he could ever actually look up and see what hell has been brought down upon him by last shot. So, whereas the furtherance of their career could be the HVAC guy, gonna bring up the gun to see if they can be able to land this killing spree here for last shot. As he keeps putting Spartans to the floor. 53 points. Climbing now here for Shopify Rebellion. They've been moved into this corner. You got 3 pushing up from Reality Check from out of that red pipeline, and they're setting up for this rotation out. As Frosty and company really give them an easy escape route if they need to.
Last shot gonna get activated as well. Should find an easy kill onto Falcated. Turns around to Avicii, but doesn't quite get that pickup either. It's Avicii for 2, but not the 3rd, as Frosty's there to ruin his day. Penguin does secure the trade in that exchange, meaning Reality Check do come out of it with the man advantage for the time being. So they can recover this, but it's gonna be quite the effort as the active camo is freshly online. So they've got to diverge attention as well if they don't want that power up to fall into the hands of Rebellion.
Cycle gonna pressure him. Stay off this corner, give themselves some extra time. Might be able to get within 10. They're gonna actually play ball. They're just being squeezed too fast. Whenever Reality Check finally gets possession, it is such a brief interlude. Suppressed ends up being a trade. You have half the team's strength for either side. Shopify Rebellion, though, continues to force Reality Check to play chase. And they're also playing the bait and switch with this camo and tossing that rock over into the top side of glass.
Penguin caught in precarious position right now. Doesn't stand a chance either. Frosty's got his number. Two players chasing down that skull. Falcated now all alone on that solo mission. Royal 2 is going to re-engage and try to shut him down, but it gets a little bit scrappy. Doesn't work his way either, and Reality Check in the interim, they've gotten away with the skull and they're rotating back off towards a playable position.
That engagement took a little bit longer than they had expected, so last shot is down the ground for a little bit longer, but that's 3 down right now. For Reality Check, they play out this ball. They've acquired all of, let's call it about 8 or so points. The time frame, the Shopify Rebellion is grinding out 15-20 in front of their faces. This is a big splash of death coming back in. That's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. If you are Reality Check, this is when that ball needs to be getting picked up. They need to be cycling out. They get rid of Frosty. Points have got to be stacking up here.
So rotating it around does seem to be the name of the game right now. They're not really committed or married to a single position. They just got to try to keep Shopify on their heels, on their toes for as long as humanly possible, but this is already starting to fall apart. A nice score line established for Shopify Rebellion. Now going to hit 70 and potentially climbing. They don't even realistically need to do this. There's only less than 30 seconds on that neutral timer, and they can just wait out the clock, force Reality Check to start trembling basically, as this third and final map could potentially reach an unceremonious close if the timer does expire. But for Reality Check, their chances are dwindling with each second that passes.
Good possession for the time being. It's going to stay towards this elevator side. Royal 2 company. Oh, this is sliding on through. Penguin went right by Frosty. And you would think that the Penguins are used to the cold, but that gun heats up much the same. So, Falcated going to be on a lone venture right now as they're trying to go Ghostbusting. Cycle is just being a nuisance to top elevator. Reality Check has to keep their hands on the skull, and they might be able to run it up into a round number 3 if they also play with that timer.
Let's see what can happen as long as Avicii is able to keep himself alive and out of the clutches of these Shopify Rebellion players. It should all be put together. They do get that 1-point advantage. Now Shopify Rebellion, they've got to get hands on the skull just for a little bit longer. 2 seconds, about to hit 000, and somehow the dream's alive. The skull goes down, and we've extended the clock by a full 60 seconds.
Oh, that's Heartbreak City for Reality Check. If they do not get this, they are starting to clear them one by one trade for another. Last shot jumping in. You just got to be able to get that singular point. You got 40 seconds. You have to fight this out. That one, if they had held it for all of another half second, thrown it into the pit, might have been the difference maker. All of the fighting has been towards this raptor position, top side of elevator, and they keep just trading from right out of spawn. 30 seconds to go to figure this out.
It's flying by. 25 seconds right now. Skull has been reset. Shock rifle momentarily online. And Penguin, he's going to have to clamber the old-fashioned way. Does miss it, unfortunately. That could cost him a few valuable seconds. And the question is, who's going to be able to win these fights and get their hands on the skull first? Frosty does win his one. That's the immediate bit of contact they wanted to deal with. But 3 dead now for Shopify Rebellion. Falcated gets the skull. Singular point confirmed. And the clock, it'll speak for it all.
Round number 3. Look, it just took him an extra minute to make what could have happened in regulation just occur in overtime. So we go to bonus time. Can Reality Check truly check Rebellion? Force them to go to a map number 4. Great clutch up moment, and Shopify Rebellion not quite getting the job done. These guys are still fighting back.
So I've never witnessed that before in all my years casting this game. first time that I see overtime in oddball like that just randomly gets slapped onto the timer. A 2-piece found for Royal 2. And now silence falls on recharge, if only briefly for a moment. Shock rifle procured as well. And this could potentially spell disaster when coupled with the active camo. Lucy the first to fall, Penguin potentially next, yes sirree, but the third I was not expecting at all.
Crispy lightning. Wizard hitting their crits. Royal 2. Oh! Easy sharpshooting. Penguin eventually will drop him down, and thank you for the karate sound. Oh, right there with the lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Oh, you love it. You'll love to see it. Round number 3, though, starting off with 30 points for Shopify. Royal 2 now looking to try to pick up pieces that Cycle and Frosty left in their wake. But, oh, that was a quick and easy trade coming out from Penguin. Good from the last shot to sort of recognize what was going on, because he was in a very bad position. With that player creeping up entirely from behind. Falcated did manage to secure 10 points in the interim as well, but short-lived that particular effort. Royal 2 eventually does fall. Cycle finds one elsewhere, and with 3 dead now for reality check, plenty of comfortable time for Shopify.
Definitely been keeping this ball much more towards his A position. They love the rotational availability to either go towards Hydro and have that just kind of that reset point, or to just bunker down over into Red Pipes. So, like what we've gotten out of Shopify Rebellion, now 3 go down, and Reality Check has kind of sniffed out this entire idea. So they've been able to keep at least on their heels. Still, the lead exists further for Rebellion on the outset. Half strength already from off of the spawn. Reality Check has been able to wake up since that crazy dramatic end point of round 2.
Enemy has the ball.
They're doing it. Reality check, they've given themselves a lifeline, surprisingly, but active camo apparently not on the menu for them. No attention paid to it whatsoever, and they just offer that one up for free as Frosty grabs it. Nice remote dead coming on through from the last shot as well, so Skull goes cold, suppressed, has to win this one versus last shot, and it's looking very awkward and scrappy now that we do have, yeah, I think that was Frosty joining in on the fun.
Last shot was doing pull-ups. It's like that. It is never too late to get your anaerobic exercises in, gang. Just make sure you warm up a little bit, stretch some. And so far, what's being stretched is the lead out for Shopify Rebellion after Reality Check had made it to a much more narrow margin. 60 points, climbing up and close. They do not want to let this one go down to a final last-second OT drama point. Reality Check now has to track them as this one will be played out towards batteries, and Ibushi just hits the floor.
More players being like flies in the server right now. Shopify Rebellion, 2/3 of the way done. Looking to try to close this one off and just get themselves prepped up for the grand finals overall and send Reality Check back down. I do want to quickly and briefly give a shout out to LVT for the raid. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it, and we hope you guys all had a fantastic day covering this Road to Birmingham Open number 1, day 2. Great to see all of you guys here.
They were hanging out with us as well the previous day. So you get to see them for all the weekends that we're up as well. But for right now, you get to see some good cycling as Cycle wins out a couple of engagement. 10 points left to go. This all needs a play ball. They actually may just stick with this and just kind of body slam the water. They do bring it out to control. Reality Check has one last gasp to give to this fight if they can stay on the map. Frosty's making that a difficult venture as they will be on this back end of Pyre from Hydro. And you got to be ready if you're Reality Check. Such a tough thing to actually do when you're facing off against the Rebellion.
Definitely so. I do want to briefly draw attention towards Falcated as well, who's got himself 42 kills, the highest frag count in the lobby thus far. But short-lived right now, 43rd, not on the cards. Active camo, going to be online momentarily, but it's probably a non-factor as Shopify Rebellion find themselves just one tiny point away that Frosty is happy to gobble up. And just like that, Shopify Rebellion, they were forced into a 3rd round of oddball. We got to give credit where it's due, but commiserations to Reality Check as they are not going to be the ones to take a map off of Shopify this weekend.
The meanies in black and green are back here doing the same thing. 3-0 over Reality Check, and they will have first ticket punched here for our first Open over into the grand final. So Reality Check, there was moments of greatness. That's something that I feel like has been kind of our rhythm, our pattern here, Tudor,
Yep.
is consistently being able to challenge, but not putting a blemish into what otherwise is perfection from out of the current reigning world champions. So they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. They're going to wait it out into that lower final position. And some of our lower brackets starting to evolve really quickly, especially as you get to see what's happening with Usubeni and Decepticons, because they both moved on and they'll be facing off in that lower semi.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting game to, well, sink our teeth into. Usubeni, we did see them actually put up quite the performance versus Rebellion as well. Once again, unfortunately, not taking a map off of it, but that oddball that we saw on Live Fire was really damn close, to say the very least. And Slayer as well, they did manage to get into the low 40s, but Strongholds later on, that's where things did start to crumble. And for Decepticons, they've been a very interesting team to watch over the course of today as well, having just gone at the start of the day versus Reality Check, but unfortunately faltering on the 5th and final map by 2 kills. Either way, aside from Shopify Rebellion, still a lot of stacked talents to keep paying attention to, and that's what we are going to be doing in a couple of moments, as we are going to be leaving Shopify Rebellion waiting patiently in the grand final. We're going to be shifting gears. Oh, you've done something different. It's red now to your background. Huh, interesting.
It's red. I had to match the background over there and all this stuff. So yeah, producer was like, make it red, and I did. Also, shout out to our awesome production that's been here. We got Infinity, we've got Meg, Drax, everyone that's been able to just put on a stellar show, putting our faces in your spaces. I mean, Tudor, you guys in Wonder Boy really held down the house earlier. It's glad to be with you, even just for a hot second.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where to go from there, except only one place off screen for the time being. We will be back very, very shortly with some more Halo action just around the corner.
Turning love to dust, 'cause we know we can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars align, and we had everything to heal. from the deep, drowning right here. But you're the one who cared, showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Getting closer, knowing I'm okay, 'cause you got me to be. It ain't over, all I hear you say, said it's all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. To life. To life. You breathe me back to life. To life. To life. You breathe me back to life. What's it gonna take for you to ever let it go? You got a dark side hiding like a ghost, but if you let me see through, I promise I will keep you close. Underneath the surface, far below. Shallow breathing, scared to be known. I wanna care for you, know that you're lonely. I won't be scared of you.
Welcome back, everyone, to our big old global open here for the road to Dreamhack Birmingham. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside our Imperial Seal as we're bringing our aquatic mammal in to try and round out the latter end of this bracket. Seal, how you feeling? You've been watching. We've got, what, 3 matches minimum as we got a semifinal, lower final, and a grand final. How you feeling, dude?
I'm feeling good. I caught the banger between, I think it was Decepticons and Reality Check, that game 5. Oh, that was huge. I was on the edge of my seat watching that one. Tuned into the Snakebite co-stream for a bit to get some of that high level pro analysis. But also been keeping my eye on the EHL one as well. So I'm pretty hyped to get into this particular matchup. Definitely should be one of the best ones of the day, I think.
Well, this one will be a bounce back from both Decepticons and Usubeni, who fell out from their semifinals, and both 3-0'd into Chosen and Coliseum, respectively. There's some good, I guess, pre-quarterfinals to that, as Chosen and Legion Gaming had gone to Game 5, and Coliseum and Noobs had gone to a Game number 4. But that is all the past. You saw Game 3 Charge Ball. We're about to see a Game 1 Charge Ball. We go to Recharge. We'll see how these two teams will be able to fist fight. I was told by production that I said it wrong. I'm so sorry. Birmingham, not ham. It is turkey's the superior dish anyway.
I mean, I do like me some turkey, although it can be a little bit dry if it's not done really well, but it's a very good start for Decepticons. 4 dead off the rip. They've got the ball as well. Tolik's already in this backseat position looking to pressure the spawners.
So some great control in our previous match, looking at what Reality Check as well as Shopify could do. And for both of these squads, I mean, a lot of practice has been found onto Recharge as well. No vacancy, at least at this current time frame. But Tolik is one of those guys that is going to be a difference maker here for the Decepticons. Let them roam as Descendant will build up into that objective. For Usubeni, the half Mexican team for Acid and Drift being brought onto this squad, Acid has been a menace. So I want to see if they can be able to ramp up. But so far, the man, the myth, the legend of Tolik is already going to have off their first life a killing spree to keep all of Usubeni from being able to rotate up.
Tolik is one of those players that I don't think often gets mentioned in the conversation of like the best Halo players, but when he's on it, he is unstoppable. You know, we've seen in previous seasons on that Pure roster and on TSM last year how he can just take over games, and it's looking like this might be one such game as he's 6-0 right now, hanging around this C position, holding it down, not letting anyone dislodge him.
Perfect game? Question mark? Tolik had to have seen Acid. Yep. We're going to force his ball to go between them to be able to at least get one. Teammate will chop them down. So far, 45 uncontested points from out of the Decepticons. They're going to own this reset point as well. Observers decidedly seeing, all right, can we get a frenzy from out of Tolik and also get some extra points added to the old total? So Usubeni is finding it difficult to get a foothold into this map at this point.
Yeah, and poor Acid there, giving his life for the cause, but he doesn't actually manage to get the ball blade off the map. This C setup has just been unbreakable so far, but finally, numbers advantage did go in favour of Usubeni, but Precision finds a pick, evens things out, and Descendants still just chilling with the ball back C. Trippy, in a 1v1, wins it. Maybe Descendant didn't even need to play the ball there, but he is surrounded, will get it out, but 70 seconds to 0, the ball doesn't play. This is an opportunity for Usubeni.
Usubeni has been hard charging through the control room. It's such a great funnel point, and now from a reverse incursion as you have the Decepticons invading from that blue pipe section. They go 3 down and out after what was a stellar 72-point run from their side. Usubeni finally breaking open a BNE that pays off, and they don't get arrested for it. Acid will get away with their life as Camo Man of Descendant will be dropped from behind. Shock Rifle will be coming up soon. Decepticons starting to own these outer lanes, and Usubeni is going to start feeling the sweat as they now have to be able to play that ball out, and they'll reset again.
Yeah, even though Descendant gets taken down early then, I do want to highlight how ridiculous that camo grab was. I have never seen anyone get camo from that position before. That was crazy, but after that setup gets broken, only 20 seconds compared to the Decepticons 70, and Usubeni go 3 down as well. Seems like Decepticons aren't in too much of a rush here. They have finally got hands on this ball, and Descendant is 0 for 2 on noob combos, but he still manages to help his team scrap up a few more more seconds.
Got at least one kill off of just beating someone to death with their fist, but the next one around needed the help of the old Gak spitter. So this time around, Usubeni, they invade from off of top gold. That ball is still in neutral territory of batteries as you get so many of these long haul fights. The Decepticons are cool. With taking this from the perimeter, that one nearly the good old switcheroo from off of Shock Rifle. Talik does not want to give it away, and that's a great position. They get the chain reaction, doesn't quite get a kill. Piggy is given the comms that man is roaming around, and it's 15 points already for Decepticons to be able to end out this first round.
I'm surprised those two players decided to just go straight through to blast there, making no effort at all to hunt down that shock rifle player. He will go down eventually though, and Descendant now is probably just going to play that ball. He is, but Acid with that shock rifle shot will take him down, not quite in time to stop the play ball, but they will be in position for the next one, ready to try and get some points on the board of their own. They finally managed to kind of put a stop to the Decepticons' run, but it remains to be seen whether or not they'll be able to come back from it.
This combination of this team for Usubeni, I have been so excited ever since I've been watching what Acid does. 14-7, now 8 as he drops out. Best in the lobby at this point, and that's where the impact really has to shine. They were stuffed out in the early minutes when Decepticons had an early onus of this map. I'm going to be wondering what round number 2 is going to look like, especially depending on how this one ends. We are just plus side of 2 minutes. Decepticons have gone 3 down. Usubeni is making it difficult to at least complete this round, but this ball is also out and bare neutral, so no one's really been able to have possession for a long time, and Decepticons are going to play this one much more to the vest. The clock's on their side right now.
Yeah, it really is, because 2 minutes is probably too long to try and play time with so little points required, but that means the Decepticon really doesn't have a whole lot of pressure on them to actually get into, you know, to get into scoring position. They don't have to try and force this ball out of B. They can just hang around here. You can sit in tower all day if you're Usubeni. Decepticons don't need to go into your line of fire, and they probably won't, and that's why you see these players now moving across the map. If it was Usubeni with the lead, they probably wouldn't have given up that tower position.
You have 75 seconds and 46 points separating these two, and only 15 to end out the entire game, and yet I think it's all defense all the time. That stick ends up dropping off the wall, so Trippy does at least get knocked down. This ball finally gets picked up by Decepticons up into the top gold and red pipe. Usubeni has been challenging. It was looking like Russia in World War II, and they just keep sending all the bodies they can. This one's going to be Piggy dropping at least one, but this is going to be a timer that I think is going to complete. Talik turns around, takes care of business, and then they just pick up the rock again. That will be where round 1 ends. Now, considering how we saw a stabilization from Usubeni throughout that round number 1, feels like if they can just be able to hold on from the initial sprint from this round 2, we should have a much more even playing field.
Yeah, absolutely. That opening run from Talik and the boys was definitely a huge factor here. And another, you know, interesting factor, at the start of last round you were talking about Turkey, well I might talk about some beef. We have some former teammates on either team here, Precision and Descendant, Piggy and Yaxon, all players from that former Envy roster that got top 3 at Worlds. Interesting to see them finding themselves on opposite sides, considering they had such a good last tournament.
Skirt away from that too. I love the extra extended kind of esports history that exists between some of these extra teammates as well. You're like, all right, I know how you play. It's like, do you? Well, chase this. Hold down. 3 out, temporarily 4. Decepticons on a full stagger on their spawns, and Usubeni is actually in a very strong position. They flipped the script from the beginning of that first round. Acid's going to be roaming underneath that crate position, and Talik will not be able to hunt them down as Drift will protect his teammate.
Yeah, Drift right now, just lurking in this long hole area, keeping that position. Really like that angle he's taken onto tower. It's not one you see very often. But those 2 long hole players will go down. That means this setup maybe not going to be long for this world. It's Trippy and Piggy in this 1v1. Trippy with the shock rifle doesn't manage to connect. Piggy will play the ball, decides not to try and take that. Probably a wise decision. 36 seconds. Not as good of a first run as Decepticons had, but not a bad one either.
I mean, you have the whole first minute of this clock burned off, and you still have about a third of the points necessary moving in, so that's not bad at all. big chunk to run with, and they might be able to do it again. Big 50-50s. You have a man that's hurt. Absolute out. Drift is going to be shut down here at Pyre Whirlpool. This ball primed to be picked up. No one left to be cleared. Now, Yaxen, this is a player that we haven't really talked about too much as of today. But Usubeni, Yaxen, definitely a major smart Halo player in terms of just getting this team kind of rotating around proper places. And they'll be responsible for ball time right now. They actually now climb this over the halfway win mark. Sprint this one down. Descendant will take care of them. And that's now half of Usubeni out of the way.
The Drift fighting over this gold position. Given where the ball is, whoever controls gold will likely have a good chance at the next setup. Precision and I think that was Descendant making their way through there. He's now looking for damage across the map, but the camo player, I think, will manage to slip away. He baits out, moves towards one way when the player can see him, and then once he's invisible, he rotates back. That's classic invisibility strats. You know, they're used in various different games, and we see them being used here in Halo. Acid has an opportunity to try and take down this ball carrier with the camo.
Rotate through, and that is quite the easy busting gun, if you will, to be able to get rid of the ghosts. And again, all right, maybe I need to start giving more respect over to the plasma pistol. So far, so good. Getting rid of a power utility from Usubeni as they will go 75% out. Call it, fighting it out with Acid, who has a high ground position. Says, don't try it, please. Trying to really weigh in on the please. It has now been 33 points the other way. Decepticons are starting to narrow this margin swiftly.
Yeah, Decepticons got a very strong setup towards the A position. And with all three of them in there, it's going to be hard to dislodge them. Descendant finding the kill onto Drift. That should mean that the setup's relatively safe, but he's going to try and stay alive in gold. Gets a really nice angle from the battle edge, though. That will be more time on the board for Decepticons. Usubeni are yet to break this A setup.
51 straight points from out of Usubeni. There goes 49, now 51 the other way. They will take the lead here in round number 2. It's a great start for Usubeni, but everything has gone sideways now. Decepticons have really put a full length of that arm, pushing little bro out of the way. Acid? Oh, chopped down like a guillotine made of electricity from out of Descendant. He's not had a crazy KD sphere, but he's been taking care of business on the ball with 95 points. Oh, trying to do the same thing to get rid of Piggy. This one continues to be where Usubeni just dies at the hands of the Descendant.
Yeah, we weren't on his POV for a lot of it, but I want to highlight how good Descendant was playing in that top gold position. He got 2 kills before we switched over to him, and he's gotten even more since he's still got 3 shots in the shock rifle. And if his current record's anything to show, he might just take over with it. He still gets the shot onto Drift, and the other player goes down as well. Descendant is unstoppable right now.
Phew. All right. Descendant went from being mostly just the ball handler to now being the absolute gatekeeper that Usubeni does not have a free pass to get through. Last shot goes in. Don't complete the run. They want to maintain not getting 50-50'd and traded while having the camo, recognizing that they are so much more valuable, putting a lot of these extra shots out. And that one will just be a straight run out. 2-0, Decepticons. They had Usubeni in their sights. 51 points were gained, and then it was 100 the other way.
Yeah, Decepticons just took over towards the end, and especially Descendant. What a run he had towards the end there, just doing absolutely everything. And when you get to that point where there's so little time on the board, you just have to kind of straight line towards the ball, and that's when you just get picked off like that. Precision as well. 32 and 19, a fantastic stat line from him. Honestly, a very solid performance from everyone in Decepticons.
All right, well, a oddball is often where I've asked a few separate teams. I'm like, all right, what would you want to start off on? What do you want to get into a match series with? And oddball is kind of getting said because it gives you enough time to really not get coasted and roasted out of a series. You're not sprinted out, be it a CTF or otherwise. So now we go over to Slayitude, Slayer on Solitude. To just even things out. With what we've seen now from the Slayer potential from both these teams. I'm expecting Acid to kind of really step up to the plate, doing what they were doing a moment ago, but do you think Descendant keeps up the same sort of a Slayer styling that they had at the end of that round into this next match?
I wouldn't be surprised. Descendant is a player who just has that capability all the time. But I think when I think about Slayer players on this team, it's probably precision that really comes to mind. That guy was a sort of mechanical marvel when he first got picked up by that Sentinels roster way back in 2023, and he's just continued to get better and better as the game has gone on. And he's the kind of player who you really expect to take over these Slayers.
It's going to be a huge point of contention. Benny does not want to go down 0-2, especially with this being an elimination match. Everything from here on out, gang, is elimination, one life to live until we get to the grand finals. A grand finals bracket reset is available. The Shopify Rebellion want to give it to anyone? Maybe not. But gonna see if anyone will challenge them for it. Decepticons and Usubeni at the other end of this road have reality check they have to deal with. Acid didn't even get to see the guy fast enough before Descendant sent them to the old respawn pit.
Yeah, I got hit with that Peeker's advantage probably. And Drift was one shot there, but you still can't miss it, and he did not. The takeover from Descendant towards the end game was just fantastic. I mean, hitting that shot is absurd.
You get to see the wall more than you get to see that little blue pixel flying at you. So Solitude, there's gonna be a shock rifle out here. They're gonna have the same thing with the active camo. So off the Slayer, got to find that fluidity that Usubeni has had in the previous portion of this bracket. They were actually tyrants working through that entire upper bracket, and they took over as well to move through that previous quarterfinal into this matchup. So Decepticons, feels like there's just whereas we have it on both sides, feels like there's a moment of poise that doesn't really let them kind of get shaken before otherwise moving in through this series. And in case you guys are wondering, we've got this happening next weekend as well. So if you want to see Global Open number 2, the road Dreamhack Birmingham, which is that the right way to say it, Seal?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. I mean, I don't think adding a little ham in there is the end of the world.
Really? Oh.
I'll let you have it. It's not strictly speaking correct, but the letter's there. It's there for the taking. You can have it if you want it.
You hear that, production? Seal says I can say it. You know what? That's fair. That's fine. I'll save it for later. Everyone, that's wonderful. Thank you. Everyone yelled at me for like 3 days straight. They're like, don't say that. But yeah, we got the next one coming up next weekend. And we've also in 2 weekends thereafter got the big online qualifier to solidify the top 4 that will get that travel coverage. And of course, you guys can go over to Birmingham. What would you say in terms of UK? Do you like it over there? Is it cool?
It's sort of one of those cities that you occasionally like. Well, to be fair, most cities of the UK, we tend to be like, oh man, never go there, that's the worst place ever. But we say that about literally everywhere, so it doesn't mean a whole lot.
Okay, fair.
We all hate London, we all hate Manchester, we all hate Birmingham.
We're all
but
just
as far as cities you hate go. Yeah, exactly. As far as cities you hate go, Birmingham is one of the ones that you maybe hate less than some of the other ones. It's a nice enough place. I've got a few friends who went to uni there and stuff. Not spent a huge amount of time there myself, but as far as I'm aware, it's all right. One of our great northern industrial cities from the Industrial Revolution that we learn about in school.
Nice. All right. Education. Imagine that. I wish I had that. Well, in top 10 worst cities in all of the UK, it's number 10. So cool. All right, but that means it's on the worst side. So that's.
But to be fair, there's only like 10
side.
cities in the UK anyway. So
yeah, there's like actually there might be less than that. I don't know. I think you guys put more cities over here than you have over there. Regardless,
we probably have actually.
Mr. Benny and Decepticons, let's rock and roll over into Solitude. Camo up now, shock up in 25. Actually, no, they're gonna be able to pick up that immediately. It looks like all the toys went the way of the Decepticons.
Yeah, it does look like another solid start from them, although the alpha threat from the previous opening Tolik has gone down, and Drift actually has gotten his hands on the shock rifle. Drift has got the camo. Usibeni Acid seems to have gotten the shock rifle as well. Looked like a pretty good opening for Decepticons, but Usibeni have flipped the script pretty decisively. as Drift now with this camera is going to be looking to convert it to a nice, comfortable lead as he picks up another kill. And it's going to only be 2 kills though. Only 2 kills for Decepticons, but Usabeni still has this camera to play with.
I still subscribe to my my statement of saying that Vacancy, which we've seen on Slayer quite a few times this tournament, is basically daytime version of Solitude. I may be a little off because Vacancy has a big building that basically stuck in the middle of it, but I feel like it exists similarly. The killing spree to start things off is Drift is absolutely slay maxing with this camo, and now completely burns away. Trying to be able to take out Talik if they can. They're gonna have to use it off of a nade. That one's not gonna hit. Now they got 2 Spartans in the corner. Trippy rather was their target. Trippy's still living just long enough that Acid becomes part of the statistical miner right there, and Piggy will join the rest.
You've got me pondering. Is Vacancy just like a daytime version of Solitude? I guess the big difference that immediately jumps out is that on Vacancy your top mid runs from tower to tower, whereas on Solitude it runs sort of not quite perpendicular, but you know what I mean. You have the two power positions, and then top mid runs kind of the opposite way between them. Whereas on Vacancy, your top mid, you know, you can see one tower from the other, like looking across top mid. So
that mid position is much more exposed Solitude-wise.
Yeah, it is.
It's like that equal but opposite in terms of Vacancy.
But there's definitely some similarities between the maps, especially how sort of snowbally they can be, which isn't something we're seeing exactly right now. Usabeni sort of started with that 2-kill lead, and that has, you know, been maintained this whole time. They're managing to trade out. Piggy gets caught out there by a nice little angle from Talik, who's going to be sneaking through here, trying to find some kills in the zone.
Talik, very impactful player all the time, not just objective-wise, but they open up the can early and often when it comes to getting their slaying potential out there. 9 and 5, basically working the 9 to 5 to try and get Usabeni dislodged from this map, and now it's Decepticon's turn, having the active camo. Instead of going straight up into trying to get some shots off, get some info. Everyone knows of that thing that just got activated, and they don't want to overexpose themselves, so they peek beyond the windows, and Descendant is just trying to give them some good intel before they start moving up.
Yeah, Descendant's done a good job here living as the last one alive with camo. You sometimes see players get ants in their pants a little bit, say, oh, I've got to make something happen in this camo right now, and then they just end up wasting it. Descendant has some lovely patience there, just getting those shots down. Manages to survive with the camo. It's only just run out. Surviving throughout the whole of a camo is so valuable, because even if you don't kill anyone with it, you're just a threat on the map. The enemy team can't really move around freely, because there's the opportunity for you to just take them out from behind, but Descendant doesn't need the camo to hit a shot like that.
Again, it's been a much more mild course for them in terms of what they put out in terms of numbers, but being that omnipotent threat and taking away both that util as well as the extra shock rifles on the floor, now no one has anything extra for Usabeni, and they're 5 kills behind. The Decepticons making the best use of that moment to really shift gears. So as Drift falls out from this U-Haul position, we get more collapse from Decepticons into Usabeni. 5 kills may be where this stays for the foreseeable future, as Decepticons is just not letting Usabeni rest.
Yeah, Trippy's gonna be scuttling away there like a little crab who's had his rock turned over. Just maintaining control of these power positions is Decepticons. They've got a nice, comfortable lead here. They really don't want to try and force anything that could potentially backfire. So they're probably just going to sit back on this lead, force the other team to come to them, try not to take too much damage so that they can trade out when they do.
Quick info from Trippy. He's going to get Acid up on top of this window, so they're going to skirt around over towards that bridge side just between that and blue. And all the rest of the team is also following out. So Decepticons, they see the power play. It is a 4 versus 3. They get one out. Descendant is literally taking on all targets. Trippy is absolute, and they have to peek out just as quickly. They get rid of Piggy, so making the best of what was a tough situation. Still a 5-kill lead, and another camo goes to the Decepticons. Usabeni, even with the numbers, they try to funnel themselves between basically the same point as they go the same 2 hallways next to each other. And now it's Decepticons that just can roam around at will.
What I love about Decepticons there is they put themselves in a situation where no matter what Usabeni did, Decepticons would win. Because if they won the fight, then great. If they lost the fight, Precision was still going to get away with camo because Usibeni had committed so much trying to take down his players, and then they won the fight anyway. So Decepticons really could not have played that situation better, and now Usibeni's in a really bad position. If Decepticons have crossed the 40 kill mark, Usibeni really doesn't have anything in their hands that they can use to try and flip this.
I think Nature Spawn's coming up too soon, otherwise the same. Usibeni narrowed it a time or two to about 4 kills, but Decepticons have literally not allowed them to progress. So I feel like this one, as long as they keep playing as kosher as they have been, and just as methodical and disciplined as they are, should be able to close it out and be 2-0 up in the series. They have a 2v1 trying to track down Talik, who's 16-7, by the way. Quietly just removing the majority of Usibeni from off of this map. Now they just force them away. Did that dude just repulse lightning?
Did look like it. I have a feeling he was probably going for the grenade, but the lightning didn't hit him. So, you know, who am I to suggest that he did not repulse the lightning?
1 kill left. 1 solid duel. Drift is very hurt, and Trippy's giving them the green light. Hey, you can just push in from any angle. Usibeni is caught in very awkward spots. They're going to try and at least funnel some blasts. The rest was caught from behind. 50-41, Decepticons. It was tight up until about that mid-20s mark, and then they just never let Usibeni catch up.
Yeah, Decepticons, they're, you know, once again, we've seen in both games, they just have this takeover potential that Usibeni just don't seem to really have an answer to, unfortunately. And we're gonna need to see a pretty significant switch up if Usibeni want to reverse sweep this.
Pretty quiet game from out of Piggy, 6-13. Obviously contributing with some assists, but like, I mean, you get Talik punching up with 18 and 8, and then everyone else really providing some big work. I mean, Precision with 13 assists. Like this team kept it really kosher for about what, the first 20 to 25 kills. Everything thereafter was just decoration to this cake. And Usibeni had a great start. Had the camo, had the shock, and they made life difficult for Decepticons, but it was consistency out of the Decepticons that were able to just force Usibeni out.
Yeah, not enough. Just not enough of that takeover from Usibeni. It felt like when they had an advantage, you know, it sort of maxed out at 2 kills. They didn't manage to roll that into a decisive lead. Whereas Usibeni, as we watched that insane shot from Descender, he's hit so many good shock rifle shots this series. But when it comes to Decepticons, once they had an advantage, they just rolled it into so much momentum. They made full use of those camos, full use of those shock rifles. And we're going to need to see, I think the next map was Coliseum. We're going to need to see those rockets and snipers being put to use by Usibeni if they want to win this out.
Thank you, producer, for letting me know that I just kind of completely whiffed on where that lightning hit. It did look cool. It's like he was trying to fight a Sith Lord, trying to repulse some of that lightning. But we go to CTF Origin. I've actually not gotten to see Origin this weekend, so love getting this into the map pool. Who's ready to execute? First, trying to set the land speed record. Can they cap within a minute, within under maybe even a 40-second margin? We've seen the best of the best do it in Halo. Origin has been completely divided, conquered, mathed out. You got to rock and roll that S7. You can use that rocks to give you an exit lane, and then boom, you got yourself free pull. And otherwise, it becomes a tug of war.
Yeah, we've also seen my ranked teammates concede a cap within 10 seconds. So,
hey, shout out.
Yeah, many such cases. The best of the best can do it, and also, you know, my D6 to 1500 scrubs can do it as well. So we're all in the same boat, is what I'm saying. I know how,
we are
the
same. We are all the same. Well, early pressure from out of Usibeni. They want to take over this S7 lane if they can do so. And the sneak thief of Trippy is going to work underneath the rocket side pyramid, but feels like the numbers are winning out from Usibeni. Depends on if they can do some ghost busting, but Precision, they get the boomstick, and now they're going to run away from all that extra pressure.
Yeah, Trippy hit with that sniper rifle. Maybe, you know, might have played it off the map, if they weren't feeling so confident after those previous games. But I think right now Decepticons are feeling good. They're looking forward to that rematch against Reality Check. Trippy wants to try and hit that shot, and even though he doesn't manage it, still gonna probably stop that flag run. But already has stopped that flag run.
Killing spree.
But there isn't going to be a
Double
there isn't going to be one running in return.
The chance to be able to get that pull. Actually just off angle, and now you're kind of stuck behind this awkward pillar. They walk their way around, cat and mouse. Did anyone even try to go?
Player.
Oh, unfortunate. All right, so it looks like we're gonna be having a reset here in just a moment, and we do. So, I believe that was Drift. They fell off the map,
They
metaphorically
drifted
and
out
actually.
of the lobby.
Yeah, controller drift, stick drift, if you will. All right, so that was all of a minute or so. Opening play looked like Usubeni definitely had priority to get over towards that S7. And even with some of the trickiness that was happening from, I think, Trippy and Precision, they had kind of shut him down. That was prepping itself to be a really good potential flag pull. But do you change the game, change your game plan if you're Decepticons working into this reset?
I don't know. I feel like Usubeni, they played very heavy towards Snipe. And I didn't really see exactly what happened over there, but Trippy got that rocket launcher, then managed to wrap all the way around to Snipe, and then use the rocket launcher to get the sniper. If you're Usubeni, you really can't afford to let that happen. If you're going to commit everything to Snipe, you need to be so fast about it that you have the sniper ready to shut down the rockets. And if you aren't that fast with it, then that's the situation that's going to unfold. Those rockets are going to deny the snipe to you. So they either need to commit even harder to that snipe side, or they need to actually contest the rockets.
Well, we'll see if they decide to change the game plan at all. And in case you guys were wondering, this is where we are right now. Reality Check, with 2 T's, is waiting it out here between Decepticons and Usubeni. Usubeni looked like they had a really solid game plan to at least Decepticons were aiming to disrupt while the majority stayed back towards base, maybe receiving that S7 push. Gotta think maybe the opposite playbook happens again. Maybe they do it again. I don't know. Everyone just kind of stays the same way. Reality Check then, after whomever is the winner from this one, you get that moving into Shopify Rebellion. And you get to do all this again as well if you are going to be moving through the remainder of our online opens, because the next open and all the points that come with it is the same methodology they were having in 2025. So do you expect a lot of these teams? Like, we've had some real big mix-up and like experimentations with these squads. Do you think some of these upper 8 will, solidify themselves, or do you think we get some shifts going next week?
I think so the rumor mill that I've seen says that FaZe and Cloud9 are both looking to pick up rosters for this tournament. I think obviously whichever ones they pick up will end up being solidified because there'll be contracts signed and stuff. But as for the rest, there's not much reason to try and stick it out with a team that you aren't confident in winning with. So I do think we'll see some switch-ups between it, especially for teams that have been disappointed by their placements. Maybe, for example, Majin, who are a European team, but they're a team, the caliber of players on that team are expecting to get top 8. Or even contest for top 6, or 3 of those 4 players have had top 6 placements before, and instead they went out top 24. They might be looking and saying, hey, are we confident in this team? Are we going to make a change? But that's a story for next week, as we're going to be going back into this game. Drift is presumably back in the lobby, and we're going to see whether or not this opening will switch up.
They just decided to start without him. He'll catch up.
Yeah, he'll get here eventually.
Yeah,
he'll drift
join
into the
mid-match.
lobby at some point.
Yeah. Just he gets a priority spawn next to the rockets. He's like, oh, cool, nice.
Yeah, it's like a catch-up. It's like when you go last in Risk, you get like a double turn. Do you get 2 cards? I can't remember how it works. You know what I mean? It's a thing.
Dude, it's been a long time since I played Risk. I just remember being bad at it for the most part. All right, do it again. Usubeni, same game plan, and it looks pretty much the same as last time. Precision was the one that just shunted their way up into Trench. Looks like they want to get them over towards the Rockets, but this might be a wipeout. Half strength both sides, a triple kill already for Drift, but he will receive a rocket before the overkill becomes a thought.
Triple kill.
And the triple kill going back in the other direction as well.
What?
Precision's going to be picking up those snipers, but, I'm just going to say that's exactly what I called was going to happen, that if they didn't get that snipe fast enough, Then they were going to get shut down by the rockets, and now Precision is on fire, but he gets taken down. The sniper rifle is down on the opponent's base, but with 3 dead, there's not going to be anyone to pick it up. Drift was the last player. He does go down. This flag is probably going in, but Usubeni should have that sniper rifle. They might be able to kill him right before it goes in. They're not going to be in position. That will be a 1 flag lead for Decepticon.
54 seconds, sub 1 minute cap, and it's the same execution from both sides. It was looking like the best execution from both sides, but the overheat ended up eating up Usubeni, even with that triple kill to try and lead things off. It's what came later that paid off the best. Another flag pull has already happened, and Trippy falls away as they're trying to recover this one, and they will at least send it back to base. An absolute blitz for this opening minute and a half.
Yeah, Descendant and Trippy, though, are in a position where they need to find trades, but Descendant will says, I'll do you one better, and finds an untraded kill, and now he's just going to play Ring Around the Rosie for a little while, stays alive long enough for the spawners to come in. Now, Drift and Piggy would have had a flag run if he died sooner, but now he's having to stay alive on the flag stand, might still be able to get a pull, though.
All he knows, someone is ratting their way just around the table. Might be able to get this one. Oh, they can't even send it off the platform, so... Gonna be an awkward spot to have to recover to, but you have so many forward players from out of Decepticons that they should be able to just get up there or let the distraction of that flag placement force Usubeni to have to wrinkle their brow. For the time being, it goes back to base. Underneath, Acid and company. Something to be able to get a grab. No one's here, so they're gonna run it right back from whence it was standing, and Piggy wants to give them at least an exit lane this time around. That's Descendant underneath and a one-shot Talik right nearby. Usubeni, they're creeping a few players from off these angles. It feels like they should be able to get this flag back, but it's returned just before they get there.
Yeah, Drift unfortunately just doesn't manage to get that melee. And Descendant, those are some crisp shots across the map to pick that guy up. Stays alive from that grenade as well. Looks like the push is going to be coming in from this elbow side with Precision, but they're wrapping round the other way. Acid picks up Precision though. Now Descendant has to trade him out if they want to get this flag running, but that's not going to be on the cards right now. 4 dead for Decepticons. Usubeni picking up this snipe. It's an opportunity for them to gain map control and maybe get the flag of their own.
Yaxin needs to start showing out today. I feel like right now everything's not been exactly how it was yesterday. They've had to face a much tougher hill. They're just waiting for this thing to basically drop out, and it will hit the old crater underneath. So nothing left for Talik to go and pillage, at least. He's got his 8 assists, by the way. Really been spreading the damage out anytime that Usubeni pops up their head from underground. And that's what Usubeni has been trying to do. Be tricky, be on these flank angles. Decepticons have general control in terms of sightlines and just kind of these 1s and 1v2s. Piggy, oh, he's going to receive an old 9mm to the dome. And Drift might be the very same as he's trying to just provide some defense from the other side of that pyramid.
Yeah, the sidekick versus carbine long-range fight is one that you would expect the carbine to win pretty decisively, but Talik is kind of built different, and he just manages to suppress that player back. Now he's going to be looking to put the sidekicks to use once again. 4 dead. 4 Decepticons. Well, they have inflicted a 4 dead. Now they're going to be running it through this snipe side. The player's still blocking that cave. However, the overextension was left open. Acid is already through to the Usubeni base. He should be able to kill Talik here, but he's decided to go for the flag run instead.
Very smart play. Killing spree right now for Talik. Yeah, we're at, what, 4 and 6 just a little bit ago, and they've been building up into that now. Precision eventually, no, Piggy rather, cuts him down off of an even trade, and half of the Decepticons are out. I wonder where that flag is, by the way, because that was pulled out as a counter. That one underneath that bridge is going to be kept alive for all of a hot second. Acid trying to do the same thing as he and Drift want to get this flag put back, and so will the Decepticons for their flag. So you're seeing this very tedious evolution from out of Usubeni. The flag is getting moved, but it ain't making it past halfway.
And now Descendant is doing what we've seen him do all day as he finds the triple kill. Acid shuts him down eventually, but might not be long for this world himself. The Usubeni flag is running, and Precision has a rocket launcher. Doesn't quite manage to connect with it, finally will now. But I think he's probably done enough. This flag will be going in. And the players on Decepticon, all of them are just looking so good right now.
2-0. 5.5 minutes have gone. Decepticons trying to get this entire series done with. Usubeni They've lived on their own back half. That's about it. Descendant is all the way up this map. Oh, swing and a miss from off of the stick attempt, and they can't get that one done. Again, Drift is playing back corner defense alongside his teammate and Piggy. That's about all they've been able to do. Decepticons move up mid lane, 5 seconds until the S7. Trippy's trying to keep a sightline on it. He does get two tapped. That's everyone down for Decepticons. We've seen this before. Everyone dead, sniper available. This is where a play has to happen.
Yeah, I was just about to say is that I know they want to play defense, but just having everyone sit in the caves is not the play.
Oh!
But the Quigley comes through, and as I was just about to say, they managed to explode outwards, taking out all of Decepticons. The Quigley will make it 3 dead, and now Drift is going to be looking for an angle on the spawners, but they don't get the flag pulled. They don't even get the flag touch. They don't block the back spawn. All of that, and they've got nothing for it.
How do you wipe out Decepticons, get this S7, perform a Quigley live on stream, and then you cannot get the flag? What is happening? Usubeni, they've done everything but actually move the objective, and it's because Decepticons' spawns being staggered just long enough for them to be on the opposite side corner and still take out players from Usubeni before they can make it impact. They've moved up into the middle of this map. Yaxon is chopped down as Precision moves up to 16 and 12. Guy, what? He just climbed up. It's like, where in the world did he go?
Yeah, and I think while the Quigley was huge, the fact that they didn't get a flag pull off the back of it was tragic. And now Descendant is running this flag, and felt like Usubeni had so much opportunity to get something to happen there, and they got nothing out of it. And Trippy is going to be a nice guy and kill himself so they don't have to kill him. Give them a chance to get back into this game as Precision find himself alive alone. But once again, he survives for so long. The spawners come in, and even with Trippy taking himself out of the game, they can't do it, and it's a Trippy for Trippy. Piggy has the rockets, but I don't know if they're going to get a flag pull off the back of them because they haven't got it from anything else so far.
The Trippy triple. Add that to your basket ramen 31 flavors. Acid ends up winning that fight. It will be first flag pull in what seems like forever, where the red flag is actually moving beyond midway. They take it to the low lurch of this trench. Have to find who's going to be hunting them down. Precision is now one shot, but it doesn't matter. Even with the numbers out, Decepticons looks like they should be able to recover this pretty well. Everyone down for Musubeni, and that is bad news bears, because Decepticons, they have a free lane, no contest. This will become third cap. However, it is hit with every Hail Mary frag from the other side of the map.
Yeah, but if Precision makes it round the corner, he just needs to get the flag in. He will go down. All 4 dead for Decepticons. Please get this flag running. They do manage to do so. They're going to get the re. This is finally an opportunity. Usubeni, if you can get this, you only need 1, and you only need to pull it to get the overtime. This game is not over yet.
What a goal line stand. That's absurd. They tossed it all the way, pat it at table, and now this flag is right out in the middle of the bridge as they make sure that life is difficult. Trippy trying to live up, trip up all of Usubeni as they just get back. 2.5 minutes to go. Got to get that first cap for there to be some kind of a believability, especially with a pie chart on the way, if possible. Descendant with this S7. They don't know how close proximity one player is from Usubeni. Gotta get rid of the rats. You know that this flag is gonna get taken out, but so is Drift. Oh, a double. Acid right around the corner. Add to a plethora of triples not to occur. And this flag has got to get capped.
Okay. I thought they were gonna let it re then. I really
Fumbled
did.
the sentry. Oh.
I was gonna be like, no, not like this. But no, they did get it. It's only a 1 flag lead now. 2 minutes on the clock is not a whole lot of time, but it's enough time. And if they can get these rockets, if they probably will, if Acid's shooting like that, they might just be able to tie up this game.
And with the old Acid splash, another flag pull. Usubeni's done it a couple times. They just have to actually get it home. It's taken every ounce of effort to be able to get rid of 1 killing spree. You have 3 blue X's in front of you. Acid seeing all of his teammates and all his family basically gone. That rocket goes nowhere but behind the Decepticons. And now Decepticons can do the craziest thing. Force their way through. Tip of the spear. Jabbing into the abdomen of Usubeni's back base. 80 seconds approaching. Decepticons either hold or be bold and get that third cap.
Something we saw from Decepticons in their previous best of 5 against Reality Check is they chose to play time on the King of the Hill with like 4 minutes on the clock. They are very comfortable playing time if they feel like it's the right play, but you can see here they're very confident they are going to get this running. And with Trippy in this position, he will go down, but he is someone they had to take down before they could even think about stopping the flag, and they're not going to be in a position to do so thanks to that positioning from Trippy. It's going to be a 3-1 win and a 3-0 win for Decepticons.
An unceremonious end after what was an absolutely scrappy sort of CTF. Still, though, that one ends out 3-0. Hard contest, hard fought by Usubeni, but even more by the Decepticons, as they will move into the lower finals to face off against Reality Check. Gotta give some love over to the fight that Usubeni brought, but it felt like they were tripping over themselves to try and get that job done, and so many opportunities left kind of uncontested at the end. You had 3 or 4 big team wipes that they just couldn't move fast enough.
Yeah, they had some real opportunities there, especially off the back of the 4 dead, the sniper grab, and the Quigley. But the players from Decepticons just so sneaky, just managing to stay alive. I'm not really sure how it happened, because we often didn't quite have a great angle on how they were managing to stay alive in those situations. But it was really a problem for Usubeni. They just didn't manage to take down those players. However, it was not a bad showing from them at all. They did have a lot of opportunities there that they just didn't quite manage to catch in. Maybe next week, maybe with a couple scrims under their belt, these guys might be making their way into that grand final, because they've played very well already.
I love the multi-regional concept too. Acid and Drev joining Tiggy and Yaxon to make this team what it is. And the top 4 showing ain't bad, especially for the first weekend of our 3 online events for this road to Birmingham over for Dreamhack. So Decepticons, they'll be going over into Reality Check for this lower final. And with the way that they're playing right now, this could be a hell of a showcase, especially for whoever's going to be having that first seat going into, or second seat rather, of dealing with Shopify Rebellion. So all roads, much like all of last year, lead into the Rebellion. And this one's going to be a toughie regardless of what happens. So it's a replay of Decepticons and Reality Check. They did a game 5 in that semi-final, and I think they lost that Slayer by 2. So we've got quite the gift come to us.
Indeed we do. I think we're going to be going to a quick break, but we'll be back with the replay of the banger that we had in the winner's bracket. I can't wait. We'll see you there.
so tight, and I'm not pain. I was searching for something to ease my mind. Didn't realize you're the one I'd find. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away. Take me away. You've taken me higher than I've ever been. You've taken me higher than I've ever been. You've taken me higher than I've ever been. You've taken me higher than I've ever been.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you want me better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it better to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for. Taking me forward and back, it all I know still leads right through to the start of the end where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the mess. If it's you and I will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it better to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are slowly. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do, I need you, I do, I love you, I do, I need you. I love you, I do, I need you. I love you, I do, need you. I love you, I do, need you, I do, I love you, I do, need you. I love you, I do, need you. I love you, I do, need you.
Double kill. Enemy has the ball.
Running around like dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the was putting in the
Killing spree.
go on, myself. I'm cold, still stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold-blooded, selfish.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh, it's so good to be here. How we doing? My name is Captain James Force. I'm here with Seal. We are here for a losers final, mate. This has been a fun tourney from what I've been watching the last couple of days.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to catch this actual matchup not a couple hours ago now, I guess, and it was hype. It was really hype. It went to Game 5. We're playing a lot of the same maps and modes this tournament. Up in the winners bracket, they did go to Game 5. We've not had that many Game 5s recently either, because I believe the losers quarters were all 3-0s, and then we just had another 3-0 in losers semis. So I'm hoping this one's going to be a banger and get some maps on the board for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the start of this bracket 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, and then obviously, unfortunately, CBA, the Europe Goats, getting 3-0'd. But it's been pretty close at the start, and then a little less close as we go on. But yeah, if we bring up that map pool that we talked about as well, right? Like you already mentioned that they're playing a few of the same maps and modes. We're gonna start with a Vacancy, King of the Hill. Decepticons won this 2-0. In that winners semi. Then we're on a recharge Slayer, did not play that game. Live Fire Oddball was a reality check win. I believe it was 2-1 because these oddball scores say 221 to 212, so a lot of ball time. CTF Aqua they didn't play, and the Slayer Origin was a 50-39 to Decepticons. So yeah, Decepticons already have won 2 of these map and mode types against Reality Check to Reality Check's 1. But here they are, ready to transform into the best Augler squad out there. Decepticons, Precision, Tolek, Descendant, and Trippy. Yeah, that's a pretty goated squad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, these guys were looking hot in our previous game, especially Descendant. That his shock rifle was absurd, and we do have some shock rifle gaming in this match. But all of the other guys were looking pretty solid as well. Meanwhile, you know, we do know that these guys did manage to take down Decepticons in the previous series, but they're going to be coming off a loss against Shopify Rebellion, so whether or not that's going to damage their mental at all is something we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how these guys go as well. I know that Ksan was in the LVT chat yesterday saying that FaZe apparently has picked up people, or there will be a FaZe team. So given that both of these teams have a previous FaZe player and do not have an org, I'll be interested to see which one. Maybe this is the test. Maybe whoever wins gets picked up by FaZe. Maybe that's like the kind of the stakes of this losers final. But yeah, King of the Hill Vacancy. I'm excited to start there. You know, played Vacancy a few times. Obviously, newest map in the map pool. Thoughts? Be honest.
I've played it a few times, not as many times as I would like to sort of solidify an opinion on it, but I played it in some HQs, a couple divisional league matches. I think the interesting thing to me about Vacancy is how split it is. You've got that massive building in the middle, which sort of splits the map into two very distinct halves, and pushing from one half to the other is pretty tricky. And I think that's why you often see it's quite snowbally in some game types. It's, like I say, I'm not an expert on this one at all, but if you can lock down those two towers on either side of top mid, it's going to be really hard for the other team to break into yourself.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one plays as well. Like, especially that underground area is so difficult to kind of hold a hill in. You got 3 doors, there's so many nades, and these guys, they would have played a bit of this map, but it is so new that it's kind of like always when those new maps come into the pool, right? You have these teams who are like, yeah, we're just trying to work out, is this a good strat? And then you come up with this strat, and then you play these good teams, and then you're like, okay, this was not a good strat. And then you're kind of reworking the strat and kind of seeing what everyone else is playing through as well. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how this one plays out, especially as it's the first one, right? So yeah, Decepticons. Yeah.
Decepticons are probably going to be feeling quite confident. They did just come off a win, and they won this map fairly convincingly in the previous series. However, they did win that by playing time for 4 minutes. After they went up 2-0, they're obviously very confident in their ability to just lock down the hotel side of the map. My question is now, for reality check, can you avoid that situation? Can you maybe go up yourselves? Can you get it 1-1 and force Decepticons out of their comfort zone? Because it seemed to me that they really did not want to have to capture that hotel hill.
Good shot from Trippy as well. Gonna jump on this cafe hill pretty much straight away. And like you said, if you're reality check, 2 dead already, you've got to make sure that you don't give free time, right? And this hill kind of feels like the same as the Solitude first hill, right? Super open, super in the middle, a little bit of cover going around to kind of see, and help you, just make sure you're not getting pushed. And you can see Trippy doing a lot of work, getting the wiggles. Oh, I thought he was going to get that suppressed with a double kill there.
Yeah, with 3 dead now, 4 Decepticons. A very good sort of start from them, but not even to that sort of about to capture the hill zone. So Reality Check have a good opportunity here to equalise it. But unfortunately for them, Decepticons still in control of that red side of the map, and they will remain in control of it as Descendant wins that 1v1 untraded against Falcated. The last player alive is bottom mid. Going to be looking like trying to wrap into here, but I don't think there's going to be an opportunity to break this hill. Reality Check probably just setting up for the next one.
Yeah, Descendant playing good work. Oh my god, does trade as well. Reality Check going for dead. Shock Rifle as well. That was actually a massive trade right there. Trippy going to be able to claim that as we're going to go into hill number 2 in that yellow courtyard. And yeah, you're right. If you're Reality Check, you know that, and maybe you're doing a little bit of tape, right? You're doing a little bit of VOD review of yesterday and how kind of Decepticons beat you. And, well, I have to say, losing that first hill in that kind of fashion, maybe it needs a little bit more tape review, because Decepticon's looking really good right now. Tauling as well, just hunting. But he's going to get taken down by Penguin. It's suppressed. He's there as well. And Trippy getting shot from multiple angles. Just going to back up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that Reality Check have managed to break back into this hill after they went 4 dead and lost the shock rifle right at the end of the previous one. I was worried that we were going to see Decepticons run away with it, but Reality Check did manage to fight back. They're even at hill time right now. They've got numbers advantage on the map. Trippy just looking for a trade, isn't going to manage to find it. A brilliant win there from that player in the hill, and we've now got Suppressed taking control of the blue tower side of the map.
Yeah, suppressed, and this is kind of a really oppressive angle as well. Just as soon as anyone comes out of that green side, just getting shot to bits, but you can see Precision going under. He's going to find a kill. Falcated's backed up as well. Penguin here too, Descendant. Going to get taken out by Torlik. And you can see that Falcated trying to get away. He's going to have no shields. Suppress covering him. And this feels like a bit of a 2 halves game at the moment. Descendant's going to be in the corner. Can he find the kill? Falcated again, no shields, going to survive. Shock Rifle's up as well. He's going to get the grapple. That is massive from that cover. Can he find the kill on Descendant? No. It's going to be a trade, but still, I feel like Reality Check have lost control of the situation. One man left alive without a shock rifle and without hill time either.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Ivushi just running straight in here. In a similar situation to Trippy, we've seen both of these teams now have the last player alive trying to take a 2v1 onto the hill, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe trying to force the spawns further away, but it's not really paid off for either of them, and now Decepticons are threatening to equalize the time on this hill. With Torlik trying to stay alive with the shock rifle, if he can live with it, it's going to be very big for Decepticons' chances.
Yeah, Penguin's going to find Trippy, and it's going to be a 3v2, but again, look how much time Decepticons getting on this hill. I think it's really interesting there, by the way, as Torlik and Falcator are going to trade, that like hiding behind this box in the middle of that courtyard is not in the hill, which means, you know, you can't just hide away and manage to get some points. You have to be kind of actively out of the zone and in line of people if you want to get time on this hill. Falcator is about to get absolutely slammed as a 3v1. You can see Decepticons moving in to make this as Penguin is going to get flanked from behind. He gets taken down. Thanks for coming. See you later. Trippy and Descendant finding kills. And this should be hill number 2 to Decepticons as well.
Yeah, Descendant here playing straight towards that red side of the map, making sure they've got control of the center of the board. He is going to wrap back towards his own team, but only to get ready to push straight through. He spots out Penguin because his gun is poking round the edge of the wall, gets taken down. And now, even though numbers advantage is in favor of Reality Check, it seems like Decepticons are in a good position to hold on to the hill, assuming that Descendant can survive it.
You got to hide your flippers better than that, Penguin. They can get spotted around corners very easily. Going to be a team shot into Descendant. Does manage to get away. Oh, doesn't manage to find the kill onto Falcator though. Trippy is managing to find a kill. Uzi does get one back, and Decepticons 4 dead. You can see already spawning, but now they're just going to try and hide in this green side courtyard. Does have that commando. It's a deadly weapon. Oh, or not.
It's deadly in the hands of these guys. I can't use it. I hold down this trigger for like 5 milliseconds, and suddenly my shots are going all over the damn place. But these guys can apparently just full auto it and kill everyone inside. I don't know how they do it, but 2 players going down for Decepticons. Now that they've got some sort for Reality Check, make that 3. But since Reality Check have some time on the board, I'm very curious to see whether Decepticons are still going to want to play time here, or if they think that with that time on the board it's a little bit too risky to do so. It looks like it is going to be playing time. Trippy could get in the hill if he wanted to, but he's not going to be doing so. This push from the blue side now, he really needs to break through because there's a lot less time on the board now than there was last game.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to think about as well. Like, it feels like they've spent a lot of time on the hill, but there's only a minute left, and Falcator's going to go down. And Reality Check briefly 4 dead as well, and this is just like really bad news. Like, even there's a shock rifle that no one's touching in mid. Like, no one wants to even bother to go for that because Decepticons are literally just playing defense. I know it's Super Bowl Sunday. This is goal line defense right here. This is like, you know, they got the ball on the 1 and you're just trying to stop them scoring, because that is all Decepticons are doing right now. Tal, like 16 kills as well, like 9 assists for precision. He finds a couple. Avushi's last one left, and it's just, yeah, it's just, I don't see how they're going to get in this hill because this setup seems impenetrable.
This is what Brits might know as, I think, Southgate ball, where you just play really, really passively to avoid letting the enemy score. That is kind of what we're going to be seeing, although to be fair, I wouldn't describe Decepticons as passive. They are, you know, getting active on the map, doing a lot of damage, keeping those power items and positions out of enemy hands, at least they were. So Trippy, as the last man alive, is just going to have to try and stay alive here. But I know from experience that dislodging a player from that position, especially one with a shock rifle, is really hard. Now, Reality Check might be able to clean up this hill, but they've got so little time left that even if they do, I'm not sure if they'll be able to win the game off the back of it. Precision in a 1v1 situation with this hill player, goes for the stick again, doesn't manage to get it, but Descendant will clean that up. Looks like they might get this hill, but they're probably not going to have much chance of winning the game off of it.
it looks like a Chicago Bears kicker right there. Wide right, wide left. Just missing the target everywhere. But yeah, 4 seconds to go. It's going to be very, very difficult for Reality Check to get this. You can see he's having to grapple to get close. Precision does find the kill. It's all on Penguin now. He's going to get out of this hill and he's going to go down. And that is going to do it. Decepticons go back to back on Vacancy, King of the Hill against Reality Check. And yeah, they just played such good defense. They're just so good at bleeding that clock. Like, they have no interest in taking those hills. They'll just bleed that clock.
Yeah, I think Reality Check there. Obviously, they did better than the previous one. Those first 2 hills were clearly a lot more competitive because, you know, there was not 4 minutes on the clock when we got to that hotel hill, but it was not enough. And I think a lot of that came down to them pushing into situations that were kind of already over. You know, we saw them go 4 dead on that top mid hill with like 1 tick in it. Like, they spawned on the next hill and they had the shock rifle. They could have just tried to set up for that, but they chose not to. And unfortunately, I think, you know, those mistakes are what ended up adding up and costing them the game eventually.
Yeah, and if you look at the scoreboard real quick, Precision, I think 18 kills there as well. Yeah, 5k damage. Descendant 5k as well. 5,069. Suppressed exactly 5k. So yeah, a lot of damage being dealt. Kind of fairly even, I would say. Like, I don't feel like it's too much difference, but yeah, Decepticons, you know, a lot of damage in that defense, getting it done and really kind of stuffing Reality Check, who, yeah, like, gave it a good shot. But if you're capping a hill when you have 4 seconds left, like, the reality, pardon the pun, is like you're just not gonna have a good time, right? So Slayer Recharge next on the board. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
I am. I have a feeling that Decepticon's sort of very patient, suffocating playstyle is going to serve them well on Recharge. We saw them do very well on this mode against Usubene, which were a combination LATAM and NA team. And even though I think Reality Check are probably some stiffer competition, what we saw on that Vacancy to me just suggests that this will be a type of game mode that will favour them.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, in that kind of winners semi where it went 3-2, they went map for map. So Reality Check won the first one, and then it just like flipped between them the whole way. So it'll be interesting to see if Reality Check can follow that up by winning the second match, or if Decepticons can finally, you know, break that curse, because it's still going. Like, it's, you know, Reality Check won game 5, Decepticons have won game 1, so, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how long this goes. But the Origin Slayer, Decepticons won 50-39. That live fire Slayer at the end, that game 5, 50-48, right? We had at the start of stream. So, 2 teams that, yeah, know each other very well and, you know, have played not only these Slayers against each other, of course, but having played already 2 Slayers today, like, there's not a lot of time to kind of go back and kind of think about what went wrong or what the problems were, right? You've kind of got to go through this bracket and get right into it. So it'll be interesting to see how these two, kind of knowing they've played 2 Slayers against each other, kind of react and formulate new plans against that.
Yeah, and for me saying that I think this mode probably would favour Decepticons, it is worth noting Reality Check won the Recharge Strongholds. And it does make you wonder, you know, you were saying just now about them like, looking back at the game and trying to figure out what went wrong. Have Decepticons spotted what was wrong with their game plan on Recharge that caused them to lose that heartbreaker of a map? And will they be able to look at that and say, well, you know, was that a Strongholds problem or was it a Recharge problem? And if it is a Recharge problem, what have they done about it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, not much by the looks of it, as they're about to go 4 dead. Drake's Descendant does find the reversal and dies, so they do go 4 dead. But you're right, like, the Recharge was 3 points in it, 250-247. They had a Slayer that was 2 kills in it, 50-48. They had an Oddball that was 221-212. Whoa. Fuzi finding a massive headshot right there. So all the games Reality Check won are super close, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, is this also going to be super close? Because it seems like Decepticons win games by a slightly wider margin.
Yeah, and I'd just like to highlight Trippy I don't think I've ever seen someone make the individual pixels on their character dodge a grenade before, but that is the only explanation I have for how that plasma did not kill him. Either that or he's just like the main character, because what the hell was that? Anyway, we have seen that lead shrink drastically. It's now only 1 kill in favor of them, but Trippy maybe getting a little bit too aggressive there. Flings himself into 4 enemy gamers. However, his teammates will clean up at least a couple of those kills. There'll be 3 dead either side. Make that 4 because Penguin picks up the last one, and he's going to get the camo. Very well played from him. That will be an advantage for Reality Check in both the kills and in the power up.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a bold strategy there, Trippy. Jumping into like 3 or 4 players. Precision does find the trade though. 3 dead, 4 reality checks. Still do have a 1 kill lead though. Talking about it with Wonderboy yesterday, and of course, like, you know, so many times when we get to recharge Slayers, and we talk about EU on this map as well, and it's just one of those things, like, this map can get really slow. You know, in game 5, like, you can just end up with, you know, these 2 sides of the map just being super slow played, and it does kind of lend itself to that style of play. And when it kind of gets to that nitty gritty, you kind of do feel like, you know, some teams do need to take that chill pill. As it is going to be Descendant who finds a beautiful couple of kills. If you can find Falcated as well, who's going to take some shots. Maybe it's even a triple for Descendant. Suppress, can he get the over? Is it going to be an over? I don't think it is, unfortunately. Oh, man, we're just getting teased with overs. Oof. Does take the green gun right into the face, though.
Yeah, man, the overs. We had about 5 triple kills on the origin flag between Decepticons and Usubeni, and none of them ended up being overkills. It was tragic. But that being said, we have seen that lead that was in favor of Reality Check from the start of the game flip now in favor of Decepticons. They have managed to establish that. There are only a few kills on, but it's enough that they might want to start trying to just trade out. However, Tricky going down there will complicate matters somewhat, but Suppress being traded out again. It's very back and forth so far, James, is basically what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how Trippy ripped that. Unfortunately, it was a bit windy out there. But Precision, 13 and 7, I want to say. Basically 2 KD. Is doing biz right now, and Towless with 8 assists as well, laying down a lot of damage. Avuzi is going to hit with that shock rifle. He's going to try and go into these pipes. Just looks away at the wrong second. Gets a nade to the face as well. Just a little bit chaotic around these pipes right now. 32 to 31. I was going to say 34 to 32. This Decepticons do find a couple of kills. Descendant there as well. Avuzi, last one left alive, does have the shock rifle. What can he do with it? The fadeaway. Can't quite get the kill. Yeah, it's looking dangerous with this shock rifle. Although, in fairness, Seal, I think everyone's really dangerous with the shock rifle.
He just caught out the camo player out in the open. How did he spot him?
Camo eyes, baby.
That is some incredible camo eyes. I don't know if I've ever seen that from such a long range. And with a shock rifle as well, it wasn't the head, which would have been absurd, but he still hits it, gets the whole shields down, and cleans it up. Decepticons, you know, I think like they worked really hard for that that camo, and it ends up getting them nothing because Tolly gets caught out like that. Really crucial play there for Reality Check to prevent this situation from getting out of control.
Yeah, you would feel extremely scammed if you were Talent right there. Like, you get camo, and then you suddenly get absolutely beamed by a shock rifle that's not even anywhere near you. You're like, guys, where is he? Like, how has that even happened? Precision running around with the green gun. The instant he puts it away, of course, gets found. A 2-for-2 trade, though, and Decepticons with a 5-kill lead, 43 to 38. Half the time is gone. I don't think time is going to be a factor in this one. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, Decepticons have been very patient this game, I think. Apart from the trippy incident that we saw backseat, they've just made sure not to make any major mistakes that would let that lead get away from them once they had it. Although, as I say that, they do go 3 down, as they do fail to trade out those kills. It's 4 up, only 1 for the side of Reality Check. Trippy all by his lonesome in this A area. I'm surprised not to see them making an effort to collapse on him, but it seems like Reality Check aren't trying to take any undue risks right now.
Yeah, it should something to note as well, Seal, is Reality Check again have shock rifles. I think that's like the 3rd or 4th time in a row they have it. But Descendant and Torlik finding kills, 46, make it 47. Trippy, it's gonna be behind him. Suppress gets taken down as well, and suddenly, you know, Reality Check not pushing in on Trippy, and suddenly they all die. And Decepticons only need 2 to close this out. 8 seconds to the camo. Vuzi versus Torlik. Suppress is going to lose, and that is going to do it. Oh my god. From 43 to 44 to 50 to 43. Decepticons just putting the foot down right at the end, finding 6 kills in a row. And yeah, Decepticons 2-0 up. Going to need a reverse sweep from Reality Check right now.
The Reality Check there, it felt like they would work so hard to close that gap. You know, they'd pull out all the stops, they'd hit the most ridiculous shock rifle shot you've ever seen, they'd hit crazy movement to avoid damage, and then the next turn of play it seemed to just disappear before we even knew what had happened. Like, it's almost like every time there was a neutral fight, it just went in favor of Decepticons. Those kills just seemed to happen. Or, like, oftentimes just like off screen those kills were going down, and that lead would just reassert itself every time. Reality Check now in a bit of a dangerous spot, but luckily for them, actually no, they didn't win this mode last series, did they?
Yeah,
they did. Yeah. So Reality Check do have the opportunity to come back here.
The weird thing is they lost the time but won the game.
Oh.
Which
that's not one you see very often. I guess they probably like lost the first round or something really bad and then won the rest kind of
yeah, it was 212 to 221 in score, so they had less time, but yeah, they ended up getting the dub. So yeah, there was you got to watch out for Precision and Descendant, who combined for 10 snipe kills in this map last time. So yeah, a lot of damage they can do. I mean, if you look at the kills, it was Precision with 32, Suppressed had 31, Valkated had 9.3k damage in an audible. Okay, so like there's some serious stats going on that yeah, need to be looked out for. But you know, if that tells me anything, it tells me this is going to be this should be a close game if it's anything like the first one.
Oh, big trade there. Green gun for the sniper rifle. Not necessarily a trade that you would want to take if you were a Vucci or a Vusi. A Vucci? I'm going to go with a Vusi.
Yeah,
There's no H.
Yeah.
People have to correct me.
Yeah, I would say like it feels like Avicii, like the
Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. I'm going to go with that then, unless someone just check. But Avucci probably not happy with that, and I think that was a camo player dying. I thought I heard the sound. But either way, it's going to be Decepticons with the sniper rifle. Trippy, pretty well known for the damage that he can do with this weapon, as he does manage to find that body shot, gets the assist, but then he gets backsmacked, and Descendant is not ready for it. He's going to find himself as the last one alive. The ball doesn't get played, and Reality Check can completely flip the script.
Yeah, so the pain there is you waste the snipe because Penguin dies anyway to a teammate, and then you get backsmacked, and then your teammate gets the snipe off it as well. So like, it just feels bad. Like, the flip is good, right? Like, Suppress last one left alive, like, it just kind of collapsed, but Fuji 5 and 3 already, but yeah, that's just a feels bad. Like, you miss the snipe, you get backsmacked, your teammate instantly gets brained, like, it's just not great. He's gonna be here though, Descendant with the cover again. 3 dead for Reality Check. Falcated, last one left alive. They know where he is. They know where the skills are coming in. Descendant flying in from the heavens like an eagle. Finds the kill. It's going to be a Vucci trapped in a corner. He's going to go down to a Descendant double again. Man, this guy is everywhere right now. He is 8 and 2.
Okay, Twitch chat consensus seems to be a Vucci, and also Descendant should be called Mr. 1v1. But I think I'm going to stick with Descendant because it rolls off the tongue better. Although the nickname is apt because he has been frying this series.
Double kill.
You should always, you know, You should always double check with Twitch chat just in case they're trying to troll you as well.
That's true, but I don't know if they're trolling me or not, so like, it could be. Okay, yeah, now we're getting a lot of different things. Screw it, I guess we're going back to a PG. We'll never know. We'll never know. But what we do know is that Decepticons are running away with this right now, both with the ball and with the scoreline. As Trippy does cross the 30-point mark in ball time, but just as I say that, does get taken down. Precision, though, able to play that off the map. And even though Reality Check deny that setup, they're so far behind, they are going to need something more in order to make this this turn into a winning position.
Yeah, Descendant. Of course, who else is it going to be? Finds yet another kill. Falcated does take down Trippy. Oh, but how was that not a backsmack? So you can see the snipe go off as well. Descendant going to fly in, get unicorned as well. Oh, he actually didn't get the trade with that either. That's crazy. Trippy. Sorry, Torlik going to be about the scoreboard. Get some help. Suppressed is going to take him down though, and you can just see how kind of crazy this is. 2.5 minutes to go, and it's just kind of popping off. Oh my god. Precision with the shot and Descendant with the instant follow-up. As soon as anyone grabs the ball seal, it's just like a melee. It's just like MM. It's just like they're just ball hunting. Like everyone just runs for the ball.
Yeah, but unfortunately the winners of the ball hunt is Decepticons. They've now got almost a 70-point lead over Reality Check, who have not managed to put any time on the board in like the last 5 minutes or however long it's been since they put those 7 seconds. And now Avusi/Avucci managing to trade out there is not going to be enough. They need untraded kills, but they're not getting them. And it seems like these Decepticons players, they're just playing so aggressively towards that ball. They're grabbing it straight away. And those 7 seconds that Descendant manages to pick up there, they don't matter for Reality Check if they get 7 seconds. But Decepticons now, every little bit of time they get is taking them closer to that 100-point mark.
Yeah, Falcated going to grab the ball. Lucy going to grab the camo, and it's going to get away. You can see the spike grenades flying in through the door. Falcated going to drop down. Precision trying to get a wrap going. Does get shot by Avusi. Oh my god, the camo players, do you see them? He's like almost tracking him so well. Trippy is going to find that camo player though. And then get absolutely obliterated. This Reality Check do grab this ball. 22 to 80. It's not impossible. Penguin does find Descendant, but the stick got him unicorn. That is a crazy.
Double kill.
There's some life in this game yet, Sim?
There is indeed, and you know, with a stat line like Suppressed, it's currently 15 and 9. It should be an opportunity for Reality Check to keep putting these points on the board. And like I said, it's not enough for them to scrap up points like it might be for Decepticons, but it might be enough for them to have an unbroken run now. They've put about 40 points on the board unanswered compared to Decepticons, and with the sniper rifle in hands they might have been able to hold on to that, but they weren't quite able to as Penguin goes down. It's now a 30-point lead for Decepticons, but the ball is still in favor of Reality Check.
Yeah, and you talked about Reality Check had to get hands on the ball and had to make it stick. Oh, hello. Suppressed. Does only find one though, and gets traded. Ball's there with Penguin. Precision. Trying to play Ring Around the Roses. 4 dead for Reality Check. 56 seconds to go, and they could just sit in here, and I'm not sure, Seal, that Reality Check have enough time. There might be one push if Descendant keeps finding headshots. It might be done and dusted. They only need 10 seconds now. They're just going to rotate this ball around to B. Huge fight as well. Suppressed Torlik. This is done and dusted. 1 second to go, and Decepticons. Reality Check with a huge comeback. Decepticons just literally found none right when it was done.
Yeah, there's two things really that Decepticons got from Descendant there. They got that snipe, which really damaged the ability of Reality Check to try and make a push in the end there. But he also obviously spotted the players because he domed one of them, which means he knew where they were coming from. They just rotated the ball away. Reality Check had no opportunity to try and get that ball out of their hands towards the end. But the good news for Reality Check is They had a good run towards the end there. They had signs of life. That wasn't a complete beatdown. If they can maybe make that happen again, they can, you know, try and channel that same energy they had when they went on that 40-point run. It should be an opportunity. And they did get some ball time at the start, but not very much.
Yeah, and I don't know if you caught it right there, by the way. Avusi picked up Snipe and then didn't manage to even get a kill, and he actually just got killed by Camo Snipe right there. But he picked up Snipe top mid, and then I think Towlet killed him, so he didn't even get a kill with the sniper. And you can see there's still 6 bullets. Oh, make that 5 as Precision finds absolutely precise headshot. But yeah, to get like basically a free snipe and then to fire 1 bullet and get nothing from it, like, that's a huge kind of misstep and a massive play from Decepticons. And now they have a camo. Well, they did have a camo, but they have a snipe. And Precision has hit 3 out of 3 shots already. It does actually quite suppressed, yeah. There is still 1 bullet left in there.
Yeah, the most dangerous sniper is always the one where you don't know where he is, and with a player having camo, you never really know where he is. And we saw really good use of that there from I think it was Precision, with that sniper rifle just shutting people down as they tried to enter the C-plat area. Although, somehow ends up with that sniper rifle, despite the fact that it was taken out of the hands of Decepticons just a short time ago, using that 1 bullet that you mentioned, and they're still going to be putting points on the board now. They're almost up to 60 points. Reality Check just haven't managed to shut them down, and they're going 3 dead. 1v1 on the map here, plenty of time for Precision to play that ball, and probably not enough time for the players on Reality Check to really make anything happen.
Like, it's exactly the same point again, like 66-7. Like, I feel like we're just deja vu. We're just back here again, like Camo's coming up in the position, gonna get naded. The question is he gonna survive? No, he is not. That is such smart nading right there. By Avusi. Trade out of Trippy. It's against his former teammate. But yeah, someone in chat was saying this is basically winner gets to join FaZe, loser joins C9. Which would be kind of insane, if true, by the way. It'd be great to see those 2 orgs back with teams, though. Of course, some of these players having played on FaZe and C9. Gonna hide at the Brutes. How was the camo light spotted in there, by the way? That is... Penguin got those eyes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was as much a case of just sort of prediction as it was camo. Like, that's a very good place to be with camo. Around the Brutes, you've got lots of places to hide, but it's open enough, because you don't want to be in an enclosed space with camo. It's much easier to spot you than it is when you're looking at sort of an open field. So the Brutes is a really nice place to be with camo. It's kind of a best of both worlds. You get cover and you get the concealment of being in the open with it. So I think maybe they were just like, I reckon he's probably on one of these Brutes, and they did manage to spot him out. But Reality Check now, even for that good play, it's not managing to actually get very much time on the board. They've gotten a little bit more than they had previously, but Decepticons are closing in on that 100-point mark. They're now up to 80. A sniper rifle in the hands of Precision. He's probably good for at least 1. He usually is. Doesn't quite manage to find the shot, but will kill a player anyway. Trippy's going to have a chance to play this ball if he has to, but he might just get away with it. He manages to get the kill, but another player comes in from behind. Reality Check are still alive in this game, but it's going to have to be almost perfect from them.
Yeah, I mean, I was just doing some quick calcs, and Decepticons are about to win this game and will move on to the grand final, the 3-0 sweep. They say, thanks for that. We don't want to have any of that, like 3-2 rubbish. We don't want to have to go back to the end. They're going to get it done and move on to that grand final to play against Shopify. But what I was going to say was that they were like 17 to 20 kills up at the end of that game. Like, they really dominated that oddball. It was not very close, actually.
Yeah, Decepticons there making a bit of a statement, I'd say, saying, look, you know, we lost the game 5 earlier, but it was a fluke. We're the better team. We're gonna put these guys in the ground, and then we're gonna go for our date, the Shopify Rebellion, in the grand finals. but as you say, looking at that stat line, it's really not close. Falcated, the only guy breaking 20, meanwhile almost everyone on reality check has.
Yeah, that 26 from Precision as well, with 12 assists from him, the 13 assists from Descendant, and 23 kills there. Like, yeah, absolutely huge from them. Love to see what kind of damage they put out. Trippy, to be honest, I thought Trippy was having a slow game. Like, at the start, it felt kind of slow. Does finish 21 and 21 though, so brought it back, and yeah, 7k from Precision, just absolutely smashing out there, and yeah, 6.5 from Descendant, and yeah, Decepticons getting it done 3-0, and they are going to move on to play Shopify Rebellion, who await us in the grand final.
Yeah, whether or not they can defeat Shopify Rebellion, I don't know. They looked extremely dangerous earlier, but that is something we will have to find out when we get back from a quick break. Shopify are probably waiting, raring to go to get this game underway, and so am I, so we'll see you soon.
And I can't stop thinking about you, what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way.
drunk, but it had to be fate between you and me. If it breaks down, then we'll fix what is broken. Yeah, it'll take time, but you know that I'm hooked. All the best things don't get built in an instant. Yeah, we can get back all the time that it took. Play our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back of my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was. Oh, baby, if it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. Daybreak, the rain's gonna let up. It saves us. It had to be a fate between you and me. After the downer, we make it all back. I can admit that I'm far from perfect. Yeah, I can break bread, take it all back. End of the day, lay your head on my chest. Yeah. If it breaks down, then we'll fix what is broken. Yeah, it'll take time, but you know that I'm hooked. All the best things don't get built in an instant. Yeah, we can get back all the time that it took. Play our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back of my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was. Oh, baby, if it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me.
Dreamhack Open that is ready to find its first victor. Rebellion set to continue their dominant global superiority. And the Decepticons trying to find a way through. Do we get beyond just a grand final, or do we find ourselves with a second life used? Let's find our way through into this road to Dreamhack Birmingham. James Forrest alongside myself, Helm Monkey Man, as we get into our grand finals, everyone, here with European Halo. James, it's great to be back with you in the booth. We're going to get into map number 1, King of the Hill, over on Lattice.
Hey, I am so excited to be here. I think this is going to be an absolute banger. Having watched these two teams, right, over this weekend, haven't played each other, which I think is the important point, right? I think that's going to be the kind of difference that comes out. Like Reality Check, of course, played Shopify earlier. So yeah, I'm excited to see what Decepticons can bring to the table, because that squad in that losers final looked incredibly efficient, incredibly like teamwork driven, just looked really, really good. And yeah, you know, Shopify, they've had to chill out. They've had to wait for a little bit, but, you know, they are the reigning world champs. So, you know, it's going to be, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but, you know, I'm excited to see how this goes down, and we're going to start on board with last shot. Like you said, we get into this King of the Hill Lattice, Slayer Live Fire next, a CTF Pit, and if we need to, an Oddball Lattice, and a Slayer Vacancy to finish.
Difference of 2 kills in a game 5 would have had this number 1 and number 2 seed facing off with one another in that winner's final, James. So now as this team in Decepticon seems to be ramping up and in a much better position, it feels like that they got to start relying on a lot of that experience that they've had to deal with for this Shopify Rebellion team all season, all previous year. Trippy, the only man with kills at 4-1. Rebellion allowing that one to kind of go sideways, as they now have the S7. Frosty looking for heads to roll.
Yeah, not reloading this S7 is a choice, by the way.
Like, I'm gonna let him have an easy mag, I guess.
No, man's just chilling. I tell you who's not chilling, and that's Shopify Rebellion, because they are finding kills literally everywhere. Trippy goes down as well, and yeah, Decepticons managing to find a little bit of hill time. But now, Frosty, locked and loaded. It's going to find one. It's going to help find another. It's going to have to turn around. It's Ben 10 time. Oh my god. What the
quick jet. Look, if the 50 cal wasn't already fast enough, they added some jet propulsion to the back of it. 2 quick shots, 2 Spartans without shields, and a killing spree for Frosty off of his first life.
God. What an unbelievable first life that was. Oh my god, that was ridiculous. Yeah, you... Okay. Like everything's just what, man. Shopify is just in a flow state right now. Oh my god, the 360 as well. Ugh. Bro, if you're Decepticons, you are just getting absolutely rolled out right now.
Does that mean Shopify Rebellion is, they have Optimus Prime? Who is the Prime Man here with Shopify? Would you look over to Cycle at times? It feels like everyone's taking their turn being the main leader.
Yeah, I mean, that's a, why you hit me with the hard questions, man? Surely it's Royal 4 Rings, right?
Maybe. We can see that. Quick stick, parting gift, killing spree. Everyone's getting their own star up into the stratosphere. The only one that's not is Cycle, but that's also because he's been just moving around this field. Royal 2, gonna give Talik an explosion.
Oh man, like he's fighting precision, but geez, that nade work just so precise, and you know we cast a lot of EU Halo, right? And I think like that's the kind of difference that you see between like top EU and top NA. Just like in case there, and like the Avusi like nades behind the camo on live fire, like those kind of angles, like you just don't see that in EU. Like you just don't see that. Like
especially the fluidity and the speed at which it's being accomplished. So
yeah. It's just next level.
we're gushing, we're gleaning, and we're seeing a lot with the Rebellion. I mean, obviously they've been good, and they're still being good And you still have the big boomstick here in the hands of Frosty. Can they land it onto Trippy? Trippy trying to make life difficult. He still tags him, by the way. Trying to be able to do another one up into Descendant. They just descend 6 feet into a body bag as the Decepticons go 3 down, trying to be able to hop some of these nades. Precision stuck behind yonder Omnitrix, and Cycle spins them right around it.
Oh my god. I'm glad it's not keep happening, but I was about to say Descendant is bringing some donuts to the Super Bowl party right there, but it's now just breadsticks, a little healthier. But man, they are getting absolutely rolled. But Frosty 12 and 3 is absolutely dominating this lobby, and look at the assists as well from Shopify. 5, 6, 7, 8. It's just a flow state right now for these guys, and it's terrifying, Monkey Man. Like, if you're Decepticons, you're like, man, we just came off this game, like, we rolled it 3-0, and now we're against Shopify, and Shopify's like, sit down.
26 plus assists to just the collective 10 or to 11 from Decepticons. So everything that has been happening from their side has been separated, and that's what Shopify Rebellion is ought to do. Take a knife and cut you in twain and make both parts struggle bug. Now Trippy does come out on the latter end of that trade. 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Decepticons have gotten onto these hills. Third hill is just literally a spit away from Shopify, making it into a 3-0 position. Decepticons are building up time, might be able to thieve this one away.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy if they actually feed this one away, which it looks like they will. As whoop, Joe. Oh! No way. No way is this happening on this hill. Oh my god. That's just... So firstly, what I was gonna say is Decepticons stealing that hill would have been absolutely crazy, given that they have been getting pretty demolished, right? But then Shopify just like, you know what, you're not even gonna get that hill. We're gonna let you get real close to the last slither and then take it away, which just feels worse, Monkey Man.
It's a morale loss if you're a Decepticon. So close yet so far. And at this point, this game feels out of sorts, and especially from this S7 bridge. Cycle is going to maintain Overwatch. He's going to give some information over to Frosty, who's been just an absolute crazed slayer. Now, he does drop out, so there's no time being accomplished as of yet. Royal 2 going to play the hotbox game, see if anyone can be able to find him. And in fact, his opponent went away, but they end up getting him from out of green. So, 2 minutes, 45 seconds, Decepticons left with at least a door, but it's been locked tight by the Rebellion.
Bro, like Frosty was on a triple right there as well. Once again, not quite getting an over. We just can't get any overs.
Not today.
Great use. Not today, not yesterday. Friday though. We had a couple on Friday.
Nice.
It's gonna be last shot with this sniper. Is gonna go down face in carbine. As Taulek does manage to jump on this hill and give it a little tickle, give it a slither. I thought that was going to be another expert nade from Frosty as well. 17, make it 18 and 9. Man, it's absolutely on one. Oh, I thought it was going there. Descendant does find a kill. It has to be said, Descendant was 0 and 9 and has come back to be 8 and 13. So is bringing it back in this map. Is finding some momentum, which is good for a first map. You don't want to get absolutely fried on the first map, because then it's going to make life difficult.
Go basically, what, like an 8-4 run after that opening? Not exactly fantastic, but they've gotten their feet into this matchup. And this fourth hill is one of the most difficult to get on all of Lattice. So it gives them time to also to get into the pace that will be necessary for Slayer forthcoming, regardless of how this one ends out. Decepticons, just tiniest bit of points and time onto this hill being gained, but Rebellion is not making it easy. That's a nice remote detonation, sticking off corner. Descendant, maybe he's been finding some of these kills lately by being tricky, opening up some extra pages in the playbook, but Decepticons, they need a hill before the rest of this is believable.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, that's what you got to do against Shopify, right? You've got to pull out all the things in your playbook. They do manage to find a hill as well, that top snipe hill. You've got to open the whole playbook, like you said. Like, this is Shopify. Like, this is not a change squad. This is a world champion, and you're like 4 guys who have like kind of played together and put together this squad. You got to find everything. Like, what worked with your own squads, you got to combine it into one and try do something, because Frosty is 19 and 11 right now and just looking incredible. Last shot 13 and 9 as well. Like, yeah, Royal 2 up at those 21 kills. I called it at the start, Monkey Man. I just want to say, but Trippy on the other side, 21-17 as well, right? Like it's not like there's some shabby performances, but they're just getting overall outdone.
Rotation and the priority to get to each one of these hills has also been just kind of led by the nose of Rebellion, just dictating where Decepticons are going to have to respawn to. VR Gang rise up, last shot, he's going to try and defend, they get it on the whip of the stick. They end up dying from behind the boxes, trying to get up in there. When all the rest of his teammates are dead, Descendant joins them in the old crate. As all 4 go down, that's 4 the other way. Shopify Rebellion cleans this one up. So take map number 1.
Yeah, Frosty 22-12 right there. Cycle 15 assists as well. Just absolutely dominating. And to be honest, like if you're Decepticons, you like it was almost 2-1. Like you were literally a slither away from being 2-1. You could have made it 2-2 and then it would have been more of a game, right? But Shopify, they're those clutch guys, man. Like they sort out that last sliver of that third hill, and then yeah, it's 3-0, it's 3-1, but you're not coming back against that. 15 assists for Cycle, 14 for last shot. The other 2 lads in the 20s. It's yeah, a complete performance.
Well, now we go over to Live Fire. Some of these have been juicy for our Slayers on Live Fire recently, and gotta be even more so if you're really gonna take out the Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion looks very strong. They've been strong. They have not dropped anything to have a smudge onto that flawless run right now through our first Open. So,
Hey, whoa. They dropped one oddball round. One
oddball round. Oh, okay, a round. Just a round.
Not even the game.
I don't even know if that's God's bleeding. I think that's God stubbing a toe. Like,
ow.
It's just a little, not even a scrape. Just a light bruise.
It'll slightly bruise, yeah.
Let's go some Slayer gang. We're gonna be up underneath this S7. And Trippy, they want to find themselves someone to noob combo. They might be able to get last shot first off.
Yeah, we'll find the assist. Good work from Taulik as well to recognize where last shot was. You can see a little bit more backed up, a little bit slower off the start. Last shot is gonna run into Taulik again and die again. Man's just been like spawn killed. Frosty does have this sniper. Can he get away? It's gonna be a good trade out with Cycle. Oh, who does go down though? And Frosty gets rejected and still finds the kill anyway. Whoa, that's, oh my god.
That was a chance to really upend Rebellion, especially with the QT falling out. The S7 would change hands, but instead it stays the coolest fingers on the map. Frosty takes out 2 in quick succession, top mid.
Yeah, huge work right there. Frosty again, 4-0 start. He did this last time as well. He had a 5-0 start in the previous game, so man just off the rip. Loves finding kills.
Oh! With the nade?
Oh my god, what? Bro's just him. Okay. He does eventually go down, but 6-1 off the rip. Like, I guess that's the crazy thing, right? Like, if you're gonna stop Shopify, you have got to find a way to stop Frosty off the rip. 2 killing sprees in a row from spawn in 2 games. Like, how do you beat that?
He's taking away his controller, DDoS him. I don't know. Get the guy not playing the game. That's the only way. But it still has been through our first 20 kills. We do have one man that ends up tripping their way out of the lobby. It's not Trippy. He's actually right there. So, all right.
He talked about DC. He talked about DCing. Descendant. DC Descendant. Unfortunately, getting dropped.
It was 12-9. What is the regular cadence and occurrence when you have to reset this one? Is it full reset?
So regularly, you would go, it's 12-9, or you would go, it's a 3-kill lead. But there is a process in game to set this, but it crashes the game. So players don't do that.
Okay.
So
we'll mental math it.
It's either it's whatever they decide. Like usually it's it would be like a 3-kill lead, I think.
Okay. So like a first of 47, or they just go out and die. I don't know. Either way, they'll be coming on back. We've had We've had a very minimal amount of disconnects this weekend, which has been fantastic. And hopefully that's going to be true for next weekend. We're going to have our other Global Open going into 14th and the 15th, I believe is how math works as it does, for next Saturday and next Sunday. So if you want to see even more of that happening, Open Series number 2 registration and all that open and good to go for that sign-up window starting the 12th. So make sure that if you're working your teams around, maybe you're just observing, you join us again, and then the online qualifiers at the very end of the month. Gonna hit that March 1st time frame. Really cool. See who's gonna be able to make the top 4, and you know, I want some European representation in top 4, top 6, and the top of this as well. They don't really need the travel coverage too much though. It's like more of like
well, it's always nice
you
to
can
get
have like
flights.
a little, it's like a shore flight, right? Like a little hop.
Yeah. A little hop. Still nice to not have to pay for
Little-
the hop.
Little channel ride, I guess.
Yeah, I would like to point out that I hope none of you got Valentine's plans for next Saturday. That's all I'm going to say.
2v2.
Because you should be... No, next Saturday you should be here.
Oh, right. Yeah.
For the Open.
No, your plans should be to be
your
here.
plans should be here, watching Halo.
If your significant other likes Halo, you're winning. Okay.
Hey, and I don't know about you, Monkey Man, but I don't know if you've realized, but next year, Super Bowl and Valentine's Day are the same day. So, if you're an NFL fan, you're going to need to start buttering up your significant other right now.
Wait, do we know where it's going to be? Do they already have the location for that?
I'm sure they do. That's how it
Maybe.
works, right? It's like super
I don't know.
in advance.
Yeah, true. Well, what's in
SoFi.
advance
It's
is us moving on to this
SoFi.
map. Yeah.
Oh, it's 10-9. There you go.
Okay. All right, cool. So, we did not crash, setting the lobby limit. And it's all of a 1 kill difference. Oh boy. Double pop. Trippy with the old beatdown.
Yeah.
Oh, Vegas. Okay.
Oh.
Valentine's in Vegas during the Super Bowl. That's crazy.
Really?
Apparently.
Interesting. There you go.
Well, all quiet on the Western Front with a boomstick in the hands of Frosty. This is the one guy that if you are the Decepticons, you did not want to be holding this weapon. Trippy goes flying by as he connects one off the shin of another Spartan. He wants to own this bottom mid. Hits him with a no-scope. Trying to do it again. He's going to repulse and escape. Join Royal 2 to try and live another day.
Yeah, that's kind of what you have to do against Shopify, right? Just live another day. Ooh, good night, Frosty. Finding another one. 4-0. See, Monkey Man? The guy is just unbelievable.
Can you do it a 3rd time in a row? Even with the lobby reset, it still counts.
3rd time's a charm, baby. If he can find any players, actually. It's probably the thing that's going to stop him. There is actually a sneaky jump there. Oh, no. No, he's dead. Oh, ruined.
3rd time's the charm to not get it. Unfortunate. Wow. Decepticons at least slow the roll of Frosty. Enough things to do. Nice repulse, and Descendant and company will all be to top mid and that long lane from C to A. So, Decepticons stabilizing the bleeding. What honestly was like a 5-kill lead at one point in Shopify Rebellion. Didn't build too much upon that, but this has been briskly moving.
That it has. 27-24 though. Trippy. Gonna be caught. Back B. Yeah, it is SoFi. It is SoFi. See?
Okay.
Wasn't
I don't
tripping. No, you should know this is American. Come on. Ooh.
Yes. It's baked into my mind from birth. The NFL schedule.
You've got all the lists from, you know, all the way for the next Live 5.
Push back a cycle. That's 3 out for Rebellion. 1 point lead. Double though. So try to get this camo, make it a 3rd. Last shot. But just as he activates, it should burn through. So there won't be a Phantom Menace roaming around from the Rebellion, but the Decepticons, they had an opportunity to really start at least looking at a lead prominently. They still nip at the heels of Rebellion. They've got to make sure they take this opportunity because so far Rebellion, this has been their most vulnerable state.
Man just, like, flying. He's flying away. But meanwhile, while he's flying away, his teammates are getting murdered by Shopify in the last shot. Just, yeah, like, it's just look at one hand and the other hand gets you. Oh, okay, Trippy and Precision finding kills. Last shot missing a melee. It's gonna cost him. That was a chance to go 4 kills up, by the way. Royal 2, Trippy and Torleg right there. It's just laying down the damage, and you can see Precision. You're gonna roll around. Ah, so good, Royal 2. Just forces Descendant that he can't retreat into that plasma. It's gonna get him as well. Torlik does find Cycle though. 3-on-1, but Frosty has the snipe. He's gonna find one. Find a second. We'll get Trippy as well. Oh! The 360 triple. Go the over, son. Oh, another triple. That wasn't even ridiculous.
Not only did he hit it, but he hit it while threading the needle between those columns and his teammate.
Oh my god. The 360. I thought he'd got a team kill right there, but that needle thread was insanity. Here's the replay. Finds one and then just... Oh. Does he hit his... No. Oh my god. That is insane. Thanks to Prod for the replay in picture. You can expect more of that at Dreamhack in Birmingham. I'll tell you that much.
Well, a 4-kill lead, I feel like the saying only doesn't give it some kosher, because Rebellion feels like even a 1-kill lead is a mountain and a half to climb. At the plate, the cleanest Halo, and you don't know that when someone's lurking right around the corner. They got 2 guys down, but it doesn't matter. They had the trade. Decepticons will see this one torn from their hands as Shadowfire Rebellion aims to go perfect. They have 1 map left to go to complete this first open.
Yeah, they are looking scary, Monkey Man. I'm not gonna lie. People be like, "Oh, it's online," but no, they just generally look scary all the damn time. So yeah, it's gonna be a little freaky watching these guys, I can tell you, because it has been pretty unbelievable. Close game at the end though, to be honest. 50-47, closer than I thought it would be, in fairness. But yeah, like how can you beat that? Like, just Frosty with the snipe is just unbelievable.
There was no one else in this series, be it before or after the lobby reset, that got the S7 other than Frosty. Frosty was maintaining and maining that weapon. Not a single other Spartan had a chance to pick up the toy. And they've got to stop that. If Decepticons truly want to have a chance, it's got to not just be that opener that you slow him down, but it's also getting rid of that primary weapon, because it seems to be the one that he just spawns with. Well, there's 2 snipers out here. If you're gonna do something about it, you're gonna have to duel about it. Empyrean CTF to possibly end out our grand finals for this Global Open number 1 on the road to Birmingham. Sorry about it, everyone. Decepticons! they've got to show up in this game.
You want to know a disgusting stat, by the way, Monkey Man? That was the first power weapon kill that wasn't Frosty in this 3 maps. Frosty has literally had all of the power weapon kills up until that moment.
It's nasty.
Which is a really gross stat. 7 of them, to be precise. Cycle. Oh my god, was that a bounce shot? Whoa.
They can hit him first. But yeah, they got the ricochet. You know what? I've seen a triple kill ricochet on this map in that hallway. Please, I just wanted to happen. But the first flag is also about to be turned in, with absolute defense and Royal 2 just not letting anyone touch Frosty at all.
Yeah, these guys have a Super Bowl party they want to get to, because they are absolutely running through Decepticons real quick right now. Oh my god. Also, what is that sniper model? That's the new one, right? Yeah. I know.
Looks like Buzz Lightyear's gun.
To infinity and beyond right now. Yeah, that's a cool model. I like that. I think that's the new one. Oh, Descendant does peek ahead out. We'll peek ahead back in. But yeah, it's kind of scary right now. Oh, here comes the push. and gets repulsed off. Look, if that's the only way to beat Frosty, by the way. You just have to repulse him literally on the map. Doesn't work
Oh,
like
the
this.
stick afterwards as well. It's Trippy hits the grave. So you had all of Shopify Rebellion towards the sword spawn. They knew someone was hanging out just on the back end of it to try and prep for the OS, but then they ended up staying for a little bit too long. So everything's gone a little bit more quiet in the last minute after that opening play. And that's what happens on Imperium. You have these massive ramp ups. Can't let Royal 2 catch a precision. They're gonna bounce one nade forward, try and zone them off, at least from this open flag pit. And now just playing cat and mouse. You can go from one side of the wall to the other. Precision is not going to win this fight. That means 4 are living. Whereas Decepticons, they're all going to have to spawn off that tower, which means they can rotate this flag outwards and upwards the long haul.
And you know what's crazy right there, by the way? Royal 2 and Larshot both have 0 shields when they survive that fight. They're able to hide away, and they're able to survive, and they're able to grab the flag. And Royal 2 is still here trying to find Torlik. Will eventually get taken down, but look where this flag is. Like, yeah, nice. Like, Larshot and Royal 2 survive, and then that flag gets capped because literally they both survive with no shields. That is insane play from Shopify right there.
One flag left before this entire event is complete. Shopify Rebellion. They've been making quick work of it. Decepticons. It may be before we even get to see a second sniper spawn. Last shot will have their chance to put hands on the S7, and Descendant is going to try and duel with them. No touch, except on the second shot, so they use more of the Magwell. He's like, hold on, let me get this done. I'll even use the big bad gun just for you.
Oh my god, last shot's looking real good right there. Frosty gonna clean that up. And they
Oh, what?
Sit your ass down, Trippy. Oh my god. That guy just
scope.
got blasted. Oh my lord. Precision find cycle, but what was that?
That was muscle memory on where the dude is gonna spawn. He's like, you don't get to join the game. Put him back in the chair. Enjoy the next 10 seconds. Tracking him down is Royal 2. All of Decepticons are starting to swarm, but Royal 2's taking the high ground position around this back end of Sword. So their flag gets pulled for the first time in this game. Shopify Rebellion, they immediately stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, Frosty double kill. And it's gonna be Royal 2 with a snipe as well. Torlik's down to the left. Torlik's gonna get taken down. Precision is gonna find a kill. You don't want to pop your head out there, son. Oh, the timing! Timing, no! Royal 2 just looks away. Tries to hit Torlik. Frosty's gonna find him as well. I was gonna say, we haven't really talked about it, but Pit being back in this map pool is definitely something.
It was back in a big way, too. We've seen a lot of Empyrean. And now with Frosty trying to make a great escape, Talik is absolute. And this might be the last one they need. They have an entire procession ready to go. This is going to be a parade entry. Frosty tossing it up. Rebellion knocking it down. Not a single team was able to touch them. Maybe one round of oddball, but that's it. Empyrean is where we stop. And so says Rebellion to Decepticons. They go 3-0 in the grand final, and they absolutely dominate through this Global Open #1.
Yeah, absolutely insane performance from Shopify. Yeah, that 50-47, even that Slayer didn't feel close, and this one did not feel close again. Last shot 12-7, just absolutely smashing Decepticons. GG's all round, but yeah, that's a terrifying statement right there, Monkey Man. Shopify just laying down the law in Open #1. Like, hey, we've come to play. This is not an off year for us. Like, this is not, we're not taking this. Look at the top. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Like, they are here to destroy this competition. And to be honest, other teams are going to have to work a bit, because the rest of the bracket has been fun. The rest of this bracket has been cool and close and like really interesting. And then Shopify is just wiping everyone no matter what happens.
Shopify, Rebellion, it's a day at the office. Everyone else is trying to play some Halo. These guys are trying to get there and win some cash and some plane tickets to go to Birmingham. So they've taken a great first step. They get all the maxed out points for their squad going into our second Open, which will happen next weekend. Make sure you guys are signing up and registering for that. I believe it opens the 12th of this next week. So is that Wednesday? I don't know, somewhere in that time frame. So check that out. And it's somewhere. It's sometime.
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Today's the 8th, Thursday. That's what it is. Either way, I'm looking forward to the possibility that some of these teams, just like we got the mix-up of regions and so many players working together, having further just blended up, experiment, see what sticks and what other spaghetti needs to go back in the bowl and be remixed.
Spaghetti needs to go back. Hey, both teams do win some money though, right? So that's the good part of this. So I think 1,500 for first and 500 for second. So yeah, Shopify looking really sweet. But guys, we're gonna sign off. Yeah, GG's to Shopify, just an insane weekend. It's been super fun. We will be back next week for Open number 2, like Monkey Man says. But until then, I've been Captain James Force. This has been Hail Monkey Man from all the casters, all the crew behind the scenes. Thank you very much, and we will see you next week.
Night times are the hardest. All my emotions overload. Never felt quite like this. Yeah, it's like I lost control. You're in my head, now it's not my own. You're in my head, yeah, you got too close. I've been trying to fight it, but you started a riot. You're in my head and it's dangerous. You got my heart beating out my chest. Been trying to fight it, but you started a riot, and I'll never get it out. Brainwave short circuit when all I do is think of you. My veins are electric. What am I supposed to do? You're in my head, now it's not my own. You're in my head, yeah, you got too close. I've been trying to fight it, but you started a riot. You're in my head and it's dangerous. You got my heart beating out my chest. Been trying to fight it, but you started a riot, and I'll never get it out.
Double kill. Killing spree.
When we're together.